Hello, everyone, and welcome to a hangout on Satanism.
Hail
Uh,
Satan.
Heil.
Heil Satan.
okay, I have to ask about hailing Satan. Is it anything like hailing a cab? If I
No.
stop
I
by
can't hear a thing. What the hell is wrong with this
30
crap?
seconds away or whatever, and they hold my hand up, say "Hail Satan."
Fucking
Yep.
Google sucks.
I mean, the thing that I always viewed it as,
That again.
like, Hail Satan to me, and it's gonna differ between the kinds of Satanists that you get. But Hail Satan to me has always been, and I think to a lot of people that identify as Satanists, has always been like part of using Satan as a form of imagery, using Satan as a way to rebel against Christian kind of social norms. That's kind of where it comes from, at least from some
Not-
perspective, at least from my perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. And
A lot of the time when I say Hail Satan, it's a form of mockery of the people I'm talking to. When I'm talking to Christians and I say Hail Satan, it is to piss them
Yeah.
off.
Right. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a form of, I guess, rebellion, not like,
Yeah.
reaction.
oh, sorry.
It's
Okay,
like,
and you say it's a sort of imagery, and is
Yeah.
there an aesthetic or something like with it, or?
yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, it's more aesthetic than anything else. I don't even know any Satanists that would actually sit there and say "Hail Satan" like seriously. So that's like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a form of imagery. It's not like a serious thing. I don't think.
Is it like a grotesque and subversive aesthetic?
Yeah, right.
Every now and then I kind of use it as a proxy for like, oh my God, like Hail Satan, right? But it's never really a serious thing that I'm actually talking to like an actual being outside of myself.
Right. Yeah.
Is there like a church or anything you guys go to? I think I've heard of something called the Church of Satan.
I don't. Like, I view the Church of Satan as a fucking joke. There's a couple organizations that I like, but I'm not necessarily a part of. I'm in a Facebook group called the UK Church of Rational Satanism, but that's like not it's not like a place where I go to religiously practice or some crap. So like, I'm not really I'm not part of like any place where I go to do religious things. I'm just kind of like I'm involved in some Satanism circles, and that's about it.
So
much
it's not a very organized religion to begin with, and then
Not very
No.
organized, no.
Yeah, no, not at all. Like I don't even like religiously. I don't even view it as a religion. Like I don't even religiously practice. Like that's like it's not like I view it more as a philosophical thing, not like I'm gonna go to church on Sunday or whatever.
It's people call it a religion, so I just call it a religion. But I mean, in reality, it's more of just a philosophical position. It's not. It doesn't have any real supernatural beliefs, right? That are required. So it's not really a religion, in my opinion. But I mean, for sake of discussion, I just call it one.
Right. Yeah.
so there's no Satanic Vatican to go to, but
Well,
No.
the Satanic Church kind of exists, but I don't consider it like the Satanic Church.
I mean, like I guess some say
It's not an authority, really.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like there's no real one thing that Satanists look to, and it's like that's our authority or whatever. Some Satanists.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello. Some Satanists I bet would like treat the Satanic Church like that, but I wouldn't, and I know a lot of Satanists that wouldn't. So.
Yeah,
Where do people turn to for any kind of like I don't know, whatever it is that people, I guess, need help with religion or something like that when it comes to Satanism.
Need help with
I
Satanism?
mean,
Like,
you
can
get
you?
to see smaller organizations, but yeah.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean need help?
Like, are you talking about like support groups within the philosophy, or what?
I guess it could come to that. You know, I had, I
Again,
guess,
it's
in my mind, more like Protestantism's silliness with how they have their
right.
every street corner church or whatever. But go ahead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, there's like no like official thing. I mean, I'm sure there are some like groups where people meet up and it's like we're Satanists. Like I said, I was like part of like a Facebook group or whatever. But, like, it's not like there's no organized like this is what we go to. I mean, that's just going to be on a matter of individual people, honestly.
Yeah, and this brings me to another point that you may not know. Like, books on Satanism written by like LaVey, they're not considered like inerrant scriptures.
Right.
Yeah, they're not in any sense.
Yeah.
So
Like
basically,
I don't like many of the people who like I don't like many of the satanic figures, quote unquote. I don't like. Like, I don't care for LaVey. I don't don't know anything about Crowley. So like I don't like there's no like central scripture or central figure. It's kind of like, whatever.
this kind of leaves people with not a whole lot to, well, grasp onto when it comes to getting a grasp on what
Yeah,
Satanism is.
you'll have to ask individuals what they believe, but I know I know it's hard, but
Yeah.
you're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing, like, really that you can sit down and read about it. Like, the best you can do is, like he said, like, gauge what is meant by the term Satanism and what it has come to mean. And that's, like, the best you can do. That's how I learned about it.
Yeah, I think the Satanic Bible, I kind of agree with it, but there are some things that I don't think are connected to Satanism.
Right.
So,
There's, like, to me, there's, like, a lot of unsatanic things there. Like, there's a lot of, like, social rituals that would be considered. I mean, like, so Satan is generally, I mean, like, part of the philosophy is that you embrace your own individuality, and there's a lot of things within the Satanic Bible that come into conflict with that. So, it's kind of like, it's unsatanic in a lot of ways, and I don't think Anton LaVey was, like, a serious character. I think he had some, like, he was like a troll mixed with some philosophy to me. Like, I don't take him seriously, really.
Yeah.
so I heard you describe things as relatively philosophical, and it's a kind of maybe a diffuse and nebulous, set of philosophical positions that comprise Satanism, or.
I mean, it's not nebulous. It's actually relatively like easy to grasp. It's just it's a specific there's specific philosophical beliefs. So again, like the individuality thing, that was part of it, and like the practice of using the devil as a symbol of rebellion against Christian society.
Yeah,
So.
and for me, it's not just Christian; it's Abrahamic religion in general.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
So it's literally like defined in terms of opposition to Abrahamic religion.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's like the opposition to such things are part of it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that that's it. I mean, there's also, again, the point about individuality. So, like, I don't like there. It's typically like a dual-sided thing.
It's like maybe a conclusion arrived at within the philosophical framework or something.
Yeah.
Well,
Fair enough.
you mentioned individuality as one of the core philosophical bases of Satanism. What do you feel are
And
like
nonconformity to a point.
Okay. I envisioned a bit of Monty Python here. We're all individuals.
I guess so.
How's that resolved at all?
I mean, like, I mean, like the thing about individuality, it's basically like embracing, like, the point is for each individual people to embrace who they are and to not compromise that to any kind of force. Now, obviously there are going to be, like compromises to that philosophical principle, but it's generally the guiding philosophical principle that people should try to be the most themselves as they possibly can without interfering with others being themselves. So.
Okay. So, is definitely a sort of I don't know, individual rights ethic or something like that. Almost sounds a little bit libertarian.
It would do. Well, I mean, like, I guess. I mean, I don't really. I mean, like, if you're talking about like right wing, I mean, I would consider myself a libertarian, but in the old school sense. I don't consider myself like I stay away from the right wing guys. Like they're nuts to me. But like, and they like go on about individuality, but I think their philosophy kind of contradict individuality a lot of the time. So, and like even in like, I don't even think philosophical individualism is in line with principles of like individual freedom. So, there's definitely like I don't consider it legitimate to try to overlap like kind of notions of individual freedom with things like libertarianism. Like there's some of it there, but in large part it's contradictory.
Oh, looks like Adam has a question about how it interacts with parenting children.
Should I expand on that a little bit, on the question, I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean.
So I think, I mean, my perspective on this is that the idea of who a person really is ends up being pretty deeply connected with how they're raised.
Definitely.
And with a lot of elements that aren't necessarily under their own control, but were under the control of other people.
Right.
So I wonder two questions. First of all, how does that interact with this idea of be who you are? I mean, what in some cases wouldn't it be better to say be something else? And number two, how do Satanists deal then under that philosophy with parenting in the first place, where you recognize that you can't really be neutral. You have to you're going to be shaping your kid to some extent.
Right. I mean, that's definitely valid. I mean, but like, I guess my response would be something to the effect to the first thing. I guess like typically when we talk about who people are, we're not talking about like some abstract principle that is inherent to them and has always been inherent to them. We're talking about how the society at large and the influences on them shape them as people, right? So that's what we're talking about. So like that is a factor in like who people are. It's not like some abstract principle. Also, there's the thing about like with parenting. Like I said, there's going to have to be like like it's an overarching philosophical principle. It's not a dogma, right? So I would be perfectly willing to compromise my principles and say with raising a child. So if the child being who they are, right, would lead to like them, trying to play in traffic or something, then I would compromise that principle. But I think in a lot of ways that principle is dependent on those interferences, because if people aren't so it's not like, and you have to be who you are, you need to be able to develop your own individuality, and kids in a lot of ways cannot do that without some form of guidance. So I think in order for that principle to hold true, you need to have that kind of parental intervention. So that's, I guess, my response.
But a sort of background issue into, I guess, crude form. Is there a stance on nature versus nurture? Like, how much is innate versus how much is really formed by all this? Go ahead.
I mean, like not a specific one. I take my own stances, but like I don't like. There's no specific one within Satanism. I think it's going to have to come down to how can we let people develop on their own accord the most we can like that's just the Satanistic stance, and then like anything else besides that is going to come down to individual people.
Would it be trying to, in the process of nurturing, maybe adhere most closely to the innate, or?
I don't think so. I mean, but I think, again, for people to be able to develop their individuality and develop who they are, they need to have some guidance in their formative years. So, like, again, making sure that, kids get a proper education and making sure that, they have critical thinking skills and they have like basic common sense and things like that. I think that's important to people being able to develop themselves. And that's like it's directly correlated if you look at how the process of people developing themselves.
So, in the Q&A, Matt Hale says, I have heard Satanism defined as a form of secular humanism. Have you heard this comparison before, and what do you think about this statement?
I don't like that.
I don't
because
consider
like
humanistic.
Yeah, I mean, like secular humanism is like it comes from I forget what period, but I believe some period in the Middle Ages, and it was about focusing on human, like the human form instead of like kind of religious goals, right? And that's not. I mean, I guess in some ways you could call it that because it is focusing on people to be able to develop their individuality. But it's not necessarily secular. I mean, yeah, you could call it humanistic in some sense just by that, but I don't think you could call it secular because there are a lot of Satanists that
Hold on.
you consider.
There was a comment on the YouTube, and I'd like to address it before I forget.
Yes.
Richard Raspberry says that neither of us identify as Satanists. I do. Do you?
I do.
Yeah, Richard Raspberry, you're wrong. He also says that, well, I might be both, whatever.
That we're what?
Demented, not Satanists.
We're demented. Okay, that's fun.
I'd say we're both, don't you?
Yeah. I'm a demented Satanist. There you go.
Yeah,
But
I'll bring up the YouTube to watch the comments.
Yeah, but anyway, so but like I wouldn't call it necessarily secular because there are a lot of Satanists who do religious things. Like they do have a deity that they go to. They do have like religious practices and things like that. So like it can be secular, but it is not necessarily secular.
I mean, yeah.
Well, how do Richard? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, we might our view of Satanism may be humanistic, depending on your definition, but it's not always. The Satanism isn't. Humanism isn't part of Satanism, is what I'm trying to say. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, humanism, it's about focusing on the human form. There's not really, that doesn't really fall into Satanism necessarily. Like, I'm sure there are a lot of Satanists that are like, yeah, the human form is great. I guess I would be one of them, but, like, I don't. So they're humanistic in that sense, but it's not part of Satanism.
Yeah.
Okay. And, well, the extent to which you're secular is a bit raised. I mean, it almost seems as if the individuality vein of things mandates secularism to some extent.
I think it would. I mean, but, like, I think to some extent, yeah, but, like, again, it comes down to the fact that moral principles are compromisable. So, like, we can't hold people to this unbelievable, like, this kind of, like, either you have to follow your moral principles in every facet of life, in every situation, and you can't compromise them at all, and that's not how moral principles work. So, like, as long as it's not, like, they're disregarding that belief completely within their life, or in a large part within their life, then I don't really see, like, if they want to do some religious practices, I don't really see like what the contradiction would be, especially because there's room for compromising things and such.
Okay, that's a tricky distinction. Most people have a view of secularism in terms of the tolerance as opposed to the compromise, where I guess.
Well, I mean, I guess
the
it depends on
distinction.
what you mean by secular.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I thought that secularism in the context was like, you know, a religious or whatever. But like, I guess there's other meanings as well. I guess we'd have to clarify what secularism means in that sense.
I would thought it was like multiculturalism with respect to religion. So
Well, yeah,
the
definitely.
point of contradiction is the point of compromise, where in the sort of secular
In that
multicultural
definition, though,
context.
in that definition, you would have to take multiculturalism and things like that as an overarching principle. Then yes.
Well, I said analogous to multiculturalism, but yeah. Oh dear. Well, trying to pass the link along to more religious people who might have questions about all this, and I lost David Weisner's messaging link or whatever.
People seem to be joining and then dropping out.
Oh, there was a Hangout plugin upgrade, and the those who haven't actually completed the upgrade will get bounced a lot.
Right.
What do they have to do to update it?
I just had Google Chrome crash on me.
Yeah.
Looked like it uploaded the Google
normal.
It uploaded it again and whatever, relaunched it, and then there's some apps that popped up, and crazy. It looks like I got back on, but there's still problems on there.
Yeah, I can't find, or sorry, the upgrade procedure is normal. So it means the normal, upgrade the plugin link that pops up and so on. And the browser, or if you have a Linux distro, you can just do like apt RPM or RPM update or whatever.
Yeah, who has the notifications? Is that you, Nadia?
Yes.
No, I'm on the headset, so.
Someone is deeply bothered by the bleeping.
Yeah, that stuff's driving me
Yeah.
here.
They are uncorrelated with the pop-ups that I'm actually getting.
I turned off all of my notifications because I thought it was my stuff, and now I'm going insane.
Yeah, I turned mine off. Mine's not bleeping, but it's still coming through someone's mic.
It's not mine. I know that much.
You have to go to I figured out you go to the little settings, the gear thing on it, and then you turn off notifications and push save, and then it will stop beeping like that.
Yeah. Right. That's.
I don't know who it could be though, because like the other, like you two guys have your mic muted. I don't think it's Jeff, and it's not Nadia, it's not me, and it's not Reclan. So I don't know who the hell it is.
Kropotkin, is that roll?
In principle, my headset mic could be picking it up. I'm using the headset mic, and the notifications are using external. Sorry, the built-in speakers. But, welcome, Seth. We have it's all about Satanism today.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, just like hailing a cab.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Definitely.
So you're saying Satan doesn't stop for minorities? Is that the implication?
Dear.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying, Adam.
Glad we're all in agreement.
How do I find this David Weisner guy? I'm trying to bring in a Christian here. I think I found his profile. Yeah, I got his profile.
Well, we have a descendant of Jesus.
Hey, I never said I was a descendant of Jesus.
Didn't you?
A close relative of Jesus.
There were books written about my family possibly being related to Jesus.
Okay.
People seem to keep putting words in my mouth. These books were written very far back. That's all there was to it. The moment I mention anything, people start putting words in my mouth.
So you're saying you're the second coming of Jesus?
Is that what you're saying?
There you go again. I didn't say that.
Why are you claiming that you're
I
the
didn't.
second coming? What's your basis for
Said
that?
that some people, historians over the years, have written that because of my genealogy.
So you're saying that you're not saying that you're Jesus. You're saying that all the historians believe that you're Jesus. Is that what you're telling me?
Now you added the word all.
Okay, so just some historians think that you're Jesus.
So just most historians.
Most historians think that you're Jesus.
Historians have said
Stop trolling, Reclan.
that
I apologize.
my genealogy that I was, that my family is possibly related to Jesus. That's all.
Like, what do you mean related? Though?
Even,
Like,
I'm not even sure that it's true myself. But you're putting it all in a, all this, all that. It's like saying, if I said 90% of 80% of blacks were in jail, you're going to say that I just said all blacks are in jail. I mean, it's crazy, but
like,
I think there's a lot of Bible thumpers out there, and I think there's a lot of atheists out there that are just freaking lunatics.
Jeff just said he's not sure if it's true himself. He just called himself the truth.
Yeah. Jeff, what do you mean by May I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask as many questions as you want. You just asked your one, though.
Jeff, what do you mean by related? Like, you mean your family would be descendant from the historical figure of Jesus?
Yes, they claim that there is a possibility that there is a chance in my genealogy, because of my genealogy, how old it is, that they found some connections that are possibly related to Jesus. The stories go back 1,000 years ago. It's kind of interesting, but I have no idea whether that is true or not. I only set out to prove this little mystery, this secret that was in my family for about 200 years. I found this out afterwards, after they took my DNA. Skull Walters had paid for it. He's from the History Channel, and it was afterwards I was talking to him about something somebody mentioned to me and accused me of. And he told me this story. He said, "Didn't you know about this story that's connected to your family with Jesus?" I said, "No, I didn't know about it." That's all that happened. Now all of a sudden, the moment I mention this story, everybody starts claiming that, Jeff claims that he's the second coming. He claims that he's related to Jesus. I didn't claim any of that. It was historians, and not all historians. A few historians had found some connection to it, and they simply wrote some books about it. It's connected with the Sinclair family, the Da Vinci Code, which is fictional, but it goes on to, the Holy Blood, Holy Grail documents, different things like that. That's all. Now, whether or not I'm related to Jesus or not, I have no idea. But just because somebody wrote this about my family doesn't mean that I believe it, and it doesn't mean that I don't believe it. It just means I'm open to the fact that, there are some coincidences to it. One of these days, I hope to find out if it's true or not. That's all.
Let's assume if it's true. Does that mean if we sacrifice you to the Dark Lord, Satan himself, that he'll get the upper hand in the end days, and maybe he could rule the world instead of the Father?
Well, he already
big and bad.
He already rules the world. He already rules the world.
Are you trying to insinuate that Satan does not rule the world already?
No, I'm trying to insinuate that according to the Bible that he won't in the end times.
Well, the Bible is obviously like lies made up by the Christian Illuminati, so
Well, some of the Bible accurately portrays Satan, some of it does not, right?
I have to say that sacrificing Jesus doesn't seem like it's a very successful strategy for increasing.
I just want to say it could hurt, right?
Well, I mean, you sacrifice
very well the last time.
But like according to the Christian religion, Jesus is also God. So if you sacrifice Jesus, then you're sacrificing God, and therefore there's no enemy for Satan anymore when you sacrifice God.
So Jesus was sacrificed. God was sacrificed to himself once. Now we need to sacrifice him to Satan.
Well, I think that's kind of funny, because if somebody tried to sacrifice me, they'd just get a bullet in the head. like the last person that tried that.
Wow. So we finally have a Jesus that uses guns then.
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus, let's go.
This reminds me of an episode of Futurama, I think.
Well, that would be if you thought I was Jesus, which I don't think I'm Jesus. Do you?
See, now he's denying it, which I think is a bad thing for Jesus.
Hey, yeah, you're not supposed to deny yourself, Jesus. That's like a...
Well, isn't that funny? Because if Jesus admitted that he was Jesus, there'd be people trying to kill him. So why would he admit to it?
So you're saying that you might be...
I catch your drift. I catch
I mean,
your
I'm
drift,
just
Jeff.
playing games
I
with
catch
you.
your
It's
drift.
just like you're playing games with me.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
You know, I laugh about it. You know, every once in a while I get pissed off.
But can I ask a serious question? Somebody earlier said it's only, I guess it's about a half serious question. Somebody earlier told Reclan to stop trolling. If a troll is what Reclan truly is, wouldn't Satanism say he should troll?
Yes, that's exactly what it would say.
Okay.
Exactly. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like
I have
just
objection.
based on the Kantian principle of universalization that it's an ethical system that doesn't work.
Universalization? Is that your ethical system?
You mean the
Well,
categorical?
I think Kant has a good point, which is that you should be very careful about accepting any moral principle that when applied generally would fail to work.
Right. That's Kant's categorical imperative.
That sounds like a bunch of Christian propaganda to me. I don't know.
Probably is.
Here's something. You know, if you read my profile, I just put a link up to the story. You'll see that nowhere in that story do I claim anything about Jesus. The word Jesus is even mentioned in the story that I put up there. Because I think
F. Adam.
You explain this to us for like 5 minutes. We understand.
No, okay. Well, I just put a link up there so that I don't have to explain it any further.
Hey, I did hold on. I did Control F Christ, and it comes up twice.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I have more questions about Satanism.
Okay, we can go back to that. We apologize.
Yeah.
That wasn't as fun as trolling, though. I have to say.
No, I mean, I'm serious about my question. I have a concern with any ethical system that doesn't seem to work with the categorical imperative, right? So, I mean, it seems like if everyone acting according to their true nature results in a lot of people killing a lot of other people.
That seems contradictory to me, though.
What do you mean?
Because if you're saying that people should act within their true nature, then it's obviously a violation of people being able to act within their true nature if you just kill them. If you're talking about like a world where people can act within their nature as much as possible, you would have to make sure that there is the most autonomy for people possible. That obviously doesn't involve randomly running around killing and raping people.
So there are constraints then? The constraint is act within your true nature to the extent that you don't violate the freedoms of others? Is that the idea?
That's implied. So if people are supposed to be able to act within their true nature, then that means that other people can't go around violating their ability to act within their true nature.
I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily implied. You certainly could have a moral system that takes social Darwinism to the extreme and says everybody ought to act.
You could have that, but acting accepting your own individuality is not that moral system, though. It's contradictory to that moral system.
I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, I just don't think it's. That's not necessarily the case, right? You could both could be. You could have a system that says individuality up to the point of violating someone else's, and you could have a moral system that is individuality including violating someone else's.
But my problem, I mean, that's true. But if you're saying just generally, like we were saying before, that what is being advocated within the philosophy is individuality for all people, then I don't think that we can conclude that anything less than, be an individual but don't violate other people's rights to do so would be the case within that moral framework.
Okay. That certainly seems to be a much more generalizable proposition.
Right.
Yeah, there was kind of a proviso put in there at one point. It said that you should enhance others' individualities as well. And in this respect, the individualistic affair maybe raises a more general question of like the degree to which we have any mutual obligation or
Right.
duties or any kind of imperative toward altruism and so on
Right.
within Satanism.
Well, I think the imperative towards altruism would be that of maximizing the autonomy of every single individual, right? So making it the best possible environment for individual development, right? And so that requires a degree of altruism, obviously, because if we don't give a shit about other people, then how are we going to give a shit about the moral principle that people are should be able to develop their individuality? So obviously it requires altruism. And I think on a very large degree, I don't take the philosophical individualistic stance that people should be left to their own devices. I think that's extremely destructive of liberty. I think that people, in order to have the most autonomous society possible, people need to be looking out for each other.
Okay, and ultimately the maybe emphasis on individuality and one's true nature, it misses more readily because it doesn't say directly define things in terms of like property rights like the libertarians, where you end up with a more apparent or direct conflict. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, with the libertarian, my philosophy, first of all, I don't think libertarian is the right word for them. I consider myself a libertarian, and calling them libertarians is actually, I feel, kind of straw-manning the philosophy that I come from. So I refer to them as right libertarians, and I think that individual liberty and individual development is kind of completely contradictory to whatever they're trying to do.
I mean, if I didn't care to honor their own self-labeling, I'd probably just literally call them plutocrats. But anyway,
they are literally. You could call them that, sure. You could call them a kind of plutocrat, definitely. I mean,
it seems though like if we're now going to say that within the realm that protecting everyone's individual autonomy is so important that it conveys significant responsibility to each individual. Seems like we may very well be coming upon an exception that swallows the rule, because if you take that to even just a reasonable conclusion, that itself will have really significant constraints on personal autonomy. To what extent do I need to sacrifice my ideal personal autonomy in order to assure the personal autonomy of everyone else? To what extent is that a moral imperative?
So are you asking in a specific situation?
No, I'm trying to keep it general. I guess we could go in a specific situation, like if I had ideal personal autonomy, then I would dedicate most of my resources to sybaritic activities.
Mm-hmm.
Personal luxury. And now you're telling me, wait a minute, though, there are other people whose personal autonomy is reduced because they don't have your resources. You should give up all your resources so that they, on average, have better personal autonomy. Or you should give up all the resources. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm actually just going to go get a drink, but I'll answer when I come back. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right, we could this one principle of there's a moral imperative to assure the personal autonomy of others could essentially drive you all the way to pure communism very easily. We could get to the point where we say we have to.
It does. Sorry, in Kropotkin's case, I think it does.
The what?
In Kropotkin's case, I think it does.
Yeah, I think Kropotkin's a communist.
A communist Satanist.
Yeah, I am not.
I think if you believe in too much of anything, you lose your common sense. That's what I think.
Yeah, if you believe in common sense too much, you lose your common sense.
You're not open-minded about anything. That goes for atheists, religious. It doesn't matter what you are. You just go too far with it. You just close your mind to everything.
I think Jesus
man.
makes a good point.
Hail Satan.
Well, could you avoid believing in?
Satan's a liar. Don't handle him.
I'm gonna have to be right back one more time. I apologize. Someone's on the phone.
I'm not sure you could avoid believing in anything too much. There's episodic regress and so on that you can do it. Well, depending on how you resolve it, you know, foundationalism will give you axioms and such that you believe in. Well, in excess of justification, at least.
So obviously I am not a Satanist, but I will point out that what I have read and heard from other Satanists does not seem to have this idea that there is a moral imperative that requires so much altruism. In fact, I think one of the main ways that Satanism is usually said to be distinguished from secular humanism is that altruism is not a part of it.
Oh, yeah.
So that to a large extent, altruism is not important in Satanism. Satanism bypasses that principle. But like I said, I'm not a Satanist, so I'm not the person to establish that.
Satanism is do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Yeah, so that if do what thou wilt is the whole of the law, then now trying to say that people have moral obligations to other people beyond that would seem to be not really fit the principle.
But as I recall, they don't really have a gospel, so to speak, like that. You essentially don't have that statement elevated to a status where, you know, Satanists have to adhere to it. But on the other hand, they might have to rise to their own defense at this point. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Satanism is basically the complete lack of any moral imperative.
Are you able to define it yourself as someone who doesn't adhere to it?
Yes, I can define it from a biblical understanding.
Okay. Well, that would not cohere with their own understandings, their own positions, or.
Yeah, I don't think there's very much.
Yeah.
I don't think the Bible has very much to say about the modern philosophy called Satanism.
Well, from a Christian perspective, the Satanist himself would actually be completely deceived, and he doesn't even actually realize what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment of Scripture. Yes, but I want to point out that what we're talking about here, the modern idea / philosophy / religion, if you want to call it that, of Satanism is not the literal worship of a supernatural being called Satan. It's not. It doesn't really correspond to the biblical concept.
Yes, you're talking about you have to make a distinction between the popular concept and then a biblical concept. So you guys are discussing a popular concept.
Yeah, no, it's not a popular concept. The popular concept is essentially a devil worship.
Yeah, exactly.
The Bible itself doesn't really have any direct descriptions of devil worship. You have maybe the John 8:44, you're the children of your father the devil, and so on, sorts of things that people are kind of like associated inadvertently with these things because of their errors. But last but not least, in the Bible, the figure of the devil and so on is somewhat ambiguously described. At least in Job, it's something on the order of a prosecuting attorney for Yahweh, where in the New Testament it has something approaching, but not entirely in line with the modern connotation. So I would be careful, trying to apply the scriptural affairs to the modern day movement.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Satanism, as it is actually practiced by people who call themselves Satanists, is not generally a something that is based on the supernatural at all. It's a philosophical idea, and typically Satan is more of a mascot than a figure of literal worship. Of course, I could be wrong.
Well, for most people anyway, there are different types of Satanism. But given my position and Jake's position, I would say that we fall into the camp of it not being a religious thing, it not being a supernatural thing.
Yeah, and the supernatural question actually is, vaguely interesting from the point of view that it's, I guess, magic is not ruled out, if not
Oh no, it's
endorsed. But
not
go ahead.
ruled out at all. No.
Let me address something in the side chat there with Benna. We were talking about objective morality there. It doesn't mean that God has like one exact certain behavior that is objectively right in every single situation. The objective sense means that there's an absolute right and an absolute wrong in each situation. Do you understand that distinction?
Yeah, for David, Reclan and Kropotkin are the Satanists.
Yeah.
Only Kropotkin seems to have disconnected, at least temporarily. I'm not sure how long.
Yeah.
So, well, with the endorsement of magic, is there like any kind of rationalism associated with this at all, or is it just totally orthogonal, or what?
Excuse me, I was replying to someone in the chat.
I was asking about sort of rationalism or similar, and its relationship to Satanism.
Well,
given that there's a kind of endorsement of magic, it doesn't seem that rationalism overall is endorsed.
Well, yeah, it's not explicitly endorsed, but it's not. They're not mutually exclusive either. I mean, magic is not an integral part of Satanism, I wouldn't think. So, I mean, I would consider myself a rationalist and a Satanist.
Magic, properly defined, it would be a large part of Satanism because magic is a deception, and that's what Satanism is a deception. So.
Well, okay, for Fritz, can someone latch on to the name or title Satan and essentially somehow not be characterized by the scriptural descriptions references to that term?
Well, then you're not talking about the same being, and this goes back to what I said yesterday to Jeff there. Like, if you pick up a cup off your table and say this cup is Jesus and throw it against the wall, like, did you just smash Jesus against the wall? You know what I mean? So if you're talking about Satan and you're not properly defining him as the biblical Satan, like, you just have a false idea of
properly.
Yeah, I think it's rather explicitly, well, at the point where Reclan wants to step in, he can. I think it's rather overtly, defined as otherwise, like not actually referring to the, devil to be worshipped or anything like that.
Yeah, it's kind of symbolic, is what it is.
You have to carefully define it if you're going to talk about it in any meaningful sense, really.
Yeah, but you kind of have these presuppositions, right? You say that we improperly define Satan as X, right? When in fact, it's our beliefs, not yours, that we're talking about.
Where did you get the name Satan?
Where did I get the name Satan?
That's what I'm asking.
It's
All depends on where you read it first, either in the Bible or history books.
yeah, it is from the Christian religion, basically anyway.
Or at least a sort of broad cultural conception that comes from through the Christian religion.
Is it? I mean, the choice of the name or whatever, isn't
Well,
that
the
directly
name was-
related to some of the
the name
opposition
was-
to? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not related. It's the name of Satanism is a punch in the face to the popular conception. The popular culture, right? That's the whole point of calling it Satanism.
Satan. So, okay, if you want to define it as not actually worshiping Satan, then you're actually meaning when you say Satanism is you share the same philosophy as Satan, i.e. that you are your own god. You can do whatever you want. You can decide right and wrong for yourself.
Jesus.
Not necessarily anything, but I mean, pretty much.
Yeah,
They're
I
very
think
similar.
now he's got it, because that's what it really is. It's recognizing that a lot of the traits that are traditionally attributed to Satan are virtuous. That's certainly where LaVey was coming from when he adopted it.
I kind of share that with LaVey, but he goes a bit too far with it by saying like anything in Christianity that's a sin is good by virtue of it being a sin in Christianity, and I don't see that.
In what sense can Satanism really adhere to that, given that sin is, I guess, sort of missing the mark or imperfection in the eyes of God? In terms of Christianity, where you don't have the deity there to have its judgment of perfection or not.
Well, it's just so-called sins. I mean, it's all semantics.
Sin is breaking the law.
Well, semantics matter, right?
Well, in this situation, it doesn't, because I'm not speaking for LaVey since I'm not him.
Yeah, semantics are, basically what things mean, right?
Yeah.
So.
But what I'm saying is I can't clarify LaVey's position because I'm not LaVey.
Hey, we lost Jesus.
Who removed Jesus?
Well, he's kind of like, I don't know, wandered off for who knows how long, so. And kind of derails things over the discussion of, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, conspiracy theory stuff, so. Or otherwise, what is it? Protocol of the Elders of Zion or something like that. Basically what it's all based on. In the meantime, well, when it comes to these quote-unquote sins or whatever, I mean, is it a sort of principle of transgression, or is it embracing imperfection, or what is it? I mean, how is what does embracing sin mean to a Satanist?
It means to take God's law and throw it on the ground, stomp on it, and spit on it.
Sure. Whatever Fritz says Satanism is, that's what Satanism is. Thanks, Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fritz, are you a Satanist?
Mild sarcasm.
No, but I know what Satanism is because I study the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
oh, hold on. I want to. Where is the scriptures where it talks about Satanism? Excuse me.
Reclan. Are you your own God? Are you God?
Well, I view myself as my own God, but I'm not any supernatural being.
Okay. Ye shall be as gods. Okay, that's the first thing out of Satan's mouth in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, yeah. The serpent. He was the hero in that story, actually.
Again, that is mystery religion, could be equated with Satanism.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, baby, I'm in.
if you read it at face value, Satan tells the truth and God lies. If you read into the text,
Yeah.
if you read into the text and you push in other information, then you could say, oh, it's the spiritual death.
Now you're teaching mystery religion, Reclan. That's a false system.
Okay. The point is, they didn't die on that day.
Spiritually, they did die that day, and also the process of decay and death did begin on that day.
I have a question that I've never been able to ask and get an answer to from other Christians about the Genesis story.
Go ahead.
I don't know if my mic is working. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, now I lost my train of thought completely. I'm sorry. I only woke up like 30 minutes ago. So we were talking about. Okay, yeah, I remember now. How come Adam never asked God what death was?
There was no death until Adam sinned.
I mean, how come? No, I got it backwards. Like I said, I'm just a little sleepy still. How come Adam never asked God what death was?
That's what you said.
I thought I switched the two characters around. Anyway, because when God told Adam, "Don't eat or you'll die," He never tells Adam what death is. Am I not being coherent?
Yeah, Fritz.
Yahweh also leaves out a lot of information on what would happen to Adam and Eve if they
We
ate
could.
food.
Yes.
So
That's why I don't buy.
I
That's why I don't buy.
agree that the serpent was telling the truth, but Yahweh lied.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't buy the literal story. I don't. There's too many holes in it. There's too
Okay,
many.
first of all, Adam may have just perfectly known what death was since he was made in the image and likeness of God and he was highly intelligent.
How can he
He doesn't know what evil is?
doesn't exist?
He didn't even know what evil is. He doesn't know what good and evil is yet.
Yeah, he was yet to have experienced or known any evil, that's correct.
Then he would not know what death is. He would, when God says, "Don't do this, or you'll die," he would say, "What does that mean? What is death?" Wouldn't that be the question to ask? If you don't touch this when you're a little kid. If the parent says, "Don't touch this pot because it's hot," you say, "What is hot? What does hot mean?" Or you'll burn. Or the child will want to know what it is because it has no meaning. It has no meaning if the threat has no meaning if you don't know what the threat is.
Yeah, I think you're just making too many assumptions there. You're assuming that Adam just didn't understand or know that, which I don't think that you're not getting that from the Bible. Certainly doesn't say that.
Well, there's no death.
Even if he didn't know or understand what it was, there was probably no need for him to know or understand since the world was created perfect and good and there was no death in it yet. So when he died, that was what he basically experienced right away was separation from God, right? God had to kick him right out of the garden, so that's death right there, separation from God.
Yeah, well, Yahweh forced it on him. Eating the fruit didn't do that. Yahweh's punishment.
Right over it. Just grazed right over my question. It's like when Adam, okay, you're living in a absolute perfect paradise. Nothing ever dies. There's nothing bad. There's nothing. I mean, everything is just absolute heaven. Okay. Then God says, oh, the only problem is don't eat this fruit or you're going to die. You have absolutely
I'm
no
confused
idea
here.
what death is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
no,
that they at least have the opportunity or the possibility of disobeying God. That's part of free will choice.
Hallelujah.
but no, God says, or you'll die. He actually says, or you'll die. Adam doesn't know what it is. We have
No,
to
you're
assume
assuming that. You're assuming that. Adam could have known
no, I'm
perfectly well what
assuming
it
that
is.
he does know. We have to
Like
assume
anything
that
else,
he
he
does
probably
know.
had a perfect understanding of it.
We have to assume that he does know according to the story. But there's no way he could.
Well, does God know what death is?
But God's not Adam.
Is Adam made in the image and likeness of God?
That's a non sequitur.
Yeah, someone has their microphone
The
or the
thing is,
speaker very loud and it's causing some feedback.
he would have
the knowledge of God. It's a non sequitur.
Adam would have to know what death is. And in order for him to know what death is, he would either have to seen it happen, or he would have to already know what evil is, because death is evil.
Yahweh was keeping knowledge from Adam. That's what the tree of fruit of knowledge of good and evil was all about. He was keeping Adam and Eve ignorant. The serpent is a Prometheus character and actually gave them knowledge.
Yeah.
Yahweh didn't like
That's
that. He
why I
wanted
don't buy the
competition.
illustration
Kicked them out of the garden,
It just doesn't fit.
which would eventually
I have
lead
a
to
question.
much later death.
Yes, Sam?
Who the heck is that bear?
That's David.
David, I think.
Oh.
So-
I say.
But
Yeah.
Yahweh didn't clearly describe what would actually happen to
Yeah.
them if they ate the fruit.
I
He
think
did
it's
not give them accurate information what would happen.
it's very clear in that story that the serpent is the hero and that Yahweh is the villain.
Yeah, he's a Prometheus god, and Yahweh is like Zeus, keeping his creation ignorant, so he can just take care of his garden. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Okay, so
Why do you keep muting my mic?
there are questions about. Well, there are questions about how deep a connection to the biblical story it really has, as opposed to more superficial connection in terms of just the, symbolically rejecting the Abrahamic faith and such. I mean, is there an attempt to derive symbolic meaning from the, particular myths and legends or whatever, religious doctrine, whatever you want to call it, from Christianity regarding Satan, or is it, really at that stop at the level of just signifying the opposition?
But if we accept evolution, I think the Adam and Eve falls from that relevant because death existed before humans existed. So it doesn't really answer, all the things that Genesis Adam and Eve story tries to answer. It tries to answer why people die, why is childbirth painful, why is it difficult, why is there a lot of weeds and stuff and difficult to to farm and things of that nature. I think history and science does a lot better job answering those questions than the Adam and Eve story does.
I think the best response to that would just be that the death implied in the Genesis story only would have applied to animals. Upon the creation of Adam and Eve, who could be said to be the first humans, one could make the argument that their death was not meant to be not meant to be in this brand new creation of rational animals. However, after their fall, they would die just like the other parts of creation. Don't see anything wrong with that position.
So are you suggesting that animals had been living and dying before Adam and Eve fell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now who just answered this? Is this guy?
Epicurus.
That would be me.
Okay, so I hate to do this question.
I'm sorry you cut out there.
I mean, are you a believer in the Bible or Christian or what?
I'm a Catholic.
So I would think that would be a yes.
Uh-huh. But we don't accept but we don't accept this whole common sense face value interpretation of the Bible where everything is pure literalisms.
Yeah, prima scriptura, not sola.
Yeah, exactly. We accept other means of could perhaps that ice cream music turn that off? It's making me a little hungry and interfering in conversation.
I mean, are there any?
So
I mean,
so you
granted,
guys
they don't have.
whatever Catholic sect you're part of, you don't believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
I believe the best way to respond to that is just to be, if someone were to ask you, do you take the library to be literal, how would you respond to that? The fact is,
Some of it is, some of it isn't.
Yes, the Bible likewise is an anthology.
Okay, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Okay, what's that background noise?
That would be Sam.
That's Sam.
Reclan, I share controls with you, so.
Yeah, Sam.
Go to controller.
Background noise, so keep your microphone muted.
Yeah, Reclan, I share controls with you, so you can.
Yeah, well,
step in.
I hope that Sam can just deal with it, and we won't have to kick Sam out.
You can also turn his volume all the way down, which I already did. So.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with that about the Bible. That a lot of it's some of it is literal, some of it's figurative, and some of it might even just be made up.
All right.
But the Christians that I have dealings with, and I should be careful, how I word when I say Christians, because I haven't met all Christians in my life, but the ones that I have run into most of my life have been fundamentalists. So I have a bad habit of saying all Christians when I mean fundamentalists.
It's quite all right. I have to say that.
They have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'd have to say fundamentals leave a bad taste in all our mouths.
Yeah, I used to be one. Unfortunately, to my shame, I used to be one.
It's quite all right.
Catholicism leaves a bad.
But they have a bad habit of interpreting the Bible in such a way where it's literal when they want it to be. It's figured. Now they want it to be something like, again, whatever's convenient for the moment. So that's when I ask these questions, I'm kind of like thinking like them, I'm not like, okay, then if this is what you think, then what the heck is your deal, That's so that's where I go with it.
It's too bad Sam left. I mean, not Sam. Fritz left. You called us both blind through an insult, and then proceeded to go out without hearing any of our explanations.
Oh, Fritz insulted everybody?
Well, he said the blind leading the blind, so I assumed when he was referring to you and myself not being fundamentals, to which Fritz...
In the comment section? I didn't see it.
Oh, yes, in the group chat section.
He was talking, if you look at the chat, Reclan said something like heart, religious, infighting jokes, and it was referring to the conversation about fundamentalists. Let me explain this to you, because the context is important.
Okay.
He said, like, so he made that in reference to, you guys were talking about fundamentalist Christians versus non-fundamentalist Christians. And then Fritz said, pertaining to that, the blind leading the blind, both shall fall into a ditch. So he's saying that he doesn't like either fundamentalist Christianity or non-fundamentalist Christianity.
Well, isn't Fritz a Christian? Isn't Fritz a fundamentalist or something?
Yeah.
So
I
why
think
does
Fritz
he?
is fundamentalist.
And he might have been referring to something different though. I don't know.
Last time I was speaking
Did
to
he
Fritz, last time I was speaking to Fritz in the group chat section, he was accusing Catholicism of being the great whore of Babylon. Very Jack Chick related references. Not to mention the fact that he thought that Catholic
There were describes the whole of Babylon. Now, this derails my point a little bit, but I really did want to touch on this.
Reclan Anderson, adjusted your audio level.
The whore of Babylon in the Bible is actually identified as Jerusalem.
Exactly.
So
Whore of Babylon sounds like a good name.
Hey,
for a
Reclan, you adjusted my audio, did you?
Yes, I did.
I think it's Revelation chapter 8 where it comes right out and calls the great city, the city in which our Lord was crucified.
He did it again.
Who did what?
Come on. You don't need to... Just quiet down. Stop derailing. Gosh.
Well, given that.
Well, anyway, that's been my main issue with fundamentalists is that why is it that they go on the offensive when this is what I have to accept. Wait, what you believe, and we could talk about our differences, but that don't mean that one of us has to say, look, you either believe what I'm believing or you're going to hell or some other horrible thing. That's when I go off. That's why I hate him when he talks and opens his mouth. I really can't stand him. And I saw that hangout the one you had yesterday where he actually came out and started criticizing Nadia, him and another fella, started criticizing Nadia about her lifestyle. Who the hell business is it of theirs?
May I ask a question?
You just did.
Ask another question.
You just did again.
Fuck, there's no way to escape this. All right.
No,
well,
can I ask a couple questions? Yes.
That has nothing to do with this question.
Yes.
Okay. Go on.
So, this is going to be directed at you two, Epicurus, or whatever your name is, and David.
You can call me Epi.
Okay, Epi. So you guys would identify as moderate Christians, I suppose?
I don't cling to any theology, denomination,
Oh, okay.
or anything, because I
gathered from the conversation that you guys were Christians for some reason. I don't know why.
I would lean more towards Christianity. I would, if I were to pick anything, I would say Universalist. I don't know, because I believe everyone's saved.
Right. Okay.
I myself would go with a moderate Catholic.
Okay. Okay. So what is it specifically that you find appealing about Christianity? Like, just generally. You don't have to answer everything that you find appealing. Just like some.
I'd have to say
the joy, love, peace, and comfort that's in heaven and things of God and Jesus, the Holy Spirit, all that comforting part of it. Now we're human, and I'm definitely human, and I'm going to fail most of the time, and when people really get under my skin, like a certain individual, I will freaking go the hell off on them, when I'm pushed enough. Now that's, some people would say, like in the last chat I was in, when me and this individual was going at it, that oh, you're not showing the fruits of the Spirit. Well, no, I really wasn't, and I'm sorry about that. The thing is that one of the things goes, oh, well, you're supposed to be slow to anger. Well, I was slow to anger. I've been dealing with G-Man patiently for 2 years. So that's very slow to anger.
All right.
It took me 2 weeks. I applaud your patience, sir.
Well, I mean, he
man.
never allowed me. He's never allowed me to talk to him because he's always been in control of the conversation, and in some limited degree, he still had control of that one. Because I have no idea how to use mod controls. But he muted me a couple times. I mean, I was just freaking out, right, going off. And really, what set me off the most was when he told me that he started telling me that he knew what God was telling me. That he knew what God is telling another person, which is total bullshit. No, you don't. You don't know.
I'd like to say for myself, the Thomistic tradition is what I find appealing about Catholicism in particular. Although I do have a lot of facets of agreement with the the new theologians in English is what they're called, but they're primarily known as the Nouvelle Théologie in the French.
Right. Okay.
I like the idea that you can go to mass anytime. I like that.
It's a fun one.
I don't agree with venerating Mary. I understand how a person could, but I don't particularly feel the need to do so. I like what's this fella's name here? The one with the beard.
Oh, myself.
Epi. Yeah.
Yes.
How you explain that Mary being the Queen of Heaven was very convincing. I never really considered her that, but after you said that, I could see how, from a human point of view, she would be considered the Queen of Heaven.
Mm-hmm. It's not a claim to divinity, but I like the thing I like about the Orthodox and the Catholic tradition is we have a nice mother figure. I'd have to say that's another appealing thing I find about the particular tradition I subscribe to.
And my whole take on Christian aspects of differences and whatnot is that if you have a certain problem with a certain doctrine, then don't do it. What if everybody else does it? That's their business.
It's a very nice, laissez-faire point of view.
Well, that was Jesus' point of view. He said, "Look,
if
you have a problem with this, then don't do this."
But I would say alternatively that if people are doing things that I think that would depend on what the thing that you have a problem with is and
For example, abortion.
What the problem you have with it would be.
Okay, so like abortion, the abortion issue. It's a very controversial issue. It has been for quite a long time.
Right.
Now, I personally don't like abortion. I think abortion is horrendous. But as a man, I have absolutely no say in what a woman's going to do.
Okay.
Now, if it was, say, a girlfriend or my wife, the girlfriend, then of course you get into the whole fornication thing. But if your wife decides to do it, I would I wouldn't stop her. I wouldn't physically try to stop her or anything. I would be very upset and quite possibly end up being in a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
But she has every right to go do it.
Okay.
That's between her and God.
That leads me to a few things. Number one, if you're saying she has every right to go do it, but then you're also saying alternatively that you would break up with her or divorce her or whatever if she did it, there has to be if you're saying that she has every right to do it and you're gonna break up with her over it, there's kind of a point of conflict there. Now I can understand
I can understand how you're saying that.
I mean, I could definitely understand if it was the abortion made her completely unattractive and therefore you wouldn't be happy in the relationship at all. But if you could deal with it,
I couldn't have a relationship with someone that killed my child.
Okay, all right. Well, that's then I could understand in the sense of her having the right to do it. Then I won't accuse you of being.
Well, it's a bit hypocritical. It is. It's
Well, no, I was just gonna make the point that if you could deal with it, but you're gonna break up with her for it, and that's kind of limiting
Well, I mean, yeah, okay.
Well,
I say could. I didn't say would definitely, but could, probably most likely would. But I mean, there would have to be like, I don't know. It would depend on who we are and how we feel about each other. But it's like it would really be a big colossal problem.
Well, just maybe if I can kind of draw a comparison, most people would also break up with their significant other over a case of adultery. But you do have a right to have a sexual affair with anyone you want. That goes
But
under
there's
freedom
a
of
thing though,
association.
like rights are considered what are called social rules. And if there's a social rule that says you don't have the right to commit adultery, then you don't have the right to commit adultery.
Well,
like you may have the physical ability to commit adultery. The law may not state that there might be no law against it, but there are social rules against it definitely.
Well,
So,
no, all right. Well, let's not equivocate on the word right. Right has a specific ethical context to it. Right, a right is something that's legally recognized and protected as something somebody does have inherently. Rights are seen as an objective, are in the philosophical context seen as kind of an objective thing, or at least a very high legal.
In philosophy, nothing in philosophical lines of thought is subjective. That's like, I guess. Well, I'm not going to make that claim, but I guess what I would say to that though is like I don't like legal, like you were referring to legal stuff. Legal is in the context of social rules. So what I was talking about, legal doesn't necessarily have to imply that a government recognizes it. It just applies to social rules in general.
Mm-hmm. By social rules, do you mean it just applies to by stuff that we consider to be taboos or of a very high order?
Partly. So like things that are permitted socially, so things that wouldn't be socially punished, and things that are socially punished. So say, for instance, and to give like a context of socially punished and not socially punished, things that we would allow people to do without putting what are called social sanctions on them. So like socially, like saying, okay, well, we're going to, cut you from our relationship. We're going to deny you access to the services that we provide, whatever. So that's like social sanctions. So things that we wouldn't put social sanctions on people for, and things that we would. So that's kind of the general.
Do you mean by we? Do you mean as in
like just a social body in general or a society?
Okay, but if we label it like that, then then nobody actually does have freedom of speech, because freedom of speech, well, if it's protected like in the American Constitution. I'm not a Canadian. I'm not an American myself, and I'm not sure if you are. But this is okay. But the Constitution, when it says you have a right to freedom of speech, it just means that the government is not going to sanction or punish you or imprison you for something you say. Now, I know that's not the ideal, as in the American government has jailed reporters in the past, but it doesn't stop me from sanctioning off people who say terrible things. If there is somebody who says that a husband has every right to rape his wife because that's his property, I want nothing to do with that person. Now, I also don't want the government to come in and censor him and punish him for saying that, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to associate with such a character.
Well, I mean, but like I don't like the Constitution. I don't like look to the Constitution as an authority. Like, so okay, the Constitution says that that's what a right is. Well, that's great, but I'm concerned with what rights actually mean within the context of the word. I don't really care what the Constitution is.
I like how George.
Well, are you an American citizen? Wait, so because you are an American citizen, you actually, by being an American citizen, you do hold the Constitution to be an authority, not in more of a social contrarian context. Because if you were to go to court, you would appeal to the Constitution because it would be something both you and the judge would hold as authoritative.
I was talking about authority in the context of this instance. So authority in the context of what rights are. I don't consider that. I think that there's rights have an etymology, and they weren't necessarily established within the English language from the Constitution. Like it's been people have been using that word rights for a long time before the Constitution, even came about. So we can hardly consider it an authority on what rights are. I'm talking about in that specific instance.
So we're not talking in a legal context, then we're talking about rights in a metaethical context, or in
Yes.
context of ethics.
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. Shoot, David's still here. Although because sometimes people can get confused with the meaning of the word, maybe it's best that you and David both agree to a definition of rights before going on to discuss whether or not divorcing someone would constitute a violation of said abortion rights.
Okay. The rights that I'm putting forward again are the metaphysical context of rights. So or not even metaphysical, the rights that people have. So socially, I'm not just talking about legally. I'm talking about in the matter of social rules, like I was talking about before. So.
Did y'all watch the comedy bit, George Carlin, where he talked about rights? I like how he worded it. He said that we don't have rights. That's something people just call it. He said what we have are privileges.
Okay. I mean, I like George Carlin, but you're gonna have to elaborate on that in order for me to be convinced.
Well, the point is, if a right is something that it's just you're just going to be able to do it, and nobody can take it away or punish you for it, and that's just not true. If that's the definition of what a right is, then nobody has those.
I wouldn't say that's a definition.
Property rights are typically regarded as transferable.
Because people, government can take the property.
I would say that rights and privileges in the context of what I'm talking about in social rules are exactly the same thing. It has nothing to do with objective things that nobody can ever take away ever, like objective ability. Well, it is an objective ability, but it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with an ability that no one can ever take away.
Okay, for example, I thought this up. This is what I'd like to do if I ever have a street preacher outside my window, like Kropotkin did in his. He went after a street preacher and sat on him and stuff. I would go get one of those things that you take to a ball game. And it's real loud and it goes, real loud. Nobody can hear nothing except that. Yeah. That's what you do. You go stand like 20 feet or 15 feet away from them when they start doing their thing, and you just push that thing. Every time they open their mouth, you push it. They'll leave. They'll leave.
Right.
No argument. They'll just leave.
Crap, I'll continue my thought when I get my charger. Excuse me.
What is that thing called? It's not a bullhorn. What is it called? I don't know what it's called.
An air horn?
Is that an air horn? Yeah. I want to go buy one. I'm going to find one.
So, how deep is the content of the label Satanist? Is it merely sort of opposition to the, say, Abrahamic faith overall, or is it, kind of like just latching onto Hasatan, his adversary, or is it, more deeply delving into the particular stories, myths, and so on, like the temptation in the desert of Christ, or the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and so on? I mean, is there more content to it than just that overall opposition, or is it?
I mean, I guess I would define Satanism as a philosophical stance that, well, not even just a philosophical, but so the philosophical stance that people should be free to develop their own individuality as they see fit. I was talking about that before, and the using of the devil as a symbol of rebellion against the social norms that flow from the Abrahamic faith.
So sounds like very, very, general opposition as opposed to even, delving into the Hasatan etymology and so on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it centers around that opposition. So where the individual development comes from is the fact that Satanists consider the Abrahamic faith to be, or like so people within this line of thought have considered the Abrahamic faith to be very limiting in terms of individual development. And so, that's kind of centered around the opposition to those things.
Quick question. Would you associate yourself with the Aleister Crowleyan sense of Satanism? No. How would you differ?
I mean, like, I would say no because I don't understand. Like, I don't know. I haven't looked into Crowley a lot. I don't know like his like thing or whatever. So I can't say if I mean, I guess the better answer would be I can't say that I would or would be against it.
Would your would Satanism, as you understand it, have its primary drive in a form of egoism?
I don't know about that. I mean,
I feel like I could define what I mean by egoism. So
yeah.
All right. When I say egoism, I mean, is it a philosophy driven by the internal desires, wants, needs of the individual Satanist, primarily?
I would say in some sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You do know that fundamentalists, what fundamentalists think of Satanists, right?
What did you say?
He asked if you are aware of what fundamentalists will think of Satanists.
The fundamentals of Satanists.
No,
fundamentalists.
No, fundamentalist
Satanists? I don't know what a fundamentalist.
Sorry, I'll specify. He's asking, do you know what fundamentalist Christians think of Satanism? What preconceived notions or ideas they have of you as of
Yeah, I do. I mean, like, and I think most people do. It's generally that kind of idea that Satanists are people like they take the literal interpretation of Satanist. They think that a Satanist is somebody who worships the devil and sacrifices children to the devil or whatever, shit like that you would find in like a horror movie or something. Like that's their view of Satanism generally.
Well, yeah, but it's also a little more than that. They view everyone outside of their particular point of view, belief system, to be in at least in control, under the control or in servitude in some way to Satan, either aware or unaware. But Satanists are like at another level of that. And in fact, even the high ups, the people that kind of run in the church more or less, more running the organization, are actually, they have like double worshiping services in their basement and sacrifice children that were born without the government knowing it, kidnap kids, and then they force them to have babies, and then they sacrifice the babies to. I mean, there's a lot of kooky ideas that they have about this stuff.
Yeah, right.
Have you heard any of that? Have you?
I definitely know that they consider Satanists to be servants of Satan, and anybody outside of their belief system as servants of Satan. I've actually had them say that to me before. So it's kind of like I understand that part. I didn't know the shit about like these kind of conspiratorial baby sacrificing rituals.
Okay, they get this story from because I remember watching a documentary one time where they interviewed this lady. I think maybe she was probably crazy, but anyway, they were interviewing her, and she said that she grew up her whole life, in Satanism. That her parents were Satanists, and she was and she said that they had services to the devil in their basement, and that they sacrificed babies of children that were born to like runaways and stuff, so they won't get like known by doctors, in the system and all that, so they're not in the system, and they were sacrificed in their basement, and then she was forced to drink their blood and stuff like that,
right?
And also have sex with priests, since she was a small child, and so that's where they get a lot of this from. People that come forward like that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know. I know that they base a lot of their ideas of Satanism in the kind of, I guess, the Satanism scare of a while ago, where apparently a bunch of people thought cults were running around and killing and maiming people and doing satanic rituals and stuff like that. I know that's where they get a lot of that.
At the risk of hitching you to Anton LaVey and such, Didn't Zena Shrek publish some kind of description of her childhood being raised by, well, Anton LaVey and so on?
I mean, I don't know because I don't really pay attention to those people. I don't really care about Anton LaVey. I don't care about the figures that are kind of labeled as satanic figures. I mean, Anton LaVey, he was, in a lot of ways, he had ethics that contradicted Satanist ones. And he really wasn't. I don't think he was anything serious. To me, he was basically a troll mixed with some philosophy. I don't think that he's anything to be really taken too seriously. So like I don't really look into those people. I don't really care.
I would actually agree. I would actually completely agree with that. Some people described it as a bastardization of Nietzsche and Ayn Rand, to which it's not entirely wrong, I would say.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Although,
but Anton LaVey started it.
I'd like to hear your take on the alternative stereotype that people have of Satanists. That Satanism is just like for. I have a friend who once commented and said, "Satanists are atheists who didn't feel they pissed their parents off enough when they came out as atheists, or that they're just teenagers who."
That seems like That seems like Are you familiar with the New Atheist movement?
Yes, I am.
That seems like something that they like to say a lot, and the thing is that it's that view is a joke. Like if you actually think that, you don't understand jack shit about Satanism.
Mm-hmm. Wow, you actually gave off a far stronger reaction to that stereotype than you did to the stereotype of the fundamentalist Christian who.
Well, I guess that's because I typically I feel more sympathy for fundamentalist Christians than I do New Atheists, because the fundamentalist Christians, they've typically been indoctrinated their whole lives, but the fucking New Atheists, I mean, they're claiming to be these intellectuals that have broken their indoctrination, and a lot of what they say is complete horse crap. So I don't know. I guess I have more sympathy for those people than I do the New Atheists.
Interesting. Although I can't say I don't share your passion against the New Atheists. Yeah, at least in some regard.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know there was a difference.
I agree with a lot of the points that they make, but their arguments for those points are crap. It puts me into a weird position. I'll sit there and I'll watch one of their videos, and I'll be listening and be like, all right, I agree with the point you're trying to make, but you're making it terribly.
The zeal of the convert kind of gets me about the quote-unquote new ones. Atheism isn't new. They're trying to rebrand things. There's something suspicious going on. Indeed, there's, well, much to be suspicious of. In the meantime, I put the link up to a Vice story where they interviewed Zena Shrek about her upbringing.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I know Vice did some stuff about Satanism. They interviewed this one guy who I believe was part of the Church of Satan, and, he came from, a LaVeyan standpoint. It was interesting.
Benaberry has a question for you in the comments section. It says, and I'll read it for those listening live, is Satanism similar to punk or anarchy?
To what?
Punk or anarchy? I'm reading it verbatim, so the most charitable interpretation maybe does it have a similar attitude as punk or anarchy, where it's mostly anti-authoritarian in nature?
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of respects, I would say it's an anti-authoritarian philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could say that.
All right, cool. Out of curiosity, have you what other philosophical and/or religious traditions did you float around to before coming to Satanism, or was Satanism something you just came into at a young age and are still keeping it up now?
Oddly enough, my family was not religious at all, but because I grew up in a place that was very religious and people were taking religious
like Christianity specifically as like they were speaking about it as something that was kind of objectively true without like that wasn't supposed to be challenged, and I latched onto that, and I was like, all right, this like apparently this is true, so I guess I got to believe it. And so I was a quote unquote I described myself as a Christian when I was a kid, but I really wasn't. I kind of just believed in God and Jesus and stuff. And then like I went through a rebellious phase where I became part of the New Atheist movement, and then I started getting into politics more, and I got into radical left-wing politics, and because of that I started to drift away from the New Atheists a lot because they're very liberal and things like that, and so like I kind of was directed towards Buddhism, and I became a Buddhist for a couple months, and then I became disenfranchised with that, just being an atheist, and then I kind of came around to Satanism and Luciferianism a while ago. So
that's actually a very interesting journey because I was also an atheist. I didn't grow up non-religious. I did recognize myself as a Christian in late junior high, early high school. Then I drifted off into new atheism, and then from late high school to late university, to which I went into Buddhism for a couple of months. And then I actually through some encouragement after my grandfather passing away, tried Christian mysticism in the Eastern Orthodox tradition I grew up with, and slowly came into that. And then after getting introduced to Thomism, becoming a Catholic.
Right.
Yeah. So we have. I like that we have kind of that overlap.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. That's interesting.
Although obviously we've come to two very separate places.
Yeah.
More eventful than, well, basically things never happening in my case. The relationship between the individualism of Satanism and anarchy seems to be, well, there almost apparently seems to be one. And do you feel there is one? Do you feel that there's any depth to it? That there's a relationship between the individualistic doctrines of Satanism and left-leaning anarchism?
They're both anti-authoritarian philosophies. I mean, I'm part of both schools of thought, and there definitely is the similarity in that they are both anti-authoritarian philosophies. So, like, and I think anarchism is the most. I think it's kind of the most, I don't know, consistent with Satanistic principles out of all the political philosophies that I've seen. So, I think there's that, I guess.
Any specific form of anarchism? Such anarcho-communism, or?
I mean, like anarchism. I'm just speaking about anarchism in general.
Okay.
But like, I guess the most consistent with Satanistic principles would be anarchist communism. I identify as that, so
Yeah.
And in that case, would the I suppose economic thought serve to enhance the individual natures and so on?
Well, I mean, so anarchist communism is focused on meeting the needs of the people in society, right? And that seems like, if we look at it, the most consistent with kind of being able to develop your individuality. If you're not having the needs to do so met, then you're not going to be able to develop your individuality, obviously. So I think that those are important. I think in the larger mode of economic organization that we are part of today, people are not able to develop their individuality because it's an economic system based on the exclusion of individual rights and the kind of the trampling on those rights by people who own vast amounts of wealth and property, and people who, through economic systems that kind of force people's participation. So, I guess that's where I stand on that.
Oh, Benaberry has another question in the group chat. Is under your understanding, Satanism, is altruism a good thing or a bad thing?
I would say a good thing.
Okay. I think he's asked that because I brought up the fact that Anton LaVey took from Randian objectivist principles in creating in his satanic philosophy. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Sure. Oh, out of curiosity, how diverse is the ideology of your friends? Do you find yourself in groups of people who tend to think alike, or do you have friends who kind of have these fringe, very different but still fringe positions?
Mostly my friends are either in agreement with me or apathetic. So, yeah. I do have friends that disagree with me.
What?
The objectivism question ends up getting pretty serious. How would you distinguish yourself from objectivists and so on and all this? They have their notion of individuality and
Objectivism is interesting because objectivism comes from the standpoint of what's called philosophical individualism. And so rather than seeking the individual development of all people, it's basically saying, okay, individual people should be left to their own devices without any social support, and thus, and that's, the way things should be. And it's also a form of, I guess, it rejects utilitarian ethics of maximizing happiness. I guess you could say it's a form of deontologism because it focuses on principles rather than utility. And so, it comes from an acceptance of kind of, laissez-faire capitalism, and I reject all of those standpoints.
I myself take an unpopular position myself, although it's only popular in the Canadian American context. I identify myself as a monarchist, but a constitutional one.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas most people see that as very outmoded or dated. I'm pretty sure you yourself will. But
right.
Yeah. Point is, I take a position that many disagree with. Personally, I cope with it by just defending it as best as possible, and hopefully either gaining some headway there or just actually deal with kind of that dissent where people, as soon as hearing your position, will just dismiss it.
I mean, I like engaging in debates with people, so I find myself going back and forth with those types of people. And I basically, I think that the best way to deal with that is to try to, increase people's understanding as much as possible. So engage with those people, but not to the point where it makes you miserable, obviously. So.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you'd be here all day.
Right, yeah.
Someone is wrong on the internet. I can't sleep tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Nadia, can I ask you something if you don't mind me asking a little off topic here?
Ask away.
Okay, now in the last hangout I saw you in, where they were asking you a bunch of personal questions and stuff. Did you say that you were like in between jobs or something?
Yeah.
And that for whatever reason your lifestyle is hindering you in getting a job? Is that what you were saying?
It does, yeah.
That's too bad. I wasn't sure if I was understanding that right.
Is there a standard objection to the word lifestyle? Okay.
You have objection to the word lifestyle? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just into general identity. Moving on, well, when it comes to, I feel like I've had the impression in the past there was sort of the whole right-wing plutocratic quote-unquote libertarian objectivist sort of feel to Satanism, and well, I guess it raises the question you might have more insight into than I, whether there actually is a sort of strain of those who call themselves Satanists who do, I guess, adhere to that kind of thought, or...
Yeah, I mean, the people that call themselves quote-unquote LaVeyan Satanists are usually that from that perspective. I don't really regard those people as Satanists, nor do I regard those people as... and nor do I agree with their political philosophy, obviously. But so, there are people that identify with that. So there's like, oh, I'm a Satanist, and I'm a quote-unquote libertarian, and they vote for...
What are you talking about when you say libertarian?
Well, generally libertarian, like I'm referring to...
Like the Libertarian Party?
Yeah. I don't regard those people as libertarians, like in the actual sense of the word. But that's why I put the quotes around it.
Okay.
I put the quotes there too.
There's a funny joke. Libertarianism is anarchism for rich people.
Yeah, I saw that. I believe I was cruising through Google Images one day and I saw that.
Same here.
Yeah, well, it's frankly flat out plutocracy. I mean.
Yeah, it is. It is. I wouldn't object to that.
Yeah,
that would be interesting. I think it would be interesting to hear the libertarian objection to that, because that seems like something that they can't really, or the quote-unquote libertarian objection, because that seems like something that they probably couldn't wiggle out of.
Maybe there would be. I don't know. I think if I was the libertarian, I'd probably embrace it. Yeah. So what?
Yeah. Bite the bullet. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what they should do because it's being intellectually honest. But.
Yeah, I agree. Although a lot of anarchists do not consider anarcho-capitalism to be an authentic form of anarchism because it supports it still supports the moralization of hierarchies.
I don't consider anarcho-capitalism a part of anarchism, but it's not about hierarchy generally. I don't really like that point. Like I see a lot of ANCOMs running around the debate groups on Facebook being like, oh, well, you guys believe in hierarchy. And it's like, no, that's not really why. I mean, ANCOMs in a lot of senses believe in hierarchies too. We just believe that hierarchies are not self-justifying and need to be replaced with more just social relations if they are not justified. So, it's not about an opposition to hierarchy in all times. It's like an absolutist opposition to hierarchy. It's about an opposition to specific hierarchies and specific kind of social principles, or just principles in general. So, they're in contradiction with anarchism in the sense that, one, they support capitalism, which anarchists reject, and in the sense that, two, they are what they call voluntarists. So they believe that any social relationship is okay as long as you voluntarily enter into that relationship. Anarchists take a different view. Anarchists are anti-authoritarians, and we desire the most autonomous social relations possible. So we don't justify social relations on the basis of them being entered into voluntarily.
I see. All right, that's actually a far better distinction. So both sides would say we disagree with hierarchies insofar as, and anarcho-capitalists would say insofar as that they are implicit as opposed to explicitly volunteering agreeing.
Right.
Whereas the ANCOM goes, we are against hierarchies insofar as we can abolish them. Or
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly the point. Yeah.
Okay, that's actually fairly interesting. I suppose I'm not an anarchist myself, but I suppose the anarcho-mutualism would be the farthest school I would go into, or the one that I would identify the most with.
Mutualism is interesting. It comes from people like Proudhon and things like that. It's not as explicitly anarchist thing. It can be an anarchist thing, but there are people like Tucker who I wouldn't really consider anarchistic, that are mutualists. But generally, it's an interesting philosophy, I think.
I've actually been interested with specific Catholics who have been anarchists myself. Dorothy Day being the most prominent example.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
It's nice. Now we're getting into political philosophy. Although I think we did touch on it right before getting into this discussion on Satanism.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, who's your avatar a picture of, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, there's an artist that does a lot of work on like he does a lot of artwork on, or I don't know if it's a guy. I think it's a guy. But this artist does like a lot of work on on the metal albums that I like. So he does a lot of the artwork for the metal albums that I listen to. And this is one of his pieces of artwork. So, yeah.
Interesting. Well, I'll be taking off now. It was a pleasure getting to know you. I'll add you to my circles if you'll have me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Likewise.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Well, given the name, and frankly, actually, that's a question of itself. I mean, it's the sort of dispute over the name's meaning and significance and so on, taken over, any actual sort of examination of what Satanism is.
Mm. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of extremely maligned. A lot of people who identify as Satanists don't even actually understand what Satanism is. So,
Does it sort of like derail any kind of like discussion over it because of, I guess the term having been appropriated from elsewhere in like Christianity, where they have a different sort of notion, and
Well, I mean, Satanism is nowhere in Christianity. I mean,
yeah, I don't know what the point. Someone was trying to make a point earlier that Satanism flows from Christianity. Like, I don't even.
like the idea of Satan, perhaps, but Satanism is not.
No, Satan as a religious figure was like part of the Abrahamic religions before Christianity was even a thing.
Yeah.
So, it's like I don't understand that how Satanism would flow from Christianity. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, Satanism clearly does not come from Christianity.
Yeah,
but I mean,
it's stupid. Not a good point.
Well, the name clearly has some relationship to it.
Well, yeah, it has a relationship to it.
But whether it comes from it is a different story. So, like, I have like things could have relationships to various other different things, but that doesn't mean they come from those things.
Well, is it in some ways maybe deceptive or inflammatory or and so on to have chosen the name that way, or?
I don't think so.
I mean, one could argue that some element of deceptiveness arises because of the I guess association with devil worship, whatever.
Well, that's their problem with associating Satanism with that, not our problem.
Right, it's not like that's not something that comes from Satanism. That's something that comes from, people not understanding the philosophy correctly.
Mm. Maybe
actually,
different kind of question is also respect to names is has the Levian strand of thought kind of appropriated Satanism as a whole too much?
Yeah.
maybe taking over, or
I think I agree with a lot of the key elements that LeVay puts forward, but there's just too much I disagree with to just say that that's what Satanism is, you know? And it's not what Satanism is.
Right. Yeah.
So are you saying that Satanism has a lot of BS in it, like a lot of Christianity does?
I wouldn't
say people
like,
unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah.
Okay, now, have you ever read any of the accounts of some of these? I guess they're fundamentalists, but people like Mary Kay Baxter, Bill Weiss, who said that they've actually died and gone to hell and come back, and they tell us all about what's going on there.
No.
You know, some of it's pretty entertaining. I don't believe a word of it, but some of it's entertaining. Since we're talking about Satan, I guess I kind of make the leap from that to hell, but because Satan is supposed to be ruling hell, I guess. But anyway, why is it, do you think, that all the accounts of hell are so much more vivid after Dante's Inferno than they were before Dante's Inferno? Just asking an opinion. Just something I was thinking about.
the relevance, but okay.
What's that?
I have to question the relevance.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea, David.
That's just where my brain went. I just like.
Well, I mean, because the concept of hell, I mean, it used to be kind of this, like the concept of hell didn't even used to exist. The concept of it was either you go to heaven or nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how it was in the.
And then it went from that to the concept of hell being more like this purgatory thing, and then it went to it's gonna be the eternal form of torture or whatever.
I can't get hardly any Christians, especially the fundamentalists. I can't get hardly any Christians to admit that the Jews, which is what the Christian faith came out of, because originally the first Christians were Jews, that came out of the Jewish faith, and the Jews have in hell. And not one prophet ever mentioned it.
Yeah.
And the thing is then all of a sudden, like a century or two after Jesus, here's the hell thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm not like an educated person. I've watched documentaries and stuff where they actually show you step by step where the actual beliefs came from.
Right.
They came from the pagans. They came from the people who worship these different gods. I say pagans, but really it's people of the monotheistic and desert deities that they worship in the area. When they were brought over, they were allowed to incorporate some of their beliefs into the new faith, and then that's where we come up with this hell thing.
Right. Yeah.
You can't get them to admit this because they have an invested interest in keeping it going.
Right. Yeah.
Well, what is it? You serpents, you generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of hell? And it's in the words of Christ.
With Jesus, every time Jesus said hell, he was talking about the city dome. Because that's where the unrighteous dead went. The people who were the criminals and all that, they were crucified or killed or put to death, through capital punishment, and then their bodies were thrown into the city dump for sanitation to be burned up. And when Jesus would say stuff like that, because it became a euphemism. It became of the area of the time. It became a euphemism. Don't go to the city dump, even though they didn't really. If you did something bad, you're going to go to the city dump. So it became a saying, more or less, a euphemism. But these dummies think it's literal.
Yeah.
And every single time they always bring up the parable of the rich man and the poor man. I always bring it up. It's like, okay, we know that it's a parable. You even say it's a parable, and then the next breath try to say that it isn't. They say, oh, it's a literal place. It was that one guy that was just on here, Revelation. He says that the parables are literal.
Hold on.
No, that's not what the word parable means.
Don't you believe in universal salvation?
Yeah.
Why is it universal salvation and not universal damnation?
Yeah, I mean,
Because universal
damnation is way more likely for a sadistic god like your own.
Okay, well, universal damnation is bad, isn't it?
Yes. That's
Well,
kind of
not
what it is.
necessarily. It could be considered
So what?
justice for all the sin that's being committed that no one is free of.
But that goes against what I believe God is. So I can't accept that. I can't accept universal damnation. Not without changing the character of God. The being I worship is God, the Holy Spirit.
Well, justice, is it
But
good
that's still because God caused it all. He caused it all. He set the whole thing up. He set the whole thing up so that man would fail and all that, just so that he could torture people for all eternity. No.
That's basically where the story goes.
I couldn't worship a God like that, even if he had all the power. It'd be like I'd rebel the first chance I got. I mean, who wouldn't? That's like living in a country where like you got the rule henchmen, his leaders, the people that enforce everything, going around just raping and killing, and that only is allowed to happen so long before the people rise up. That's just survival. That's just human nature. That's just being self trying to be good and all that, trying to have a good life, trying to have a good existence, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Well, let's try universal annihilationism then.
Universal annihilation. Okay, that is appealing to me, except for the part where it says that that the last thing to be destroyed is death, and if anything says dead, then that can't be true, because death is the last thing that gets destroyed. So nothing can stay dead. Nothing can stay in a non-existent state if once it already existed before, according to that.
Well, in the concept of
so I don't adhere to universal annihilation.
The concept of ordinary annihilationism, right? The salvation is being resurrected, and those who are, I guess, judged unjust or judged sinful or whatever are.
And just annihilate, just cease to exist. That's better than eternal hell.
Right, and then you would have the same kind of argument.
Like I said, it's appealing to me, except for the. Huh?
Yeah, the universal moral imperfection would essentially mandate the annihilation of all. Right?
Yeah, okay, except for the part where God is saying that there's no more death. So it doesn't say no more dying. It says.
Well, you could rationalize that easily by having no more life.
So there's
oh, sorry.
In the end, everybody's going to be happy. Everyone's going to be alive. Everyone's going to be have fulfillment. You, me, everybody. In the end, when it's all said and done, the sucky part is getting from here to there. That's the sucky part. Getting from here
to there. No more death part could be interpreted as meaning, eventually there's no one left. There's human race goes to extinction.
But that's death. That's complete and total death. That's death. No.
But no one's dying.
Everything's dead.
But no one's dying.
Death just simply means to not exist. Death just simply means you existed once, now you don't.
Well, death is the process of dying, right?
So. It's a state. It's a state of being dead. That's how I take it.
Yet, given that's a sort of alternate interpretation. You take death as the process, and then as long as the process no longer occurs, you're satisfied. You can have universal knowledge.
Okay, well, this was my issue. This was my issue with demon this was my issue with G-Man when we were going back and forth with the Bible, trying to anyway. There's a lot of shouting and everything, but is that the Bible is not a thing that you can look at like a science book. Okay, it is an art. The science the Bible is not something to be looked at like absolute 100% factual. You have to read it with an artistic mindset. So you
sure,
can,
but where I was driving at it was, you could have these, sociological interpretations or whatever that would essentially justify, this kind of rebellion against your deity, like you said you would have that, well, in effect, it means something on the order of Satanism, right?
I'm not sure I follow you, Nadia. No.
I was trying to argue that sociological interpretations that you would
Okay, Nadia, there's something you should know about me.
Unworthy of worship and actually worthy of rebellion against would somehow merit Satanism and so on.
This is something you ought to know about me. I'm not highly educated, and some of the stuff you're saying I barely understand. So I'm sorry I'm the kid on the short bus here, but I dropped out of high school when I was in the 10th grade, got a GED, went to the Marine Corps for 4 years, got out, had a year of college, and that didn't work out. So, I mean, I'm not like really, really smart. And a lot of you guys, when you speak, some of the stuff I just don't understand that much. You're using a lot of terminologies and stuff so I'm sorry I'm the kid on the short bus here.
Yeah, no worries. I think you're doing fine. But I mean, you can see how, given various, ideas about salvation or lack thereof, one could regard, your deity as being worthy of rebellion against, right?
Right. If my deity is like cruel and going to kill everyone, like kind of like how it is in the Old Testament, which I have a problem with that concept too. I couldn't worship a God like that. I couldn't worship a God that looks the other way when people are raped and killed and genocide and all that. I think there was something else going on that isn't included in the Bible, but it's hinted about. I mean, I've looked at it and I've seen that there's some things in there that like makes you think, well, I don't think this is God. I think people wrote this and are misrepresenting God in a big way.
Of course, the other conclusion can hold that, and that's part of where maybe you might be able to see some justification for or get some sympathy with Satanism and so on. I mean, you see a particular circumstances.
Well, I'm having difficulty getting around the title. Personally, I'm having difficulty getting around the title. I understand what you're all saying, but I just, for example, if I decided I wanted to convert to Satanism, I don't think I could simply because of the title. I'd have to call it something else. I'd have to have my own version like I do with Christianity and just call it something else, I guess. Because I do believe there's a Satan. I do believe he's the enemy, and I don't think I would be very comfortable claiming his title.
But the only time I think the devil is really described in action in the book of Job as what's effectively a servant of Yahweh, right?
Satan is all the fallen angels are in service to Yahweh, which would really make you question Yahweh.
Well, in Isaiah 45:7, right?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to what's going on here, and I'm really reluctant to share what I personally believe and suspect, because I've tried it before and it really, really upset people.
In Job, the adversary is like a bringer of justice and such, right? Prosecuting attorney of sorts.
Okay, what?
So,
In the book of Job, you're saying the Satan is the hero, or something like that?
well, not a hero, but a figure on the order of a prosecuting attorney, right?
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's Satan exactly. His role is to make mankind out to be his absolute worst, and so that there's no excuse when a person goes before God and tries to defend himself. Then Satan is there like a prosecuting attorney, um, and more or less that's the artistic picture you get. And one of the things was it Revelation, and when G-Man was in that one hangout he had, where they're saying like your deeds are as filthy rags. He wasn't talking about mankind. He was talking about Israel. See, they do that a lot. They do when these fundamentalists get in here and they talk about things, they leave out real important key pieces of information, or they add something to it to slant their conversation towards the way they want it to be slanted. So they're misrepresenting what's actually being said. And they are, in their defense, they are taking an artistic form to it, which they seem to think that they have the only right. No one else does. No one else can take an artistic viewpoint and use the scriptures to support their viewpoint. But they can, but nobody else can.
So, well, in the case of prosecuting attorneys, we're not usually thought of as, horrific figures. Are usually thought as, people who bring about justice and such. And
Prosecuting attorneys bring about justice. Is that what you're saying?
that's how they're usually thought of, I think.
Okay, no, the prosecuting attorneys don't bring about justice. They present one part of the picture, and then the defending attorney brings another part of the picture, and then the judge or the jury decides what's justice. I think that's how it works. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I'm going by what I've seen on TV or watching the news, plus my own experiences in life, say, work. So.
Well, even so, that role isn't innately evil, right? So.
No, see, we're getting really deep. I'm real reluctant to say that Satan is not evil. I'm real reluctant to say that. But Satan is doing what he was ordered to do by God. If you look in the gospel stories where Judas gets possessed by Satan, Jesus actually tells him, "What you do, go do quickly." He told Satan to do what he's going to do, in so many words. In fact, the whole time Jesus was planning this whole move from the beginning. He was planning this entire when he started his ministry, this betrayal and everything. He actually had Judas become part of his inner circle, one of his 12 disciples, for that reason.
Mm.
So there's some dualities that the fundamentalists just don't want to think about. They just don't. And I did think about them. That's why I'm not a fundamentalist anymore.
I guess what I'm trying to circle back toward is, maybe, I don't know, thinking of the Satanists or whatever as evil is not the best idea, even on the basis of, what you think the name's associated with, right?
Well, Satan is, okay, I understand that these individuals, the ones, I don't know who they are, the ones that say that they're Satanists, I understand how they're saying that they're not evil. I understand that. And
it was, well, an argument not from the content of their own belief, but rather that even your own, when discussing Satan is not entirely.
But the character Satan, is that what we're talking about? I thought we were anyway.
Right.
The character Satan, I can't say isn't evil. I can't bring myself to it. He is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the Bible, Satan was portrayed as not an evil person. He was actually portrayed as a rather decent entity. The problem was that he accused God of being wrong. The word Satan, I believe, comes from like a prefix of accuser. And so that's the reason he was cast out of heaven. It wasn't because he was an immoral entity.
Okay, now if we're remembering the story that I think you're going by the book of Isaiah, where it talked about use the king of Tyre to as a substitute for a description of Satan, because apparently, according to the poeticness of the story, Tyre, the king of Tyre, was actually possessed by Satan. Therefore, when you're talking to one, you're talking to the other. Now, Lucifer was the actual entity before the Satan character came about. And Lucifer's name means light bearer.
I know that.
So his job as an anointed cherub was to the beings what was pure and holy. That was his job. That was his function. And it says, until iniquity was found in thee. Well, okay, who found the iniquity and where did it come from? Who found the iniquity was Satan. God didn't find it because God knows everything. God knew it was there as soon as it was there, so he didn't find anything. So Satan is the one that found the iniquity in himself. God is the one who put it there.
Right.
So Lucifer it became prideful because God made him become prideful for the sole purpose of becoming the creature that he is and becoming evil. So the whole thing was set up. The whole thing was set up by, if you want to call him Yahweh, whatever. There was something going on that something as the actual event. If you want to say, oh, this actually did happen, which what the fundamentalists say happened. They say, oh, everything is right, everything is true. So going with that, there's something more at work here. There's something behind the scenes that they don't want to look at, and that is that God actually was being a kind of a dick. You know, from our point
right,
of view.
Yeah.
Being, so he set up this whole drama. The question is, why did he do it, and why is it good? That's the questions we should ask, and you can't ask that.
From my perspective, I don't think that there's a good explanation for him doing those things.
Well, the only able to come up with is that evil has to exist in order for grace to exist. Grace has to exist in order for the bride to exist.
And how is that?
A bride for God is an entire race of beings, and he can't just like poof, there it is. You know, what he
God, he's an all powerful being. Of course, he can poof. There it is.
You know, mundane things. But what he wants, what God wants, is a race of beings that understand the things that he understands as intimately as he does, without actually being him. And the only way to do that is to go through the drama that we're going through.
I don't think that's true. But
well, you don't have to. I mean, like I say, I mean, you don't have to believe anything.
No, like I don't think it doesn't seem true to me that we would have to go through that when we have an omnipotent character presiding over us that just like insert this knowledge into our brains.
Okay, then how else would you know something through experience if you didn't experience it?
But God, well, again, God is an omnipotent being.
The problem with that though is like you're taking God completely out of the equation. The factor that screws up that whole argument is the fact that God is an all-powerful being, and thus he does not rely on earthly constraints to get knowledge.
No, he doesn't rely on it, but he did. He made it happen this way. He wanted it to be this way.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a detriment to him morally.
Well, you have every right to look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you when you start thinking about this stuff. I really don't blame you for coming to the conclusion that you've come to.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But going by, we all have to live our own lives, and we all go by our own experiences and knowledge and information. You know, in spite of what people like G-Man says, you have to go by your own understandings of things. That's just the way we are. Now, I have to go by my experiences, and my experience says that there's something right about this whole thing, and that God has his reasons. He has his reasons. We just don't know what they are yet. I have suspicions. And like I said, I voiced a bit of it, and it wasn't received very well. So, but that's okay.
Okay.
So I really can't blame an atheist or whatever religion you come to conclusions that you come to if you've done it honestly and with your understanding and with your intellect and all that you're capable of doing. So I really don't blame you for reaching those conclusions because that's the information that you had. I really can't pass any fault on you for that, and it's not my place to anyway.
Right.
Well, Axel, we've been covering various kinds of ground about what Satanism is, different kinds of poking and prodding at what kind of actual beliefs are held, and comparing and contrasting between objectivism and well, I guess the Christian notions of what Satanism means and so on.
Okay.
Okay. Absolutely, Gretchen. So another line of questioning might be, well, what does Satanism have over atheism? I mean, what's the distinguishing factor that makes it maybe more worthy of belief in than atheism? Or are the distinguishing factors?
So why did Gretchen leave?
I don't know. I'm guessing probably just busy. But in the meantime, what's better, or I guess what more is there to there than atheism? Or is it orthogonal, or what's sort of relationship, particularly like for someone deciding between, say, just quote-unquote ordinary atheism and Satanism or whatever?
I don't understand the question. What are you asking me?
Why choose Satanism over atheism?
Well, you choose Satanism over atheism because you weigh the evidence that you've experienced and that you've been exposed to in your life.
Satanists themselves might be able to produce more concrete endorsements.
It all depends on what you've lived through and what you know.
Right. So in the meantime, I mean, does the individual content, individualism content of atheism, Satanism, make it a better system than atheism itself, or is it why not derive it from elsewhere and independently of all that, or?
Well, from what little I understand of it, Satanism and atheism were pretty similar.
Is actually a question for the Satanists in the room.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right.
Okay, Kropotkin, may need to get back. Given Axel and Steampunk are a little bit new to the room, not entirely sure where they stand in all this, or either of the two of you Satanists, or?
I wouldn't call myself a Satanist, but I have understood that many of my opinions and ideas about these things apparently coincide with what can be described as Satanism, at least like by what Jake has told me. But I don't call myself a Satanist.
Okay. How about steampunk?
I wouldn't necessarily identify as a Satanist, no. Although Levian Satanism is something I've looked into probably more than most philosophies. Mainly because one of its tenets is to encourage its followers to explore their sexualities. And as far as I see, there aren't many other religions who encourage that sort of thing. But me considering Satanism was probably part of the aftermath of leaving Catholicism, looking at it with some objectivity.
Well, since both of you seem to have declined, why did you decline to take up the mantle of Satanism?
Alex, do you want to go?
Axel, but yeah, I can go. Yeah, I just don't find it necessary to like to identify with like a certain philosophy like that. It doesn't seem necessary to me. Like I don't know, it's difficult to think of just off the top of my head. I definitely have considered calling myself a Satanist, but I don't know, maybe I just don't find the term appealing, I don't know.
Well, you seem to have adopted liberal anarchism, so it's not against labels in general, is it? Or...
What?
You seem to have adopted the label of anarchism, is that right?
Oh yeah,
So...
but I try to separate like political things and other things. I don't know. I don't have great reasoning for this. Partly I just find that if I so I need to kind of like separate things in my head here.
Okay. Well, steampunk. Or were you going to go on?
It's probably best if I don't.
Okay, steampunk. Why would you say you ended up, deciding against Satanism?
Probably because I choose flexibility over concrete values. Since leaving organized religion, I'd tend to, think it's better to not throw in with any kind of philosophy, really, because I think that only makes it more difficult to admit you were wrong if you were at any point find that you had been.
So, neo-pragmatic concern. Okay. Well, kropotkin, now that we've asked why the other two people in the room declined to, or other two, sorry, I guess atheists in the room declined to move on to Satanism. What would you say Satanism has over atheism that would bring someone to it?
I don't think it's a question of one over the other, because Satanists can be atheists. I would consider myself an atheist. It's not they're not contradictory positions. So I don't view it as a question of one over the other.
Well, but to the extent that you take that further step,
okay.
What's compelling about taking that further step?
Well, in a lot of ways, Satanism is not really something that can have a logical or moral proof, because the aspect of using Satan as a symbol of rebellion, I mean, that's more of a subjective preference. It's not like something you can logically say this is what we should do, or morally say, or objectively say this is what we should do. So in that sense, it's kind of like, you you either like it or you don't. But in the sense of like, I definitely do think that we should be striving for the maximum amount of individual development, or the ability for individuals to develop themselves if they see fit. So I mean, like in some ways, Satanism can, has a logical and moral attraction, but in some ways it doesn't. So
Can I just broaden the question and just ask, why are you a Satanist? Like, what's the main reason that you adhere to the philosophy?
I didn't hear that, you were cutting out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right. I was just asking why are you a Satanist?
I guess because I think the moral principle of it makes sense, and I guess I find it attractive to use the imagery that it would have you use. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'd say in terms of maybe the.
You can ask Reclan now because he's back.
Oh, okay, Reclan. We started off with
No.
what does why would one take the further leap from atheism to Satanism, and Steampunk broadened it a little bit more to why are you a Satanist?
Well, I didn't like. It's not just. It's hard to explain. It's like it already meshed with the views I already held. It's not like I changed my views to become a Satanist. It's just it seemed like the thing that best described myself. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay. And in terms of the atheism-Satanism distinction, you have a commentary there. You kind of what was the compelling aspect of Satanism that brought you to take the further step from, say, just atheism to Satanism?
I really don't know.
All right.
It's just a lot more descriptive, I'd say. I mean,
it's a lot more descriptive. Like, it actually posits like positive moral principles instead of just essence of deity.
Not just that, but I mean, it's the individual is really emphasized, and it's just it really meshes well with what I already believed. So it's just a good descriptor. It's not like it just wasn't that big of a leap to start calling myself a Satanist, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, we could challenge kind of what you say is a fundamental moral principle. We could say, the collective, the group and such has ultimate primacy. That they extend the principle of altruism to that. Yeah, it's not the individual that should receive emphasis, but the flourishing of the whole society. Bringing about good in a collective sense, not just for an individual, for a collective nature, not just an individual nature, and so on. How would you sort of mount the defense against that kind of argument? Well, all the Satanists says.
I'll let him go first.
I am unsure as to what you're trying to say. I wasn't understanding what your question is.
Well, there's the antithesis of, the individualistic, aspect of Satanism is the collectivist notion, right?
Okay.
And so, in some ways, Satanism might have a uniquely flavored response to collectivist sort of position or argument, and I was kind of asking what that response might be. Or for that matter, there's a sort of need for fundamentally balancing the individual and collective, for that matter. And you can, go all the way or say...
Yeah, I understand the question now.
Yeah.
I understand the question. So,
Okay.
Reclan, if you don't understand still, he's asking, like, what would your response be to, the individualistic stuff about Satan, or Satanism, sorry. What would your response be if someone said, well, collectivism is balanced, it shouldn't be all focused on, the individual?
Well, I mean, each individual acts in their own best interest always. Or they try to. I mean, they do what they want to do because that's it's just how it works. I mean, I have a different idea of altruism. I mean, if you're trying to help someone because you enjoy helping people, that's still a selfish thing. And in that sense, I see all actions as, in a sense, selfish. Which I think differs from what you believe, actually.
Yeah, I don't take that stance. My rebuttal, I guess, would be the fact that if we're going for a society with the maximum amount of individual autonomy, then that means balancing philosophical individualism with philosophical collectivism. Like, there has to be a balance in order for that to go on. So it's not a point against it. It's actually a point for it to say that we should balance those two.
Yeah.
And then the full collectivism, how would you approach the sort of fully collectivist as opposed to the balanced collectivism?
Were you asking?
Well, either one of you. But...
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't understand, really.
Well, one could argue that instead of having to balance collectivism versus individualism to achieve some sort of best outcome or most virtuous state or set of actions when one undertakes it, you could fully reject the individualistic and say that it all must be collective and so on. And go ahead.
My problem with that is if you're saying that we should go with philosophical collectivism, states that the individual should be completely subjected to the will of the group. That's a complete violation of people's ability to have individual self-development. Which is that's a basic need of human beings, like a psychological need. Like people need the ability to have autonomy in order to have good psychological health. I mean, the response to being dominated is generally psychologically unhealthy, and the response to having liberty is generally psychologically healthy. So, I guess that would be my argument.
I think the kinds of attacks mounted back are revolving around even the possibility or feasibility of autonomy, and I guess I think there's a moral argument as well regarding that one's, there are obligations and duties and so on that they ultimately relate to other people, and they innately sort of would violate the notion of autonomy. So go ahead. I mean, I'm not doing well straw manning them, but
Right.
Try to set up the straw man for you to gun down. Here's my lame attempt. From the atheistic standpoint, is there like uniquely from the Satanistic standpoint, is there kind of a uniquely Satanistic character to the way you'd reply to them, or is it really just a byproduct of the philosophical individualism being a component of it?
So, like, what would be my response to a philosophical collectivist argument? Or and would that response, or like not what it would, like is there a Satanistic response to a philosophical collectivist argument?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I don't think that there's anything inherently Satanistic of a response to it. I think that I think that there is, in the sense that the argument should be made that people should have the maximum amount of individual autonomy if you are a Satanist, but beyond that, I don't think there's any way to deal with it that is inherently Satanistic.
Yeah, it's
where do you feel that Satanism imbues your approaches to these philosophical problems with a unique flavor or point of view? I mean, you could say rattle off
a lot of issues Satanism doesn't directly address, right? So when I'm talking about individualism, I'd say that that's an integral part of Satanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some things are just positions that I hold that are not related to Satanism, and it's hard to separate those in this discussion for me because I've never needed to do that.
Individualism is the one I could immediately name offhand, and I probably should have done better in catching the other ones, the philosophical positions that Satanism holds. I mean, what is it beyond individualism? What is it? Is it an aesthetic, or is there some other topic question, like a mind-body position somewhere, or a theosophy or anything like that? Like, I guess you already said it's not innately atheistic, but go ahead. I mean, when I read like the sort of, what is it, laws of Satanism or whatever from LaVey, which I guess are not the entirely authoritative. What is it?
No.
Commandments of Satanism. Yeah.
I'd say I agree with a lot of it, though.
Well, you have things like do not harm little children, which don't seem to outline a philosophy or philosophical positions per se. Yeah, this if you're guest in your lair and always you treat him cruelly and without mercy, and I guess the question is, what sort of ethics are being endorsed? But mean, for instance, given that kind of 11 satanic rules of the earth or whatever, you know, a situation where someone's to be treated cruelly and without mercy is that we're giving some kind of sense of justice or similar that I would be able to put my finger on just from the statement of the principle that you could maybe name more explicitly. Like trying to get a grasp on, like, you know, what are the philosophical positions entailed or included within atheism, or sorry, Satanism is, you know, pretty, it seems a bit nebulous to me at this point, still, even after, I don't know how long of discussion. More clarity, please.
All right, sorry. I was like, I had to step out for a second. So you're saying you want more clarity with the Satanism stuff?
Well, with the kinds of philosophical positions Satanism entails. Yeah.
Right. I mean, basically, philosophically, Satanism is, again, an anti-authoritarian philosophy. So a philosophy that strives for the most autonomous social relations possible. So whatever form that takes, Satanism, I guess, would approve of. So that's to get down to the specifics. That's the philosophical stance of Satanism and the Satanist. So I maybe that will make it more clear for you in some way.
Yeah, effectively related to anarchism. Or go ahead, Reclan.
Yeah, and the idea of Satan is part of Satanism in the sense that it's a tool. It's not, you know, it's not something that's supposed to be, what's the word? I don't know. It's hard to put into words sometimes.
Like,
well,
would you be trying to say that Satan is not supposed to be viewed as an actual thing? Like
But I think that's been made clear prior to this. But yeah.
I have a tough time settling on, you know, anarchism as being the sole philosophical content. Well, I mean, we already noted that individualism was, you know, a big part of it. Beyond anarchism, I mean, there are collectivist, anarchist strains of thought. But even so, you know, everyone's fixation on the symbol, you know, gives you a definite idea of aesthetics, right? This, I don't know, the grotesque and subversive aesthetics that I mentioned very early on. I mean, there has to be something else that's being carried along with Satanism, and, you know, I hope I can press you to, you know, scour your minds for what else might be involved.
You know, I would consider opposition to Abrahamic religion part of Satanism, but I mean, it's not necessarily. But I mean, I would consider it that way.
I think I've heard that as well. So I'm no expert, obviously.
Maybe we should pursue the aesthetic angle. Just is there a notion of like the grotesque, you know, this thing that's held up as horrible and in some case being made a mascot, just give you sort of thing to latch onto? Then does that apply more generally that, you know, say H.R. Giger or I don't know, horror films and things like that, or regarded as aesthetics within atheism that are worthwhile, meaningful, better in some way? I mean, is there an aesthetic component to Satanism, and if so, what is it? Actually, I think I've heard or seen
Reclan, you need
statements
to
by Anton LaVey.
Reclan, you need to step in when I cannot. Even there.
What? Oh,
You need to step
I was reading something.
in when I'm busy. Come on, man.
I was reading something.
Right. I was trying to press you on whether there is an aesthetic component to Satanism. Like, the symbol itself is already an indication. I think I've heard Anton LaVey make statements of some sort regarding aesthetic qualities. So, I mean, how would you feel it's characterized? I mean, it might be as grotesque and subversive and so on. Go ahead.
So are you asking like
That's
Anton?
not why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know Anton LaVey's position, but I don't see it that way.
Okay, and I don't know. We have two. If Kropotkin cares to comment on whether there's an aesthetic content to Satanism.
Well, it depends on what you mean by aesthetic.
Sorry, I was getting a lot of notifications on Facebook. Anyway, so you're asking like, what is the aesthetic of Satanism?
Yeah, or if it has aesthetic content. What is beauty and so on, according to the Satanists?
Okay. I mean, I don't think that Satanism necessarily has anything to do with those types of points.
Yeah, I mean, some people may say so, but I don't hold that position.
Yeah, me as well.
At this point, I want to go Googling for the statement by LaVey I saw, but...
Well, LaVey's not our pope, I'd like to say.
True, but he's one of the few representatives people can actually latch on to and say, okay, what do Satanists think about this? Got to consult somebody, look up whatever LaVey wrote or said or whatever.
Yeah, I guess.
Nine Satanic sins. Pretentiousness, self-deceit.
Well, I really like the 9 Satanic sins, actually. A lot.
Well, yeah. Okay, the 9th Satanic sin is lack of aesthetics. So, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to guess there is.
Well, I agree with them, but I happen to be of the opinion that they're not like necessities of Satanism, like magic. It's also in the Satanic Bible. There's a lot of stuff in the Satanic Bible that I don't think is necessarily part of Satanism.
But you just said the 9. Hi, Floyd.
Yeah, I said
the 9 Satanic sins.
I agreed with them.
Go ahead.
I agree with
you
them.
agree with them. Yeah. So you agree with number 9, right?
Yes.
Lack of aesthetics is one of the 9 Satanic sins. Okay. So when it comes to lack of aesthetics being something to avoid, well, what's being promoted? What are aesthetics in this?
What is being promoted?
Yeah, I mean the negation essentially is the commandment that arises from this prohibition, right?
Appreciate beauty is what you get from it, right?
I think it's
So,
more than appreciating beauty per se, as when one's acting, you're supposed to carry out some kind of you know, aesthetically making your works, your actions, etc. Well, universally pleasing and harmonious, or whatever, when possible, and otherwise aesthetically reflective of your own nature, right?
so doing everything stylishly is basically what it means. I agree with that, but I don't think it's necessarily part of Satanism.
Yeah, there's like no really like Satanism does not hold to those kinds of things. It's not a part of it.
Yeah,
A Satanist could believe such, but it's
like
not a
the thing.
part.
I like them. I like them a lot. It's just I don't think that they're integral to Satanism.
Okay, so you would actually dispute with Anton LaVey that should be part of Satanism.
Yeah, and I would dispute a lot of Anton LaVey's ideas about Satanism.
Yeah, magic for one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, and well, when digging for other philosophical content to go on about here, yeah, the magic, I suppose, is essentially your naturalists of various sorts, and that's at least compatible with atheism, and then but given that you have examples of Satanists endorsing supernatural affairs, and you would say there's no metaphysical position that's integral to Satanism either.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I mean, there's moral principles. I don't know if those. I mean, I'm pretty sure those are considered metaphysical.
Yeah, well, the meta-ethical position, if there is any, might be a good question. I mean, where is it metaphysical naturalism, or
the ethical part could be covered in like the individual freedom stuff we were talking about before. So.
Oh, right, but is there a statement on like what the ultimate source of it is? Is it bridging the Islot into meta-ethical naturalism or whatever, or is it ideal observer subjectivism, or is it something else, or?
So are you asking like, does it entail objectivism? Does it entail, things like that?
Well, where does it say its own moral positions came from? If
So
it
the
makes any
origins
statement at
of
all.
the origins of the moral principles?
Right.
Well, I mean, the moral principle of Satanism, to me, from what I've seen, has its origins in the oppressive nature of Abrahamic religions and the opposition to that oppressive nature. Put very simply.
Well, if it's that, then classifying it on the usual lines of metaethics is a bit awkward. I'm guessing some kind of subjectivism and pragmatism arise on the scene there. And essentially, one has experience with the Abrahamic ethics that demonstrate that they're flawed or horrific or whatever, and then
Right.
Okay. Is it innately pragmatic? Is it innately adapting to experience with ethical systems to bring about better outcomes and so on?
What do you mean by that?
Well, the neo-pragmatic, I guess, ethical positions are, demonstrated, or sorry, given the basis of the idea is that one should update morals to account for experience and, I don't know, zeitgeist and everything else. So, I mean, is it speak of a flexible system like that? Go ahead.
I guess within that framework, it's similar to all anti-authoritarian philosophies in the fact that it strives for, again, the most kind of free social relations possible. And so I guess the way people adapt that principle would be to try to transform the social relationships of society to meet that principle, and to try to make one's own relationships abide by that principle, which is implied by transforming society's social relationships. So I guess that would be the pragmatic implementation.
Well, pragmatic went a different direction there, but I think you have the implication in there that, you know, the ethics would in fact be adjusted to or be regarded as flexible to serve that goal. So okay, which would confirm pragmatism. It's fun. All right. So I did find something entailed beyond individualism and anarchism. Floyd, do you have any ideas on lines of questioning for Satanists?
Lines of question. Oh, was someone going to speak?
I can't think of any questions.
What are you, Floyd? Are you like religiously?
Atheist.
Oh, okay. I understand. All right. Interesting.
Yeah, and Axel and Steampunk, I think you both qualify as atheists, but maybe I should try to bring you out onto the floor to introduce new lines of questioning as well, if you well have something.
Well, yeah, one thing I'm just interested in, like oh wait, hold on. Oh, that's kind of pointless now. So now the only like who in this hangout are Satanists?
Me, obviously, and I don't know if Reclan is still in here.
No.
Yeah, no.
He's not here now. He might come back.
So, is he a Levian Satanist?
No.
Or is he not? Okay, so we have no Levian Satanists. Okay. I just wanted to know that.
Okay. Levian Satanists are weird.
Well, I guess it raises the question of, you know, what's sort of the landscape or internal landscape of Satanism. I mean, the one I guess everyone can name is Levian, but
like
are there branches or
yeah
names for all this or what?
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of sub categories because it's a very broad ideology, or it's a very broad philosophy and practice. Well, there's theistic and atheistic, which have another bunch of different categories. There's, you know, Satanists that practice black magic. There's Satanists that are part of the Church of Satan. There's all that. There's typically three forms of Satanism, or at least two forms of Satanism, or three. Three is a good thing to say. So typically three. So there's independent Satanists, theistic Satanists, and then there's the Satanists that practice black magic, which are not black magic isn't contradictory to the other two forms of Satanism. So the Satanists that practice black magic, they are, that's obviously self-explanatory. But then the independent Satanists are the Satanists that are not theistic. nor identify with the Church of Satan. And then there's the Satanists that are theistic, which may, they actually have a deity that they call Satan. And then there's another kind that I forgot about. There's also the Satanists that identify with the Church of Satan. So, those are typically all the kinds of Satanism.
So what
Okay.
would you say? Sorry.
Go ahead first.
Okay. So what would you say is the main difference between LaVeyan Satanism and the branch of Satanism you identify with?
There's a lot of differences. I mean, I don't follow the The main one would be I don't follow the Satanic Bible.
Right. Could I give you one of the LaVeyan Satanic Commandments, and I've got it on the screen in front of me now, and you could give me a take on it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If you are on foreign ground, bother no one. If someone bothers you, ask them to stop. If they do not stop, destroy them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, my first issue with that is number one. Bothering people is morally ambiguous. So, for instance, if I was to bother somebody on foreign land, it might be necessary in order to, say, stop a murder from happening or something like that. So the bothering thing is morally ambiguous. Also, then there's the fact of basically that entails, if people are bothering people, if foreigners from other parts of, other lands or whatever, they come over to your side and they start bothering you. The way that he's prescribing to deal with that, is to ask them to stop, and if they don't comply the first time, kill them, basically. And that's obviously, I don't even think I need to go into how ridiculous that is.
Well, if you think there's some ambiguity to the word bother, then surely you'll agree that there's ambiguity to the word destroy also.
Well, I mean, there is ambiguity, but within the context of destroy them, that typically means, kill them or something of that nature.
Well, I've seen what people do with religious texts, so you could probably take the words bother or destroy to mean almost anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to, kind of read into it a lot. But I'm just using, the typical definitions of the terms. So.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say the Satanic Bible necessarily goes by typical terms, at least not in all cases.
It might not be, but I think it's good to hold it to those terms, because if you don't, so for instance, obviously, if we don't correct people on what they say, and, say, okay, this is true and it's not true, then we have, basically, nothing to go on, right? We're incapable of functioning because we can't develop, what is true and what not true. So if some people say, use words incorrectly, I think we should correct them.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. Yes, it's fair to have some standard to go by.
Right, yeah.
What kinds of points of reference are there to just have any way of knowing what Satanism is outside of the Church of Satan?
What'd you say? I didn't hear correctly.
What kinds of points of reference are there? Organizations, books, anything?
Oh, right.
To latch onto outside of the Church of Satan to have any idea of what Satanism is?
Well, I there's a movement within Satanism called Rational Satanism. I guess it could be considered a sub-branch as well. I like that. You should probably check that out. There's the UK Church of Rational Satanism, which seems cool. There's the Temple of Satan that I've heard about. I don't know. I can't put a full judgment on it, but it's worth looking into because I've heard about it, and it actually seemed legitimate. So, those are some things that you could look into.
Okay. Seems to represent mostly a single branch. Is there a variety of organizations or?
Those particular. I mean, I know that the Rational Satanist movement pertains to all branches of Satanism, and then I know that the Church of Rational Satanism, again, pertains to all branches. I don't know about the Temple of Satan, though.
But what were they? Temple of Set and Belima and so on. I've heard of those things.
I've never heard of those.
I think it came about from something to do with Xena Shrek getting some kind of minor foreign publicity.
Yeah, right.
Back in the 80s, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and well, how do you view more like historical cases of things like I suppose where do you think Crowley falls in all this? And
I actually don't know enough about him to speak on that.
like, is it well from that? Is the question arises of is stuff from that time relevant or?
I mean, I said, it's like I said, I don't know too much about that, unfortunately, so I can't speak. So.
Yeah, well, at least to your own, it must not be very relevant because you're not even exposed to it.
Right.
Okay, and well, what's the social consequence of all this? I mean, that's
like
when I press the
what influence have these ideas had on people? Things like that.
Well, partly that, yes, sort of actual impact and things have had, and furthermore, maybe what kinds of I don't know, how do people end up voting when they believe in Satanism? And,
right.
The usual Christian like gay marriage, police, peace, and so on. Go ahead.
The thing about Satanism is that it's very it's not a huge thing. It's never really been a huge thing. It hasn't had these huge social impacts like things like anarchism have, like things like communism have, like things like Christianity even has. It's been mostly an underground thing that many people don't understand for a long time. It has had the social influence, though, of creating a lot of caricatures in people's minds. So like what we were talking about before with, the Christians who believe in, you have certain caricatures of Satanists and all of that. And I think something that's actually worked to the detriment of Satanists is that they haven't actually tried to, beyond the Church of Satan and LaVey, who are pretty much just trolls, they haven't actually tried to get, they haven't tried to go public with their positions. They haven't tried to, make clear what the things that they believe actually stand for. And so, it's been a very underground kind of secretive philosophy and practice. So it's
Hi, John.
Hello. So it's kind of like that. So it doesn't have a huge social impact. But there are things like, and typically when I talk to people who are Satanists, they don't generally seem too different from your typical, atheist, or your typical, so so they're generally not these crazy people or whatever. They just generally are regular people. So, so that's kind of the scale of the social impact of Satanism. It's not something that's huge, and it's more often than not led to Satanism itself being maligned rather than understood.
So, John here is a Christian in the room, and
we
have questions for you. And I also kind of had an observation or whatever. It ends up being something on the order of a modern-day mystery cult, given the misapprehensions or misrepresentations are so prevalent.
Right. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, John, do you have any questions for Satanists? There appears to be one in the room. Kropotkin.
Yeah, me.
And please don't draw parallels between big ears and
Yeah.
transgenderism or whatever. Okay. I don't believe our Christian's commenting, but you're aware of like the mystery cults, right? Just their general sort of concept behind them that they their secrets and whatever are only available to initiates. So, I mean, in a sense, the false picture painted by, I don't know, misrepresentations come about from, I guess, a big reaction to the name.
Well, I'd like to ask him what his what he thinks, like what his general idea of Satanism is before we even go into that.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's responding though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the mystery cult question, I guess, was that, is it essentially a sort of, or does it end up rather being a de facto matter of, being an initiate to actually be aware of the content of Satanism as opposed to, the misconceptions or misrepresentations that are so prevalent.
Right. I would like though to like at least get some interaction on his part so I can know what his personal conceptions of it are, so I can like digress between what is what I shouldn't point out, what I should point out, if there is anything to point out.
Yeah, I don't know of any way to press him into responding. It seems all we can do is wait.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, shall we discuss some general misconceptions of Satanism?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, we could do that to fill the time period, I guess.
I know the popular culture representation of Satanists is someone who'd paint a pentacle on the floor, throw a virgin on it, and sacrifice her to the Prince of Darkness. But so, how would you respond to someone who has that conception of a Satanist in their head?
I mean, I guess it kind of comes from like the myth that Satanists practice black magic or whatever, and some Satanists do, but that doesn't apply to all Satanists. And even within the context of black magic is not like you said, throwing some virgin on a pentagram and sacrificing them to some dark lord or something. It has nothing to do with that, actually. In fact, within the context of black magic, from my understanding, a lot of the people that practice it, they stay away from what they believe to be malicious spirits. So they stay away from that kind of dark, murderous, dangerous side of black magic. They generally don't like it. I think that's how I would respond to that. I think that it's kind of a gross misrepresentation of what it is.
What makes the magic black?
Black magic. I mean, it's kind of I guess it's kind of magic that was looked down upon by the religious religion kind of notion. So like magic that a Christian would not approve of, I guess. In some ways, it's kind of like underground, kind of like taboo magic, I guess you could call it. That'd be the best word for it.
So there's magic that's not taboo with religious people, like with the exception of the obvious magic that's conducted by Jesus.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like they only accept certain forms of magic, and they label those forms of magic that are not within that context, bad and black.
Yeah, but they don't like really call the Jesus and the miracle shed. They don't call that magic.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, sometimes they're completely anti-magic, and sometimes they say, all right, well, some magic is good, but black magic is bad. So, like, it's a confusing and weird thing.
Yeah.
There's a distinction between magic and the power of God for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
And then we also need the distinction with magic and black magic.
Well,
To me, it seems like there's too many distinctions, but okay.
Well, black.
From a certain point of view, one could regard maybe acceptance or indifference to the supernatural, like magic and such, as something harmful, something you could make a moral argument against. Essentially on the basis of its unreality or its potential to deceive people into ways of trying to address their needs and wants in the here and now,
right?
By means that are ineffective. But I mean, is there I don't know, way to respond to that, or
So, like, questioning the morality of black magic.
or otherwise morality of supernaturalism?
Supernaturalism. I mean, I don't defend supernaturalism. I think that that's all kind of crap. So, like, I would even make an argument to Satanists who practice black magic that that stuff is not really. It's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, or well, at least is the failure to condemn it a failing of Satanism overall, or?
Right. I mean, so, like, are you talking about, like, the argument that someone could make that Satanism doesn't condemn such practices, so therefore it is immoral in some way?
In a way, yes. Although I'm approaching it more from the standpoint of, like, the person who thinks that, let's say, New Age woo or something like that is innately harmful, so you have to speak out against it. And basically, if you're not, you're morally obligated to say, speak out against anti-vaxxers and.
I would agree that you would be morally obligated to stand against the kind of belief in magic and that kind of stuff. But as far as criticizing Satanism for its lack of objection, I mean, not all philosophies entail all objection to bad things, and we kind of have to do it that way. We need distinctions so we can actually establish lines of thought. So you can't, like, condemn a philosophy for not opposing X bad thing, because it's kind of like it's not its job to oppose that bad thing. And you can criticize it if the bad thing is entailed, but you can't criticize it if it's just not rejecting it.
Okay, and well, is there a such which the ethical position overall is underspecified by just the individualism and so on? I mean, you need is there an element of just being too loose, not having enough content to it to really provide an ethical framework to live by or to guide people?
I don't know. Like, I don't think that that's true. I think that there is a specific framework that needs to be abided by within the philosophy, and that it's pretty clear on that. It might not be, like, a complex one, but it's a specific one.
if it's, well, okay, if it's specific, where is it specified? That's another question. But,
Right. So again, trying to, like we were talking about before, it comes back to like the maximization of autonomy for individual people, and for well, not just for individual people, but like for the whole of society.
yeah. Yet you can conceive of, say, well, say great autonomy in say horrific situations. Well, or at least maybe suspect that that's the case, or try to derive as the case. And it's autonomy itself. The the only real virtue out there.
I don't think it's the only virtue, but I think it's important at least.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of leads. It comes about from the being too loose. I mean, there's, I think, a need for maybe an additional values to support and endorse beyond just autonomy, like actual, say, positive outcomes.
Mm-hmm. But again, I would like to, like in light of that, there's a point to be made that you can't expect every philosophy to come with the acceptance of everything that's good, because then philosophy itself would be unworkable, because we couldn't we couldn't establish lines of thought and say we couldn't really establish any positions. Like it would just be it just wouldn't work. That's why there's like different philosophies that are set up to propose different theories and propose different things. So I would say that I don't think it's the job of any philosophy to come with the acceptance of every good thing. I wouldn't say that's being too loose. I would say that that's a necessary component of being able to have working philosophical frameworks.
Well, I'll grant that you can only go so far, but I might say there's at least a minimum distance one really has to go to have something ultimately coherent. And I think one of the
That's true, but
I'm grasping at here is
I mean, it's true, but is it really the job of the category of the philosophical stance to do that, or is it the job of people to accumulate philosophical stances that will lead to the best kind of philosophical outcomes possible?
Yeah. Can you have ultimately is individualism enough, or you need to deposit more to the ethics?
I mean, I think you need to have more. I think you definitely need to have more, but I also think that you can't criticize a specific philosophy of Satanism on that. You have to make sure that people implement more ethical principles than that. So so you have to so that's a matter of what people do. It's not a matter of the philosophy, because again, the philosophy has to be confined within certain limits.
Are the limits of what Satanism actually has comments about perhaps a bit small? Maybe it says, well, not that it's saying too little renders it, something of, well, poor philosophically, rather, that, as far as like identifying with it or being something compelling to adhere to, it's being so limited impairs that.
Mm-hmm. Well, but like you would have to make, if you're gonna make that argument, then I think we would have to kind of like
talk about like, okay, so where is the limit on how much a philosophical principle has to hold? Like how much is supposed to involve, and why is that limit legitimate? So we can't just say, oh, maybe it's a bit small. We have to say, okay, well, what is the limit, and why is that limit there?
But you see, it's boxed in, right? It's I guess it's sort of is something adding on to, or enveloping anarchism, individualism, and so on, or not very much else. And then we have all these other cases where it's not, and it's kind of like, well, if it's going to be compelling to add on, it's a very small slice to add on to, say, the anarchism and individualism, right? So, making the leap doesn't seem worth making at all. You might as well leap to something bigger that kind of actually achieves more of a statement.
Could you clarify that a bit? I don't think I understand.
Okay, so you can set boundaries not only sort of externally, what Satanism doesn't entail or have a statement on, right? And internally, what it actually subsumes, and between those two, it looks like a very, very thin shell. It looks like with anarchism and individualism, what's inside of it those two things inside of it take up almost the whole of it, and then what's anything it takes on outside of those two is extremely limited, right? So it's such a thin shell that if you were to consider something beyond anarchism and individualism, it's kind of worth taking on as a philosophical stance. You might not regard it as like worthy of taking on because it's so insignificant.
I still don't think I fully understand.
Okay.
So, what do you mean? Like, are you saying that, because Satanism is not such a complicated philosophy, because it sticks to relatively simple principles, that, it might lead to the rejection of a more complex moral framework?
No, it's basically that it's almost entirely reducible to anarchism and individualism, and after you, or at least you're positing it here, or articulating it to me, so at that point you can kind of say, well, either it's not worth saying anything beyond anarchism or an individualism put together, or I should take on something bigger than Satanism that actually makes a real statement, right? So, and the reason why it's the problem is because it makes Satanism in a way not very compelling.
So are you saying that it's too limited to be compelling? Is that the argument?
Does it have to be compelling?
Yeah, in the ways that it goes beyond anarchism and individualism, it's too limited to be compelling. Yeah.
Does it have to be compelling?
I mean,
my problem with that is, like, again, where are we drawing the line at it being limited? Like, what makes it limited in that sense? So, like, is it because that it doesn't involve all these other, good moral stances? Because, again, the line has to be drawn somewhere. And, you can't again, you can't expect like every philosophical principle to have every good thing you want in there. So where is the limit, and why should we be at that limit?
Okay. Well, why would someone want to be a Satanist beyond just an anarchist and individualist?
Well, the reasons I had, again, it's partly subjective. Like, I don't think Satanism, because it involves using a symbol that is, you can't make an argument for why you should use Satan as a symbol to rebel against Abrahamic religious social norms, because that's a subjective thing. I mean, you could argue that you should rebel against those social norms, but what symbols you wanted to use, that's completely subjective. So, on the philosophical points, yeah, you could argue for them, but there's also there's the point like that which is kind of subjective anyway. So in a lot of ways, I don't think Satanism is something that's supposed to be compelling. I think it's something that is limited to the realm of individual preferences.
Which I guess raises aesthetics somewhat again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to question saying that anarchism is an inherent part of Satanism. By that logic, Anton LaVey definitely wasn't a Satanist.
He wasn't.
Can we really say that, though?
Yes.
Can we really, though?
I think so.
Because he founded a large movement within the philosophy.
It's not within the philosophy, though. I would argue that Anton LaVey's form of Satanism, quote unquote, was completely contradictory and completely separate from the Satanist tradition. So he advocated, say, philosophical individualism, which Satanists reject. He advocated, objectivism, which Satanists reject. So it's not. I don't think that you could count him within the Satanist tradition. I think that that's a misconception.
Wait a minute, you're saying Satanists reject individualism?
No, not in. Well, that you have to put context on what individualism is. Yeah,
Okay.
Satanists advocate for individual rights, but I don't think that they advocate philosophical individualism in the sense that individuals should be completely left up to their own devices. That's what philosophical individualism is about. So, that kind of Ayn Rand, do-it-yourself mentality.
So hold on, is Satanism inherently opposed to philosophical individualism?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And someone who advocates for those things can't be a Satanist by its definition.
I would say so, yeah.
So, are we actually saying that anarchism is an inherent part of Satanism?
I guess I would say that, yeah.
Okay. That is.
Yeah. To clarify, individualist collectivist position. I mean, would you say there is one, and that the position is one of, say, balance between the two concerns?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
I think saying Anton LaVey wasn't a Satanist is veering sort of close to the no true Scotsman fallacy, because he may have disagreed with you on some things. He may have adhered to a different branch of quote Satanism, but I don't think that can ultimately discard him as a Satanist.
I don't think that wasn't my argument, though. I wasn't saying that his branch of Satanism is different, so therefore he's not a Satanist. My argument was that he held specific principles that were contradictory to the Satanist belief system.
Well, yeah, but in some, do you think that he adhered to any satanic philosophical values?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he did to an extent, but it wasn't to a satisfactory extent that I would call him a Satanist. So sure, yeah, he would advocate that, the Abrahamic religions were oppressive in the way that they did not allow individual development, but at the same time, he advocated, things like philosophical individualism, which suppress the ability for individual development because people are not allowed the social support needed for that individual development.
Well, then we're using the word Satanism to mean two different things, because obviously he described himself as a Satanist.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the point of the conversation, right? We're discussing what Satanism is.
So by your definition, it's a set of philosophical values, and one of the essentials of those values
Well,
would be...
no, I wouldn't. That's not my definition.
Sorry. What is your definition?
I would say it's a philosophical stance and a certain practice.
Okay, what are the practices entail?
Practice, again, and I think I've said this before, but whatever. It's like it was probably a long time in the call, so no one probably remembers because this has been going on for a while. But so like the practice would be again using Satan as a symbol of rebellion against Abrahamic against the social norms of Abrahamic religions that are viewed to be oppressive, right? So that would be the practice, and the philosophical beliefs are the opposition to those religions and the kind of belief in individual development.
Right, so LaVey's belief in individual development is what ultimately disqualifies him as a Satanist in your view?
His lack of belief in it, I guess, yeah.
Right.
So, do you feel like you've had a good chance to articulate, your beliefs and so on about Satanism?
Yeah.
What was missing from?
I do think you gave me a good chance to do that. You asked a lot of relevant and good questions. Even the critical questions were good and valid to ask. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to where we can probably just give up on our pursuit of it. Although I have to say, it still feels a bit nebulous to me.
That's okay.
In terms of presenting your beliefs to others, you mentioned earlier that you thought it would be meaningful to say converse with G-Man.
Yeah.
What kind of message about Satanism would you basically deliver in that, or what kind of clarification or?
Well, I mean, that's going to depend on his individual beliefs on it. He's a fundamentalist Christian, so he'd likely think that I'm working for the devil or some shit. And I don't know, so he probably has some really crazy shit about it that I would probably like to point out is crap. But, I would have to know the specific things that he would say before I get into that conversation.
It's actually clarifying or dealing with the misconceptions.
Yeah.
Versus my whole. Okay. Yeah. Do you think? quote-unquote atheist movement, yeah, likewise has preconceptions or misconceptions. Hi, Rencam.
Hello. Yeah, yeah, I mean, like, the new atheist movement, their conceptions of it aren't, like, they're better, but they're not typically good. Like, either it's, like, atheists who think that, like, they're just atheists that use the red guy, or whatever,
Okay.
or
And-
it's, you know, they think that we're LaVeyan Satanists.
Okay.
So,
And Rencam, I'm talking to a Satanist, kropotkin here, and given your ideas and thoughts on the subjects, well, it might be worthwhile for you to take the opportunity to ask anything. Okay, the connection may not have persisted. A lot of technical problems today.
yeah, it was going off the wall for me before, like it was, like, cutting out all the time and shit.
Yeah, it took me about 5 or 6 takes to get in you.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people kept getting booted too.
Took me a few tries to start it up, actually. I had to switch browsers to Chrome, get it started up in Chrome, join back in it from Firefox, and then I think it took a couple tries for that to work, and so on.
Yeah, right.
Well, Rankcam is known for his strident... Oh, welcome, Rankcam. You care to ask a Satanist any questions? There's one here to help clear the air and so on. That connection may have already died too.
That's probably what happened with the other guy's connection, the Christian that joined.
Yeah. Well, is there... Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry.
Is there a group that you feel would be particularly meaningful to reach out to beyond just the Christians and atheists?
I think I covered all the bases with that. So no, so yeah, I think I'm good with that.
Okay, and well, where do you see the future of Satanism?
Oh God, that is the question.
I don't know, that shit is really hard to predict. Like, with the global conflicts and paradigms that we have today, it's, like, really hard to predict where things are gonna go. So I can't give a definitive answer. What I hope will happen is that, you know, it at least gets the credit that it deserves, and it doesn't keep getting strawmanned all the time, or straw-personed, to use a better term. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's all I hope for. I don't know where it's going to go. But yeah, so, yeah.
Well, we can try small talk in the hopes that Randcam returns, or
Yeah.
otherwise,
Whatever you would like to do.
I usually just keep the clock running until 8 hours runs out.
Yeah.
Jabbering about whatever. I can open it up to well,
Kind of
the
like,
entire world.
kind of
Go
like
ahead.
what we do on, kind of like what we do on Aspen's Hangouts.
Yeah.
Except we kind of talk about nothing. Like, we go from, like, political topics to, like, really silly crap. So, like, it's weird.
How long have we been going so far?
I think a few hours.
Yeah, we
5
have
or 6.
Yeah.
a few hours.
Let me see. I don't think I can tell from the YouTube video because it truncates time at 4 hours. 322. So it's just under 4 hours, but that's kind of like the limit where things break down, so not a good way to tell. I haven't got the 1 hour warning yet, so we haven't gone 7 yet.
Okay.
I vaguely remember it's afternoon, so I think 4 hours might be accurate. Oh, you said G-Man what?
Yeah. Well, I was just saying G-Man's not likely going to come in.
I contacted him on Skype, but he doesn't seem to be responding.
Skype.
What are the
What
what
is
are
this
the
Skype?
odds? Sorry.
No, that's okay. You can go. You can go first. I just
Yeah,
had a question.
Okay. I was just asking, what are the odds of G-Man coming in to talk to a Satanist?
Actually not that bad.
Yeah, he probably would do it. One of my friends gave me a link to one of his hangouts once, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna join. And then he's like, he put an 18 plus limit on it, and I'm 16, and I'm like, oh, I was like so disappointed.
Yeah, I sent him kind of a refresh message on Skype. It's probably about 8:30 his time, so he may have free time, but maybe not.
What is his name on Skype? I'll look him up.
Oh, well, not sure he wants it passed around, so.
All right.
Yeah, I'll try True Empiricism and a few others too. I think Redcam was one that I passed around on Skype too. Jason Burns is going to be asleep at 3:30 a.m. So. I definitely have sort of, I don't know, I don't think it's really so far from, you know, things I would personally hold to. The practice of the symbol, definitely where I depart, but
yeah.
I'd not say I'm 100% anarchist either, so.
Right, yeah.
Question with that. Yeah. By and large, I don't really think it's as far out as, well, how subversive the symbol is, tries to portray it to be to begin with, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's maybe some kind of potential for, you know, aesthetic content or leaning of subversiveness for its own sake that I don't really take to either.
But. Right.
I don't know. I really did latch on to LaVey's Ninth Sin or Ninth Satanic Sin, whatever.
Really?
As far as like one of my conceptions of what Satan is.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that he writes could be considered like common sense things. So, like, you know, I wouldn't come down on him too hard. I just don't adhere to his like whole book. I mean, like the sins, I think, are okay for the large part.
Yeah. That's also where Reclan, I think, said he found, I don't know, LaVey's works for you best, or...
Right, yeah.
I don't know. If there's maybe a single guiding principle, T.S. Eliot's, there is no method but to be very intelligent.
Yeah.
One I might hold to.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
In a way, it's kind of like self-refuting or whatever, but, you know, or from a stringent logical standpoint or whatever, but, you know, give you an idea, you know, some kind of overarching principles is, well, if not impossible, then undesirable, whatever is. I think meaningful. I don't know. Somebody might say it's postmodernist, but
Right.
I don't really hold on to that either. Definitely valuable stuff going around. I mean, I guess the admonition against meta narratives is rather compelling. I think. I tried to attack that with something on the order of nothing ever happens for just one reason.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's usually. Yeah. I mean, there's always a actually pretty long set of reasons for why things happen, and those are all interlinked. It's actually kind of interesting. I think it's like people, they don't necessarily realize that the reason things happen like that, like the causal links between things, those are all interlocked. And so that's where you get kind of the principle that you see in like the time travel movies, where it's like you kill a butterfly in the past, then like the friggin' Third Reich arises in the future or something. Like that's where that comes from.
Change the presidential election. I think a Ray Bradbury story.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything is interlinked. Everything has a causal effect on everything else. So,
A Sound of Thunder, I think. Yeah. Okay. Begins in the future. Time machines invented. Very temperamental. Hunter goes to guide his safari, kills Tyrannosaurus Rex. Party departs. They talk about the recent presidential elections, in which a fascist candidate just got defeated by a moderate Keith. Okay. As soon as it's over, the hunting trip's over. Travis finds Eccles, sees his muddy boots. And he fell off the path. And then, okay, so looking through the mud on his boots, Eccles finds a crushed butterfly, whose death was apparently the cause of many changes. He frantically pleads with Travis to take him back to the past to undo the damage. Travis raises his gun. There's a sound of thunder. Okay. Yeah, and the fascist candidate won the election because the butterfly got being stepped on. Yeah. Okay, Sound of Thunder. That's it. Ray Bradbury. Oh yeah, I forgot to grab the link. It's probably actually out there. Not quite 35 years, but its copyright expires pretty soon here. Do you have any Q&A? No. Yeah. Okay, they're called the 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth. Yeah, I don't know, causal interlocking, I feel isn't the only thing there. I think it's... Oh, hi, Tony. I think one of the essential characters of it all is like kind of single factors people think are so I don't know, causally critical or whatever. Often underdetermined.
Not hearing nothing.
And we're here, Tony. You hear us now? Okay. Did you hear us? We heard you. I believe Tony's a Christian and could in principle have questions. Oh, actually, given the subversive aesthetic and all, what is the Satanist
Okay, I'm hearing you
view of
now.
Halloween?
There you go.
Oh, you hear us now?
Yeah, finally.
Okay. Well, if I can delay you, you're reaching the floor for just a moment. What is the Satanist view on Halloween?
I like it. I think it's cool. I like the I'm like a stereotypical Satanist. I like monsters and ghosts and that kind of stuff. So I like Halloween a lot. It's one of my favorite holidays.
So, do you consider them real? As in some sort of tangible, coherent being?
Do I consider what?
Well, you said you like the idea of ghosts and spirits and all that sort
No,
of
I
stuff.
don't think those are real. I just like art and art centered around them. So horror movies and things like that.
So you probably like Walking Dead, the TV show
What'd you
Walking
say?
Dead. You probably
No,
like Walking Dead, the TV show.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I watched it one time with my friend and I found it kind of boring. But
Oh,
the
really?
zombies were cool. The zombies were cool.
It is
Yeah,
not boring, and you should be killed by
I
flies.
I find the graphics in it shocking, but I like the idea of what people do at their precipice. When they're put at their very limits.
Right.
I like the idea of seeing someone's idea of what happens there.
Right.
Although my Christian friends, most of them would consider me very dark for watching it. Most of my Christian friends would just call it a very dark movie, just because of the I mean, it's quite pretty graphic television show for what's out there. So are we talking right now? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just for the occasion, I'll put a link to a video for Every Day It's Halloween by Ministry. Hi Gretchen, welcome back. We were discussing the Satanist view of Halloween, and it appears Satanists thoroughly approve.
So let me ask y'all a question. I just left Pal Talk, and a Christian friend of mine was having a discussion with an atheist or an evolutionist, right? Now, what I'm about to tell you isn't necessarily about evolution. It's about how people talk sometimes, right? How they some people use words to evade to another point. And well, basically, he was asking the one guy said that there was no direction to evolution, right? But my Christian friend asked him, well, why does an evolutionist use terms like natural selection? Like the word selection implies a direction, right? That it needs to go, right? Almost an amount of them. Hello?
I don't see how the word selection in this scenario necessarily implies that it has to be like a set course that is moving along.
But you don't see evolution as needing to go in a particular direction?
No, I see it as going no. Short answer, no, I don't. Not in a specific particular direction.
It just picks a particular environment. Basically, well, I have fair knowledge of what evolution is, although I disagree with it adamantly. But I my understanding of just on the natural selection part of it is basically a mutation happens. If that mutation it helps the animal move forward in the environment that he's in, then it's a good mutation. If that mutation
in the survival of the animal, then
Right.
it's probably a mutation that will continue on in that animal's genes, since it will be able to reproduce. So it will become a more common trend within that particular species.
Right. So it needs to move. That's in that particular instance, it's a moving forward instance.
Right, but it's not like a set out direction that it has to take.
Yeah, calling it forward is kind of, ascribing a teleology that's absent, right?
Like a turtle, if a turtle was evolved without a shell, then there's less chance to survive on the land, so on and so forth.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to take a particular course. It just happens.
Is that a
it is something that happens to work, and then that is something that sticks because of genetics.
So and those rules, keeping those rules in mind, it's quite different than ID. The theory, we're talking about theories again, intelligent design. It's quite different than how you even falsify either one of them. ID, you'd have to be omniscient to falsify it. In other words, you'd have to know what an all-knowing being would see as a good design, whereas
Which
us,
from our purposes is unfalsifiable.
say again.
Which, like,
it's unfalsifiable. So you have to look for inferences, or you have to get into ideas like talking about irreducible complexity. Can you find something that's so small or so complex, but it can't be reduced and be useful still?
Okay, where are you going with this?
Just talking. All sorts of different directions. Wherever it leads me, man. All sorts of different directions.
Yeah, I mean, there are obvious differences to the ideas.
But I'm kind of pointing out that, whereas with evolution and falsifying it, you have to look at it differently than you would ID. In other words, you might not even use the falsification method to disprove it. It might not be falsifiable. You're completely correct, but that doesn't necessarily prove it false. Just like you can't falsify gravity. Gravity could be magnetic.
And
you can falsify gravity.
That's like completely. That's like that analogy is completely unfounded. So. Gravity is something that we've observed through kind of the process of falsification. So the idea that it's falsifiable.
What would be a falsification test for gravity?
Well, the falsification process was so looking at conditions in reality and observing gravity,
Do you know what it means to falsify something? You propose it. You propose a test.
Know what it means.
We're no
right?
physicists, I think, any of us.
But you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Look up. Let's do it. Hey, let's do a look up real quick.
Definitely are ways to falsify, like, gravity.
The falsification tests are essentially statistical tests with respect to like the errors on predicted trajectories, and also things like force and velocity measurements. So one can view the acceleration with the Earth and so on as something created by gravity, given the mass of the Earth, mass of the object, and the I suppose the height from the center, or gravicenter rather, and gravitational constant, right? And you can likewise carry out planetary trajectory extrapolations and observe the error to be within bounds in regards to either confirming or outside those bounds that it would be considered disconfirming. In the case of qualitative analysis, one would have several confirming and disconfirming factors. Like in the case of strictly Newtonian gravity, say the orbit of Mercury would be effectively elliptical, barring the perturbations that arise from other planetary bodies. Yet that's not observed, so Newtonian gravity is disconfirmed by that qualitative behavior. Rather, what's observed is a Keplerian rosette, the perihelion precesses, and so it moves in an elliptic-like orbit with the basically the far ends of the ellipses, or a different angle around the sun every time. And Einstein's general relativity produced a Kepler body problem solution in terms of Jacobian elliptic functions that actually reproduced that qualitative behavior, and that was regarded as confirming general relativity. So,
here's my point, though: is I mean that's a lot of words. I'm not sure that you know what they mean, though. Saying something's false.
All right, ask me any, and I will clarify for you.
Can I finish, please? I mean, we don't want to get into a big old long, drawn-out speech thing here. So what I'm saying to you is, let's say if gravity could be possibly another type of magnetics, but it doesn't react against metals, or it reacts against a broader range of things, or maybe it's not reacts against any kind of metal, because metals are virtually everywhere. There might not be gravity at all. You see my point?
Yes, non-metallic bodies such as comets are routinely observed to be influenced by gravity and conform to the predictions that would be metallic bodies. So.
Oh, but wait a minute, I'm confused, Nadia. Pardon me for butting in there. I'm just trying to keep up a little bit. But
I should also point out the sun itself is not metallic. Go ahead.
But no, I was just going to say, well, electromagnetism is not the same thing as gravity. So we're talking apples and oranges here if we're talking about something being metallic and not metallic and being affected by gravity. They're not the same force at all.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused. So maybe clarify me if I misunderstood something here.
The gas giant planets are not metallic.
But what I'm trying to get is I'm trying to get someone to spell out a falsification method for gravity.
Just did.
How would you falsify gravity?
Just
I did.
No, you didn't.
Qualitative.
Yes,
I had aligned qualitative and quantitative predictions of trajectories, right? So in the case of the precession of the perihelion of Mercury, we had an instance of a disconfirming piece of evidence for Newtonian gravitation and a confirming piece of evidence for Einsteinian general relativity. In the case of say planetary bodies, we can of course produce predictions of trajectories that we can confirm within error tolerances that essentially prove that the theories are faithful to a large enough degree to be considered worthwhile. So
Carlton, do you want to give it a shot?
I'm sorry, give what a shot? I'm sorry, who was that?
Falsify gravity. If you can give me a minute, 2 minute, 30-second, what a test that would falsify gravity.
I'm sorry, you can produce 95% confidence intervals for the trajectories.
Well, I think, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a physicist, okay, so let me start there. Secondly, I guess if I just had to wing one here, I think pretty much similar to what I think Nadia just said. I think, for example, if I have some mathematics that says, that when I shoot a bullet, at a particular speed from a particular height, it produces a particular arc when it reaches, when it reaches the ground. If I can repeat experiments like that, and I can develop a theory that says, well, I think this is, for example, because space-time is being bent by the mass of the Earth, then I should be able, with that mathematics, I should be able then to go to the Moon, for example, and say, well, I can estimate, or I know what the mass of the Moon is, and if there's no other nearby bodies, I should be able to predict then, if my theory is right, that the mass of an object is sorry, I'm lost for the word here, is distorting space-time, then I should be able to go to a different body like the Moon and say, okay, what has less of a mass than the Earth? So then, if my theory is right, it should distort space-time X amount. Therefore, if I shoot the same bullet on the Moon at the same velocity, maybe taking into account the fact that the atmosphere is thinner, I should be able to predict how far that bullet will travel and where it will land and what kind of an arc it will produce. Now, if it produces an arc substantially different than what my prediction, what my model shows, my understanding of how gravity works would seem to be flawed, or at least called into question at that point, and you probably go back to the drawing board. Now, if it's confirmed, again, it doesn't, like anything in science, it doesn't necessarily prove anything 100%, but it becomes more reasonable to think that I have the correct answer, and the more that I can produce similar tests or similar experiments in different around different bodies and different masses, the more often I get the correct answer, the more confidence I should have that my theory of gravity is an accurate one.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to go about doing it. Yeah, I can appreciate that answer. Yeah, I can accept that one for sure.
Literally the same.
Nadia, for the sake of using a bunch of big terms, I mean, generally, I imagine some of the room knows what you're saying. And I know what some of the words you're saying, but in general, the whole room doesn't know that. I guarantee you, the whole room doesn't know half of what you're saying, so it's kind of pointless.
Sorry.
Well,
I object. I was accurate, and I did not use.
I'm sorry.
language.
I want to, for whatever, I do sometimes have to ask Nadia to either slow down or explain some of her words, because sometimes it is difficult for me, depending on the words she uses, to follow. But I don't think that is necessarily something that should be, Nadia should be blamed for. I mean, she has a better vocabulary than I do in terms of these things. She works, with a different level of vocabulary, and I think that's okay. I've never found Nadia. I never found her to object to explaining something more if somebody doesn't understand what she said. So
could I ask, like, say something? I'm lost. Could I say that I don't really think the specific experiments we're talking about matter. I think what matters is like the principle behind what we're saying. A theory or a hypothesis should be able to make some predictions based on them. And we should then be able to test said predictions to see if they conform to our expectations, and if they don't, if the results don't, then the theory has been falsified, the hypothesis has been falsified. I think that was fairly clear from what both of you have said.
Yeah, I think we're both saying the same thing.
Something that I'd like to say on the topic is that, in comparison of gravity to God, to be falsifiable, a theory has to be able to be tested, obviously. The problem with comparing gravity to God is that gravity is obviously testable, because we've tested that theory using physics, and we've come up with the fact that it exists. While God cannot be testable. It's an untestable theory. That's why it's unfalsifiable.
Well, it's not. I want to. Can I defend God for a second, too?
Yeah, please.
I'm an atheist, but I'll still let me. I think in theory God could be testable if there was some consistency in God's behavior that we could rely upon. Then I think we could, at least in theory, produce some type of an experiment to validate his existence or his participation. So, for example, right? For example, if we could rest assured that any time that a Christian prayed to God and asked God for X, if we could be assured that God would always do that in response to that prayer, then I think we could set up an experiment to validate whether in fact that happened or not. I think the problem that we have when we talk about God is that we don't have anything consistent against which we can formulate an experiment. In terms of prayer, clearly, as G-Man even will say, sometimes God does it, sometimes God doesn't do it, sometimes God says I'll do it later, and so we don't really have any kind of consistent behavior that we can test, because anytime that we pray and we don't get what we ask for, we really don't know how to attribute that non-answer. We don't know what that means.
It's kind of one of those situations, Carlton, that we're like, we think we know the right answer that we should get. That's really what it boils down to.
Well, it's not that we know the right answer. I'm not trying to say it in terms of that there's a right or a wrong. I'm just trying to say it in terms of if God is not consistent, if there's nothing that I can consistently test, then so like gravity, right? Based on gravity, I know that gravity should always, 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 behave in the same way. I should be able to go to any body, and I should be able to see a similar effect. I'm going to shoot a gun and something's going to happen to that bullet. The problem that I have with God is that there is no guarantee that He's going to do any particular thing, right, wrong, or indifferent, doesn't matter. But there's no guarantee that He's going to behave the same way from one experiment to the next. So when an experiment deviates, when the second one deviates from the first in terms of the response, I have no idea what that means. It gives me no new information. Does that mean my idea that God isn't there is wrong? Does that just mean that God is, going to do it tomorrow instead of today? Does that mean that he decided he was not going to play the game today with us? I have no way of getting any information from my experiment.
Yeah, you have to read.
I would like
even another person's mind.
I want to be able to say something about that. I guess I will be put in the position of defending God at this point. You say that the theory is not testable because there's no set way that God is supposed to behave. All right. So I understand that, but there is the thing that if being sporadic in behavior, first of all, is a set behavior, right? So it's a set way that we can expect God to behave. So we can expect Him to be very patchy in how He answers prayers by those experiments. Now, if we're just going off of if we take away from the fact of the Christian God, the reason why I was saying that God was, unfalsifiable is because you can't really put into motion a scientific experiment that shows whether or not an all-powerful, omnipotent being that's an all-knowing, all-powerful, ever-present being. You can't really put into motion a scientific experiment that falsifies doesn't falsify that. It's simply untestable. So that's what I was saying. But I wouldn't say that God, not having or being sporadic in behavior is a way to show that it's unfalsifiable.
Well, the problem with being sporadic isn't that you're sporadic. Okay, I understand kind of what you said there. That is God's behavioral pattern, if you will. The problem is that pattern is identical to random chance. I have no way to distinguish a random answer from an answer that a being gives me that is sporadic or is itself random. So there's no way to make any kind of a determination there, because I'm going to see the same thing regardless, right? So this is the Einstein experiment, right? We're both in a car and we're on a highway and I look out my window and it looks like you're passing me. But how do I know if you're passing me or if I'm slowing down? Well, optically, by looking, there is no way to tell the difference, because it would look the same regardless of which one was happening. So I think that's the problem. If God is random and He's not going to play the game or not guaranteed to play the game, then I can get no meaning from anything that I.
Well, I think you can though, because you can make the observation. You can make the observation.
Jake, you can't know whether or not there is a God behind the actions, because they can just as
well, I mean that's like a different discussion though. The discussion is about specifically. Okay, we're assuming that there is
that still means that God is unfalsifiable, because there's no way to discern His actions from what we just expect to happen if He didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, but like the point of the conversation with me and what is your name, sir? I don't know what your name is.
Carlton? Me? Carlton.
Oh yeah, Carlton. The thing me and Carlton were discussing was, assuming that he did exist, is there a way to, given his sporadic behavior, discern whether he, exists or not? So is it testable given the sporadic behavior? And like what I would say to that effect is whether the behavior is sporadic or not, we still have an observation about his behavior to test against. So we still have the fact that, all right, his behavior is sporadic. We can still test against that. So that's still.
I don't understand that. Explain that to me. Can you give me an example? How would you go about doing that?
Right. So if like the very process of determining whether his behavior is sporadic is a process of testing the theory.
Well, okay, but I think we need to back up one step, if you'll permit me. I think before we start testing whether he's sporadic, what we really need to test first of all is, does he exist? That's really what we're shooting for. So, what kind of a test could you envision that would identify that the fact that God either exists or doesn't exist?
I don't think that there is one.
Okay, fine. Okay.
It might not be. I think the point is in the end, with the Christian God test, is not going to be any one thing that you can do to verify it. It's going to be a string of tests. Basically doing this, doing that. Basically living a life before you're ever going to get any kind of real conclusion. You're not going to know for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, until you get a bold-faced miracle in your face, or you pass on through death. That's really the only true way that in the end you're going to find out. Whereas
you might find that.
Excuse me?
I don't mind that answer. I mean, I think that's not an unreasonable answer, although I would question whether, at least most Christians that I know, it seems to me, and I don't want to be accusatory here, but it seems to me that there is a bit of sort of a favorite playing, and by that I simply mean that, when God does do something that they have asked or wished or hoped for or prayed for or whatever, they immediately recognize this as substantiating the idea that God is there. But when they don't get what they're looking for, that doesn't seem to carry equal weight that he's not there. It seems that is then sort of just dismissed or put to the side, and we keep waiting to accumulate, sort of what you said, over a lifetime we sort of accumulate positive results, but we don't put them on the scale with the equal number of non-positive results that we get.
Hey, Carlton,
Yeah.
You know why? All right, let me tell you the difference between how an atheist looks at things and how a honest-to-goodness, faithful Christian. You understand what faith means, right? We have a hope that things are going to be true.
Yep.
But my assumption is this: I'm going to make the assumption that my Christian God does exist.
Okay.
And when something comes along and proves him beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's not, then I'll think the other way. Whereas an atheist position, which I'll state all the time, is that you're not going to assume he exists until you're proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Two opposite views.
I think I can agree with you. I see that. I think the problem that I have with that, even if I take it out of the realm of religion entirely, is that approach simply just doesn't work on any normal scale. In other words, if I were to take that approach, if I were to take the approach that I should believe in anything and everything until such time as it's disproven.
Carlton, what do you call normal?
No, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
What do you call normal? I mean, you're assuming your position is completely normal, but
No. When I said normal, I think all I'm talking about is I'm saying just for the moment I'm just talking about mundane things. I'm not talking about spiritual, religious things at the moment.
I'm saying, hey, if we define normal by sheer numbers, then the vast majority of the world are theists, believe in some sort of God.
I don't think that's the point
small
of the conversation.
portion of the world is atheist.
What's normal is what we experience. People aren't experiencing miracles or anything that's in the Bible. What's normal is what we actually experience.
But I guess what I'm trying to say, though, I may be missing my point here. Maybe I didn't say it well. I think what I'm trying to get at here is that if I took this faith-based approach of belief first until proven otherwise, okay, And if I were to apply that in my daily life to everything around me, I would be compelled to believe in anything and everything I could imagine until.
Well, no, just in
Wait,
God.
let me finish.
Just in God, not
But let me-
necessarily all the
Why
the
do you
things
have
that you
like
test.
why is
okay.
it a special standard for God?
Well, that would be my next question then. Why should we abandon a methodology?
Well, nothing else. Hey, nothing else in the realm that we can think of besides God can anywhere meet anybody's ultimate authority. Nothing.
Well, hang on.
Everything else is less than the ultimate
But that's
authority.
okay.
God can fit that description. That's
I
why.
don't think that matters.
Let
though.
me answer my question. Please, let me ask my question. My question is simply this: If why should I, as an atheist, okay, let's just say that, or as a non-believer, why should I abandon a methodology which seems to work for everything else in my life, and that being that somebody needs to demonstrate something before I really accept it as fact if it's important. Okay, why should I take that flow which works for everything else, and then when I come to the question of God, why should I be forced to abandon that and adopt a new perspective or a new methodology that's untried and which actually doesn't seem to work anywhere else in my life, and assume that is going to get me to the correct answer, more likely so than a methodology which seems to work everywhere else?
Okay, I answered that. I'm saying to you that no other thing in your life can meet properly the ultimate authority in your life. Nothing else that you can think of that you can test, prove, check out, look into meets the ultimate authority in your life.
That has nothing to do with the question that he asked
But wait a
whatsoever.
minute, I don't quite understand
That's why you take him upon faith until proven otherwise.
Well, but wait a minute. But it sounds to me, unless I'm misunderstanding you, but what it sounds like we're saying though here is you are presuming the very thing that we're trying to establish. We're presuming that God does exist and is of such a nature to justify this approach, but we haven't established that He's there yet. That's the problem.
Well, that's because y'all take the
It's
position.
also
that y'all
an issue of
believe, hey, that's because y'all take the opposite position.
Well, but that's my point. Why shouldn't I take that position?
Okay, can I finish?
It doesn't make sense to abandon
finish,
a position that works. Okay, go ahead.
Can I finish?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we can't. I lost my train of thought, but can we get on a I mean, Nadia, were you in the room the other day when we did the H for hand raise? Get a few minutes on mic, so on, because we're kind of like talking over each other, and it's not getting anywhere because we're talking over each other really bad. Can we do that?
That tends to be a problem with these. So
Oh, it's my fault.
No, I said
it
that
just happens. Just tends to happen.
I said
I'm
that.
just saying, can we get a 2-minute mic or 3 or something like that, and then let one person get his thing out, and the next person get in line and say his thing out? I'm just asking for order in the room. That's all.
We mostly tend to gravitate toward that anyway. Maybe.
Yeah, we're not
just
really
the
doing
cool
that.
down itself will be enough.
Well, go ahead, Tony. I'll listen. I'll be quiet for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do is we can get in a position where we're actually communicating instead of just spouting out. All right, I'll get back to what I'm saying. The reason I'm saying is the reason I want to take that approach is, if I can get any more, I'm probably going to repeat myself again, is let me ask this. Can you think of anything else in your life that you should consider your ultimate authority?
Why would I consider God the ultimate authority?
Wait a minute. Yes, I would. I would consider, well, depending on the question, I would consider myself. It depends on the question. For some things, I would consider myself the ultimate authority. If we're talking
Not
about
all things.
No. Oh, you mean all things total? No, I don't think.
Ultimate authority. That's
I don't think there is
ultimate authority in your life.
Okay. Yeah. No, there isn't one.
And you discount God.
Because no one's
a creator that designed you, that made this, that knows you ins and outs, would be your ultimate authority.
Yes, I have. I'm sorry. What was the word that you used there? I have
ultimate authority.
Dismissed God. I think you said. I have dismissed God in this for exactly the same reason that I've dismissed the great phoenix who flies around Pluto. I have no reason to believe it's there.
Well, your great phoenix can't do nothing for you. Your creator can.
Well, maybe the great phoenix did create the universe. That's my point. Until we establish that it's there, and until we establish what it is, it makes no sense to grant it any kind of power.
Also,
hey, from an atheist perspective, that makes no sense.
Can I say something?
Remember, as far as atheism goes, it's the smallest denomination of the population around the world.
Well, that's
that's true.
If I may,
sure.
I'll point out that, furthermore, Zoroastrians with Agar mind you, Spenta mind you, and Ahura and all that are smaller proportion. And number two, that discounting Ahura Mazda, Agar mind you, and such are something you're doing, and ultimately, according to your standard, they should be given the benefit of the doubt, along with Izanami, Izanagi, Vishnu and Shiva, and so on and so forth.
Well, wait a minute. I think we're losing the question there, Nadia. I don't want to go too far.
Contrariety.
I don't
also
think Tony is making the case that we should accept that God's there just based on the number of people who do, or are you?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when I'm challenging you when you said what makes sense.
Yes.
When you say what makes sense, okay, well, what standard what are your standards for what makes sense to you?
Oh, that's easy.
You got to know what are your standards. If you don't believe in a God and your ultimate authority is you, which it can only be some of the time, you'd have to go to other people to find another authority on other subjects. You can find. My point is about God, a creator God, has to be the ultimate in authority. Otherwise,
yes,
you're reduced. You're reduced down. If you don't believe in a God, then you're reduced into multiple authorities all around you that you go for this information or that information or that information.
I would agree with you.
briefly.
I agree with you, but again, I think the issue that I'm having here is not, yes, if God exists, and there's a big underline under that, if God exists and he is the God of Christianity and the creator, then yes, he probably should be the ultimate authority for information, or he would be. My problem is the if makes it, if I could say if and then follow that and take the Christian God out of the sentence and put in anything, and it would still be
what did you put in place of God, the creator of all things?
Well, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I put in there. Anything I can imagine, because I'm not bound.
What is that?
Hello.
What is that? What is that thing that you can replace the God, creator of all things?
Could I bring up something? First, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean by ultimate authority, but don't answer that yet. I would also like to add that why should we presume the existence of something just because it is considered an ultimate authority in some narratives?
Instead of throwing the word God in there, which is a German word, the question should be this: why should you pursue the ultimate authority?
Yeah, why?
Why? Well, I mean, that's the highest level of knowledge, the highest level of enlightenment, the highest level of...
Why should we presume that it exists?
That's moving forward to the highest place that you can be.
Well, yeah, we're asking the same question here. And I'm not sure that you're hearing me. I agree with you. If such a thing existed, if such a source of knowledge existed, then it would be rational to pursue it and to try and attain whatever knowledge it had to offer. I agree with you. My problem, no, but wait a minute, but this is my problem. But you don't go about things and say, well, I can't disprove that the great phoenix created the universe. I have no way to disprove that. That is not a good reason to assume that it is there and it did do it. Any more than because I can't disprove God exists doesn't make it a good reason to assume that God does exist. So the two are not on the same level playing field.
Hey, is there any way? Do you already agree that in the current state that we're in, can we prove God exists beyond a shadow of a doubt?
No.
The only way we can show it is that we actually got a direct revelation from God. That's the only way that anybody could know, right?
I'll let that go and say yes, okay, for the time being.
I mean, a revelation would be something that would convince you.
Well, no, then I would say no.
Well, nothing would. Well, you're saying there's no revelation in your mind that would convince you?
No, but what I'm saying is a revelation that would convince me is not necessarily going to have any meaning at all in terms of convincing you.
No, I'm not looking for that. We're doing a hypothetical. That's all we're doing.
Oh,
Whatever revelation would
I
convince you.
suspect I could. I don't know. Here's the problem I have with that. I think there are things that could happen that would convince me that there's certainly something I don't know or I don't understand. Okay, I'll give you a simple example. Right, you find some guy that has an amputated arm, and if we all sit here on Google Hangout and pray that his arm grows back, and all of a sudden, right there before our eyes, it grows back. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to say that. Well, I'm not going to pretend like nothing happened. I certainly think, obviously, there's some great power here at work, or something I seriously don't understand, because that just doesn't happen as far as I know, in anybody's experience. Now, the fact that I acknowledge that there is some power or something I don't understand, again, the problem is there's not really any way to say that power, whatever did that arm growing back, I have no way of knowing who or what it was, nor do I have any way of knowing that it's omniscient. Obviously, because in order to know that it's omniscient, I would have to be omniscient, because otherwise I can't test that proposition. I can't know that it is omnipotent, because in order to know that, I would have to have omnipotence. I would have to be on the same playing field.
Carl, you see my point?
No, I don't.
Well, you're describing, you're saying already, is I agree with everything you're saying, is the ultimate authority, the description I'm giving you, the Christian God. It's an impossible thing in our current state, minus a revelation that God knows would affect us. Whatever that, we're talking hypothetical. There isn't no such thing that we can even think of. I mean, because your explanation, I don't even think that would fit for me. I mean, that could be an alien that made his arm grow back. That could be lizard genetics, for all I know.
Sure.
That could be multiple things besides God.
Right.
I can't imagine what the revelation would be in my mind even.
Well, that's a good question. All right, go ahead.
I'm saying to you is, I said that if you can't prove something to exist, I don't think that's good enough reason to totally discount it. In other words, I think it's a bad position to take the place
we're not necessarily totally discounting it.
Use falsification to reject God.
I think the issue, and maybe we just agree on this fundamental property, but I think the issue here is that as an atheist, I'm not an atheist that says God doesn't exist. Okay, I'm an atheist that says maybe God does exist. Okay, I'll grant you the possibility. Okay, so let's suppose that God does exist or could exist. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. We'll get to those words, but yeah, let's just say that maybe God could exist. I acknowledge the possibility. In an absence, though, of any way to falsify that or to establish it, either one, equally powerless either direction. So without the ability to know anything about the truth of that possible proposition that he's there, to me, it absolutely does not make any sense to commit my intellect to believing it and to alter my life or my lifestyle or my belief system. In other words, we're talking about something significant here. It makes no sense to cross that bridge or to cross that chasm when there is no justification for crossing the chasm. So in other words, now I do that, it hasn't come up yet, but it will, right? Things that are insignificant. So notice, if you tell me that you have a calico cat in your house, all right, but he's not on cam, and I can't see him, I have no evidence that you really do have one there. I will still believe it simply because it's meaningless to me whether I'm right or wrong. If you do have one, I'm right. Wonderful. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. If you don't have one and you're lying to me, there's no skin off my teeth. I don't care, right? But that's not the case when you're talking about God, because now we're talking about something which potentially has a huge impact on someone's life, and without any evidence to support it, Right, in the same way that I am not going to believe that you have a calico cat, if believing that means that I have to pour gasoline on my head and light myself on fire, because there's no evidence to support that idea.
Wait. Let me jump in.
So Carlton, what you're saying is that you want to go to hell.
One at a time, guys.
May I say something?
Just say it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because like everyone was talking over each other and shit. I don't know. Like, so what I was wanting to say is that the calico cat is not necessarily as insignificant as you think it is, because any piece of information, no matter how small or how large, could potentially have an impact later. So, basically, like that's there could be a situation in the future where the information about the calico cat would have been extremely important.
Possibly.
So you can't say that it's not important.
No, but we should assume that it is important.
Well, okay. Yeah, I suppose we could come up with some situation where later on maybe it will turn out to be important. You're right. Okay, but again, I think still the fact. First of all, there are two other things that I have. I have this knowledge that calico cats actually do exist. I've seen calico cats before. I also know that they're domesticated animals, and many people have cats, including calico cats, in their house. Okay. Plus, I don't know Tony really well, but he hasn't lied to me that I've been able to see so far, and so I don't have any real reason to disbelieve him when he says there's a calico cat in the house. Now, if he tells me that he has a calico cat that breathes fire and can fly around the room, I'm not going to believe that because that's totally outside my experience.
Yeah, but that steps out of the analogy.
Let me can I jump in there?
There's also the.
Y'all don't mind?
No, could I add something like?
I'm trying to add my if I can.
Well, you've been talking for like the last 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna bow out.
I guess I've been jumped over every time. I haven't got.
Well,
the reason we can say that.
I mean, I'm basically. I mean, y'all think y'all might want to hear what I got to say on the response to it. Because I'm the one thief.
Could I?
Yeah, we'll get to that. But
could I add something, please? Like, I would just like to add that the reason that we shouldn't assume that the information about this cat is important, and that is why we can dismiss it as not as important as like a deity or something like that.
But we don't have any reason to believe that the information of a deity well, I mean, I don't know where the analogy is coming from, first of all. Second of all, we have reason to believe that it could be important in the future because, any piece of information could end up being important.
Right, but we don't have any reason why that specific piece of information would be particularly important. And I think that's...
We do. We have reason to believe that we don't have reason to say that it is important. But, however, we have reason to say that it could be important.
So if you die...
Yeah, but we don't have reason to say that...
Wait. Can I get in here real quick? Can I get in here, please? I mean, 4 different people are talking, and I'm getting one shot amongst 4 people. So
you've been talking for like the last 25 minutes.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
I'm not going to argue that with you. If you die and no God exists, what happens?
I don't know.
Well, nothing, basically. If no God exists, and there's no...
Well, there could be an afterlife without a God.
Oh,
what if
I don't believe there is, but there could be.
And if a God does exist, then you have to answer to somebody, right? Right?
Potentially. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's the Christian God, basically, right?
It depends on the God.
So, so assuming he exists could have great implications on your life.
But this can work for
assuming he doesn't, could have great implications. He doesn't too. That on your life too.
How about if Allah exists and you're a Christian?
Right?
This sounds a little like Pascal's wager.
Carlton, you see my point?
This is Pascal's wager. Carlton's gone.
Yeah, Carlton had to do the same thing.
There's a lot of authority gods that offer a paradise if you believe in them. Allah and the Christian God are definitely 2 opposing gods that would send the other to the other place.
So, why don't you believe in Allah, and why do you believe in the Christian God with this wager as your guide?
I'll take that. The Christian Bible predicted Islam 500 years before it happened. Paul said, even if I were an angel from heaven, come preaching any other gospel than what you have received, let him be accursed. And then an angel from heaven came and preached another gospel, so let him be accursed.
Well, the Quran definitely has an explanation for the Bible as well, saying that it's a corrupted testimony. So, but we're talking about the wager of, what happens when you die and you believe in a God.
More likely to be real than the Bible.
Well, we're just talking about the wager aspect that you presented. I'm highlighting why that's a bad argument.
Well, I mean, y'all made it, and you assume the opposite direction. I'm just pointing out that an atheist looks totally opposite the way a Christian looks, and assumes a Christian should think the way they think. But they're the smallest portion of the population.
That's actually I am a druid, and I'm a smaller portion of the population than atheists.
And usually single, usually don't marry, usually don't have kids, so on and so forth. That's behind atheism.
Full and irrelevant.
That's also.
That also sounds.
What is irrelevant to you?
That also sounds really dubious to me. I don't think atheists rarely have kids or get married.
See, y'all say things that are goofy, but what is your basis? What is goofy?
I mean, that just doesn't, I know people that are atheists, and that doesn't make any sense to me when you say that.
Well, you accept that you know them and like them because they share the same view as yours. But who knows if their view is correct?
That's not the reason that I like them.
Well, why is it the reason you like them?
Because they're good people. I mean, you're assuming kinds of things about my character and how I judge people.
I'm just saying, what do you consider as good? What is good to you? What do you consider as good? Those are all very subjective terms. Without qualifying, they don't mean anything.
That has nothing to do with the conversation, though.
Yeah, it has everything to do with it. If you're going to put out statements like,
but they're not good.
You were talking
The only thing that's relevant is that they're not good because they are atheists. That's the only thing that is relevant to your question.
So basically, whatever y'all say is relevant, whatever y'all say is good and relevant.
Nope.
No,
that's literally close. I mean, I can see just by the way you're talking that you're taking the words that are said by the people in this call and you're twisting them to try to make them look ridiculous. Like that's obviously.
I mean,
what
I'm seeing them as being ridiculous.
No, you might be deluding yourself into that, but you're basically taking the words that are coming out of the people's mouths right now, right? And you're twisting them, and then you're committing non sequiturs to try to obfuscate.
And I'm the one that's irrational.
Whatever.
I mean, you're fielding questions from 7 different people, so it's understandable that you're jumping around a lot.
I'm trying to deal with questions, and I'm not getting all my words out.
Right, but you're still kind of
you agree that I'm being
sitting around. Well, yes, I do.
You think that's fair?
No, but that doesn't mean that you're making good points either.
Oh well, I mean, now we decide now. Now, a religious atheist basically tells what's good.
I'm not an atheist. This is part of the problem.
I just think we need to settle it down so that we can all speak every once in a while.
Well, but when someone who hasn't been speaking for a while, though, tries to speak, you immediately cut in and then complain about how you're getting talked over. So.
Yeah. Pascal's wager is typically countered with contrariety. And
it's only, Pascal. Go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in terms of where it originated from, it was that the deity claim deserved a special standard of evidence on the basis of its deific status, yet these claimants to deific status are actually, many in number, and so can claim similar, relaxed standard of evidence, and you end up with essentially proving more than one of the claims under those standards of evidence, right? So you get Izanami and Izanagi, you get Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahman, and you get Ahura Mazda, Angar Mainyu, and so on, all provable under such a relaxed standard of evidence. Yet they're contradictory. So you're in trouble.
Did any of you guys consider for a minute that maybe God doesn't reveal himself to everyone? He's respecting your free will and giving you the choice to not believe. So
Sure. That's I mean that's fine. It is a little strange though that he chooses not to reveal himself to some people, and then will send those people to hell when they do not believe in him, regardless of their actions or how they choose to live their lives.
yeah, his ways are past understanding. That's for sure.
Just for a side note, the subject of hell, before you assume that the predominant teaching of an eternal punishment in hell is correct, it might be worthy to do a study on that. There's not all
there's plenty of Christians that believe in an eternal hell. If you want to talk about a hell that's not eternal, I'm willing to entertain the idea.
Yeah, I'm actually an annihilationist myself. I don't know about.
Yeah, I mean that's where I stand also. I believe in annihilation.
Yeah, I think that's what the scripture says. It's pretty clear.
Wouldn't that be eternal separation from God?
That would be
not separation, annihilation.
Yeah, annihilation.
Non-existent.
Well, I mean, not existing would be separation, would it not? You're not with God at that point.
Yeah, you would be eternally annihilated and separated. Yeah.
You exist no more.
So instead of being eternally punished, you're looking at eternal annihilation. So
that's still kind of
it really doesn't seem to be a problem when you're looking at Pascal's wager in this worldview then, because you're just looking at annihilation versus eternal life. And if I happen to be a person who finds the idea of eternal life to be boring and repetitive and would prefer annihilation, then am I making the right decision by not being a Christian?
Yeah, but you wouldn't just be strictly annihilated the second you're dead. You know, you might have to spend some amount of time in the lake of fire or whatnot.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that would be if I'm a truly.
It's probably more accurate.
You could spend 1,000 years, in the lake of fire before you're annihilated finally.
Pardon, Tony? What did you say?
Yeah, I was just agreeing with trying to see his name here. Next to Clayton. Let me see your name.
Fritz. Yeah, I'm Clayton.
Okay. Yeah. That's the position as far as Pascal's wager versus annihilation and eternal hell. Pascal wagers doesn't necessarily fall into play there. It's not necessarily a threat. It's a matter of, well, why are you spending all your time being an atheist, and if all you really want to do is just die? You're basically doing a fight against people that actually do want to live forever.
Well, I'm not an atheist.
See my point? You're like fighting against some people that may want to, but you don't, but yet you want to fight against it.
I don't care what you believe.
I have a
lot of atheists really don't have a problem with Christians being Christians. They just prefer to live on their own. And again, I'm not an atheist, so the argument as far as atheism doesn't necessarily apply to me.
I have trouble with the homophobia, transphobia, and misogyny. Not to mention the eschatological imperatives against Middle East peace.
Those are issues.
Of course, addressing climate change and fossil fuel depletion and antibiotic resistance. So, go ahead.
Climate change is nothing but a political view to manipulate people. That's all I said.
And there you see what I'm fighting.
Homophobia is nothing more than a person's desire to legitimize their perverted behavior.
Homophobia is someone trying to legitimize their behavior?
The term itself, homophobia, is a non-existent term used by people that wish to legitimize their perverted behavior.
I don't know if I want
to a resident homophobe.
That is kind of disgusting.
I don't know how a term can not exist and still be used at the same time.
Yeah, and granted, the denotation of the term is not faithful to its etymology, but still.
But you're not saying that pedophilia isn't a thing. You're saying that you're justified in your pedophilia, and that's worse than not acknowledging it. So yeah, that's kind of disgusting. I'm not sure I want to talk to you anymore.
What just happened here? I got lost. Who doesn't? Why don't somebody want to talk to somebody? And what happened?
Well, the fight against those things.
Jim entered the homophobia to the discussion as he's kind of justifying his own homophobia, Mr. Straight Pride over here. So,
No, sir, I'm saying that homophobia is a false terminology. Homophobia does not exist. It is a term given to people who believe in the biblical definition of marriage by people who wish to engage in and legitimize their perverted behavior.
And that's why I'm fighting against you. Not for some ridiculous denial of your deity.
Joe, all right, here's what I keep on seeing is people. All right, y'all know what subjectiveness and objective means? Y'all know what that means? Subjective means
yeah, sure.
A bunch of different people. Right? Objective or subjective means it's just your personal opinion, your personal idea of what good is, and your personal good idea of what this is. But objective would mean it's true outside of our body and mind, and true for all people. Objective would be. So when you say a term like, I said, your idea is just ridiculous, then what you're saying is, I think your idea is ridiculous. I've got nothing really to back that up, but my own personal views.
Well, you might have logic backing it up, or some other line of reasoning that you're using in your mind that it just doesn't match up with at all.
Logic, then you have to,
or finds it ridiculous.
I'm sorry. What you have to do, like we were talking about before, when I mentioned the term ultimate authority, for anything in someone that doesn't have an ultimate authority in their life, they have to know an ultimate authority for anything to be objective to them. Otherwise, everything that you do, say, and know is subjective. Your personal opinion or the personal opinion of people.
I agree with that. However, I don't necessarily see that as a problem.
That's actually subjective. The deference to the ultimate authority makes it essentially just delegating the subjective judgment to that ultimate authority.
I don't have a religion that contains an ultimate authority. I also don't necessarily believe in good or evil. So, you know, there's some of the criticisms that you've levied against atheism do apply to me. But I don't have a problem with the idea of there not being an ultimate authority. And I don't see what the big issue is.
Well, it makes everything that you do, say, or believe subjective.
Sure.
It's only your personal opinion. Just like your idea that there's no such thing as good or evil may or may not be true or false. It's only your opinion.
The opposite is true.
I don't feel
that...
I'm going to go ahead and agree with them for the sake of argument here.
Yeah. Do you grant objective moral values, Nadia?
Yeah,
I say moral values are objective, and they are in fact so precisely because, or not precisely, but in no small part because no quote-unquote final authority is being delegated to have those things be their subjective judgment.
Okay, well, I'm morally subjective.
So am I. I say you're wrong.
Yeah, we're all basically in a position, unless we accept some sort of ultimate authority, then basically we need a massive amount of proof behind it, empirical proof, to prove that anything we say, do, or think is actually true.
And that's
Absolutely, we do.
Just our opinion. That's why there's no truth in science.
What?
Yeah, science tends to be a good tool for that sort of thing.
Yeah, science accumulates that massive proof, yes.
It's actually always changing. I read something today.
I don't know why you guys don't even give us that, because even Sam Harris gives us that.
Yeah, Sam Harris is not. I'm not Sam Harris. I also disagree with Sam Harris on this.
I really dislike Sam Harris.
Yeah, Sam Harris is my favorite.
Well, the reason I don't want to give y'all anything objective, because one reason you can't be. We all pretty much agree that I see it like that, right? I don't want to give something to you that's not fair. I just I don't want to do that, because that would be, to be honest with you, it may be hurtful and feel hurtful on your side, because you want to make a point about your opinion, you want to justify your position, but in my worldview, you can't justify your position when it really comes down to push come to shove. You can't justify your position because it's just an opinion to you.
Yeah, can any of you imagine a world? Can any of you?
It's verifiable. It's verifiable outside of any authority, final or otherwise.
So you're saying you're absolutely positive there's no God?
That is unfalsifiable. So, of course, it's
yes or no
not
question.
possible to provide. Then no.
Right. So you can't be absolutely certain about really anything in the end.
Well, absolute certainty
This
is
is not
of course,
absolutely certain about any of its hypotheses. They're all hypotheses and theories. Even when I was looking up gravity a moment ago, when we were talking about gravity, I looked in there and I thought it was the law of gravity. It's not. It's a theory of gravity. It's crazy.
Of course it is. And the human condition is in no small part defined by the lack of absolute certainty. Your own reasoning, your own senses and experiences and so on are subject to, doubts whether you're hallucinating or whether your reasoning was flawed. And if you think your reasoning is perfect, well, I can subject you to an arithmetic test where you'll eventually commit an error.
C.S. Lewis says, think of a country where people were admired for running away in battle, or where a man felt proud of double-crossing all the people who had been kindest to him. You might just as well try to imagine a country where 2 and 2 made 5. But this is exactly what you guys are proposing, that could be a totally legitimate society where you can have things like lying, cheating, and stealing being considered virtuous, and that would make it so because it would be the subjective opinion of the society or whatever.
I don't see it.
I don't think we all have the same views on morality in this class, because we happen not to believe
I don't
in God.
see I'm trying to get your analogy about.
Did it just cut out for everyone else? Or is it me?
Nice.
Well, I'm an ethical naturalist, so the objectivity will certainly hold in my case. The trouble is, divine command is, well, divine fiat, subjective in the eyes of the so-called ultimate authority. But that morality is subjective. So
Nadia,
subjectivity is being delegated to the
I've corrected you on that several times, Nadia. God's laws are based on his nature, not just on his subjective whim.
What does that mean?
God's laws are based on his nature. That's what.
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means that
it's pretty straightforward what he said.
He doesn't
I don't
just
know how you're not understanding what it means.
Make up laws in his mind. The laws are based on who and what he is.
So he's not omnipotent then?
Yes, he is.
But then he could go outside his nature, right?
That's
I'm just trying to understand this
you're
concept.
stating a logical, incoherent like statement. It's like saying you could have a square circle or whatever. It's just logically incoherent.
But omnipotence implies like he could do what?
Well, in the case of God's nature thing, you just shift Euthyphro from quote unquote judgment of the deity to its nature of the deity. Yeah. Is it good because
still winning on sound, no fun.
is it good because it's from God's nature? Or is it because part of God's nature because it's good?
Right, right. But now you're just being incoherent, and you're saying, is it green because it's green, or is it God because it's God? Now your questioning line becomes incoherent when you go to that point.
Not so.
It's not incoherent.
Your mate's coherent. God's nature and the good actually have to have a demonstration of being identical, and essentially what you fail to provide is that, and Euthyphro, goes and points it out, highlights it.
So ethics are based on God's nature, which God does not have control over.
Morality, not ethics.
Yeah, right. Morality is based on God's nature, and God does not have any control over his nature.
Sure he would.
God's nature would be just what it happens to be. I don't think that him having control or not having control over it really is a thing.
No, it matters. It's relevant. Does he or does he not have control over his nature? Can he change his nature? Can he alter it?
The Bible tells us that God doesn't change his nature.
So
but
regardless of whether or not, regardless of whether or not he's able to, he's not.
No. Is he able to?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, because if he is able to, then it is just subjective.
But stop. When you start saying, can God change his nature? If he can't, then he's not God. You're being...
I'm not saying that. I'm asking a question.
Let's assume he can't then. If it says he's not going to, maybe it's because of inability, and maybe it's because he just
then he's not omnipotent.
Then he's not omnipotent.
So it's God...
Well, I mean, omnipotent doesn't... Not being omnipotent doesn't... I mean... That doesn't follow to me.
Well, there's something that he can't do. He can't change his nature.
No, he also can't create a rock that's too big for him to pick up. Like, he's not going to be able to break logic.
Right, so he's not omnipotent then. If he can't do something, he's not
this ridiculous definition of omnipotence that a lot of atheists apply to God. They say that the standard that you have to keep it to in order for it to work.
Yeah, you're asking God to be logically incoherent. That's just like, well, if God can't be logically incoherent, then he's not God. Like that.
Right.
I didn't say that. I said
no. That's what you're
didn't say that.
That is exactly what you're asking for.
Oh, the argument
I didn't say.
In order for God to be God, he has to be able to be logically incoherent, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So either the way that you're phrasing the question and setting it up, either the person who believes in God is a buffoon or worshiping a God that isn't omniscient. So it's a catch-22 of fuck you either way, and that's ridiculous.
Well, it's an 8. It's an 8. That's a whole point of making the argument, right? It's a dilemma.
The function of function of omnipotence is probably that he is able to do anything that makes sense.
Right. That's not what omnipotent means. If you describe...
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to take the definition, if you want to stretch the definition of omnipotence into something that is incoherent, then fine, you may do that. But that's not the standard which Christianity holds God to.
I'm going on the
actual... You're being absolutely ridiculous.
So then, are we saying that God changing his nature is logically incoherent?
No, we're saying
because
the Christian position is that God doesn't change his nature. Whether or not he can is a question that doesn't matter.
But it is logically coherent
Then,
that it could possibly.
It's not subject to the question at all.
Well, if the deity is subject to the laws of logic, if the deity is subject to the laws of logic, then, well, you have trouble with not only omnipotence, but being the
Well, God is
even the creator. If you have trouble with it, even being the creator of all things,
He's not subject to those laws, but why would he go outside of his very nature?
Yeah.
Why would God change his nature to be something that he is not?
My point is he can, because it's logically coherent.
This is a question. Can he? It doesn't matter because he's not going to.
It does matter because
that he isn't going
to change it, and therefore morality is based on something that he is subjectively choosing to do.
Well, having free will is the ability to act according to your nature. So maybe if God can't change his nature, that doesn't mean that he's not omniscient. Okay, that's what you.
That's also not how free will is defined.
You're saying if God can't not be God, then he's not God.
No, but I'm not. No.
That's not how free will is
That's a good point.
What I'm saying
That's a fantastic point. Can God be not God? If the answer is no, then he's not omniscient. Thank you.
That's also not how free will is defined.
That highlights that statement.
I could not care about that unless. What I'm asking is whether or not he can change his nature, and it seems he can because it's not logically.
Which is a ridiculous question.
No. What?
No, it's a ridiculous question because it has already been supplied that God will not do that. So whether or not he can is a useless question.
But no, it's not useless because the implications of it. Like, if he can, then it is. Then morality is.
The answer to the question is what we know is he's not going to.
Like
whether or not he can is not an answerable question.
Can I get like
if you're going to ask a Christian who is going to be honest, he is not going to be able to answer that question because that is not part of the information that is provided.
No, but
the information provided, he's not going to do it.
I can answer that question because it is not logically incoherent for him to be able to change his nature. Like, it is something that would be feasible. Then he should be able to do it, and because he should be able to do it, he is choosing to do it, like not to do it. And therefore,
maybe he isn't. That's not the information we have.
No. I just explained how we have access to it, because it is not like he can do anything.
Well, God cannot do anything that is logically incoherent is something that makes sense, but it's also not part of the rules that are laid out in the Bible. Felix, or what's his name, Fritz, would probably be a better person to actually address that particular part because he's actually a Christian. I'm not.
So then we also can say, like, then we what? So what's our definition of omnipotence then?
As far as that particular thing, the only information that actually matters is the information that we actually have provided about God, which is he's not going to do it.
Well, we need the context about this. We need context. Like, we need to examine the various aspects of God that are explained in the book and then see how they measure against this claim.
Okay, it says,
then I suggest you take some time to study the Bible.
Yeah, it says here Jesus Christ the same yesterday and today and forever. That shows that his nature is consistent.
Right.
Yeah.
That is irrelevant.
On that note, I've got to take off. I'm going to be late for a thing. So, pleasure talking with you all. I sent you some friend requests and shit. So, I'll see you guys around.
See you, man.
Okay. Yeah, see. I would like a definition of the word omnipotence. What? Okay.
Clayton seemed to think it was can do anything within the laws of logic.
Yeah, and according to that, I mean, it is not logically impossible for someone to change some parts of one's nature.
It's not only that.
In the biblical context is an attribute of God alone is the quality of having all power. So that's Psalm 115:3. He can do all things that do not conflict with his holy nature. God has the power to do anything he wants to do. However, God cannot do that which is contrary to his nature.
I can do anything that's not
Then-
contrary to my nature. I'm
Well, then
omnipotent.
if that's what it means in a biblical context, then the easy answer is that the Bible just got it wrong.
Well, for instance, God cannot tell a lie.
Then he's not omnipotent.
Yes, it is. It has no bearing on his omnipotence. It's because the reason
Yes,
he can't
he is. If
inconsistent with his nature, you can't say God has to disobey his own nature. That's you're asking something illogical.
Nature.
No, it's not. It doesn't matter. Because if you describe something with a sentence that begins with "he can't," then the thing you're describing isn't omnipotent. He has to be able to do that to fit the bill for omnipotent.
Axel was describing also a quandary where nature is open to a rather expansive interpretation. So that, say, under causal determinism, a being that's effectively a robot or even less would qualify as omnipotent because its nature is so circumscribed that it essentially the only things it can do are within it.
Omnipotence is only one attribute of God.
Right, I'm not saying I'm a god, I'm saying I'm omnipotent according to your definition.
No. You can't do anything.
Well, you arrive at the contradiction that
I can't do anything.
you claim that the deity is the only omnipotent being, where under the definition of omnipotence, there's much more.
Although, Fritz, you just defined omnipotence as being able to do anything that doesn't conflict with your nature. Everyone in this hangout can do that.
Can you make an atom?
No, but
I
that's
can't.
contrary to
No,
my
no,
nature.
it conflicts with my nature.
The ability to create an atom is contrary to my nature.
Contrary to mine too.
Same here, sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I think we've established then that all
Can
members
you become a Christian, Nadia?
It seems within the realm of possibility, though. Also, I have no choice
Axel?
over whether to or not.
Neither any of you become a Christian, please.
I can. Yep.
It would be possible.
Axel?
It would be possible.
Okay, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ that He has died for your sins and was resurrected, and put your faith and trust and hope in
Well,
Him.
you can't just do that because that's contrary to my nature.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're not omnipotent.
Well,
No,
it's
we
contrary
can
to
do
my
it, we just don't want
It's it's contrary to our natures, right? We would adopt or reject it based on
No,
other
that is
kinds of
not
evidence
negative. It is in
beyond your exhortation, right?
No, the ability to just accept claims without evidence is contrary to my nature.
Nope, there's nothing contrary to human nature in accepting the gospel.
No, I'm not talking
No,
about
it's not
human nature, I'm talking about my nature.
Yeah.
And mine. And probably Wolfenstein's too.
What?
I'm looking at the definitions here of the omnipotence, and it says a deity is able to do anything that is in accord with its own nature. Thus, for instance, if it is a logical consequence of a deity's nature that what it speaks is truth, then it is not able to lie. Hold that it is part of deity's nature to be consistent, and that it would not be inconsistent for said deity to go against its own laws unless there was a reason to do so. Anything a deity able to do anything that corresponds with its omniscience and therefore with its world plan.
Wait, hold on. Unless there is a reason to do so?
That's what it says here. As this is a definition of the word. So the word can mean, it's got several definitions, right? But one of them that's clearly a viable definition is able to do anything in accord with its own nature. Thus, for instance, God cannot lie, because that would be against his nature.
Well, my nature as constructed by my material formation, genetics and so on, history, that is various forces that have shaped me over the course of my life, and my circumstance, my present situation, determine my, well, actions completely. They determine that my nature determines that I cannot convert to Christianity. Therefore, it is no violation of omniscience omnipotence to be unable to convert to Christianity.
Yes, you have a human nature, Nadia. You can convert right now. Many humans have.
As I said, nature is, or an individual person's nature is much more specific than that of humanity in general.
Then pray to God and ask him to change your nature.
I
did.
So what?
We're still, like, the conclusion we've reached here is that we are still omnipotent.
Yeah, and then your deity being the only omnipotent being is, well, impossible because we have multiple instances of omnipotence.
Well, part of your nature as a human would be limited in knowledge. That's just part of human nature, so you're not omnipotent.
I think this is not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think he gets that.
No.
Allowing power to be circumscribed by nature is essentially let almost anything be omnipotent.
I don't want to listen to. I don't want to listen to you just desperately fuck around with the word omnipotent so that your God will fit the bill for it.
Okay, well, you have limited power to do what's consistent with your nature. God has unlimited power to do that which is consistent with his nature.
I don't. My power to do what's consistent with my nature is unlimited.
I actually claim furthermore.
Let me ask Fritz a question. Fritz, do you consider your belief, your God to be omnipotent, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, do you think he? You think he created logic, right?
Logic would be based on his nature.
Can he change? Can he change the laws of logic?
No, God, no, he can't change the laws of logic. No.
No, I'm asking, can your God do that?
No.
So he's not omnipotent. Thanks.
Yes, he is. Changing the laws of logic would be.
That is contradictory. That means you have abandoned all knowledge. Freaking love that.
Yeah, essentially the logical prong of Michael Martin's Tang. So once we have, say determinism, in fact, my nature fully determines all action. I am, in fact, doing everything within my nature because, well, what I can do is, within my nature, is limited to, well, one thing. Therefore, I am doing everything within my nature, as it stands. I am exercising the omniscience omnipotence you claim I don't have.
Anything we can't do isn't within our nature.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the impossibility of doing it renders it outside our nature. Right?
Therefore, we still all qualify for omnipotent by your definition of it.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about how I'm going to prove you guys wrong. Give me a second.
Okay.
Need I invoke motivated reasoning?
So,
It's not following the evidence where it leads. It's of course having a specific conclusion in mind. Granted,
what
to
do
some
you...
extent. Go ahead.
No, don't worry.
Yeah. Granted, to some extent, guess and check is how much of everything proceeds, but the conclusion in those cases are tentatively held, where in this case it's clearly adhered to beyond all, rational justification. And to reiterate, regarding the putative resistance, as I said, there is resistance there, and it's not to the conclusion of the deity for some kind of abstract reason, rather the material consequences deriving from your beliefs, particularly as they regard to LGBT discrimination, misogyny, and of course addressing things like the climate crisis, peak oil, and antibiotics. So. War, famine, plague, etc. You say bring them on. When the last tree is felled, Christ will come back. I have some greater feeling of obligation and so on to future generations. And of course, I am one of the fellow men or people you go about excluding and stigmatizing and discriminating against so rapidly. It's the fight against that, not your notion of a deity. If the deity were harmless, well, why would I bother? I'd do something else.
So what you guys are saying here, this is the same reason I used to be an atheist, because someone said to me once, can God make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? If he can, he's not God, and if he can't, he's not God, so he's not God. But this is a logical, incoherent statement. And it says here, Augustine in City of God, I have that book, argued instead that God could not do anything that would make God non-omnipotent. So he is called omnipotent on account of his doing what he wills, not on account of his suffering what he wills not. For if that should befall him, he would by no means be omnipotent, wherefore we cannot do some things for the very reason that he is omnipotent. So basically what you guys are saying is, if you're asking God to be not God to prove that he's God, that's what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah, but he should be able to do that because he's got unlimited power.
No, and see, that's the thing where I'm saying your logic isn't functioning properly. When you say, can God become not God to prove that he is God? You know what I mean?
He is meant to extend beyond logic, though. Any flaws you can pick in the logical conundrum we are posing shouldn't matter to him if he is actually omnipotent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't ask God to be logically incoherent because
right.
you're being logically incoherent.
Then once again, you've admitted that he's not omnipotent.
No, that's not true. You're being illogical
Just
right
did.
now. Your brain is
What I'm being
logic
is
senses
completely
are
irrelevant.
firing.
Doesn't matter on any level. None of it should matter to God if he is actually omnipotent.
I mean, if he's all powerful, then he should be able to manipulate the universe any way he chooses to do so. And if he can't at any level, especially with the laws of logic, if he can't change that to be whatever he pleases to be, then he's not omnipotent. He doesn't fit the bill necessarily.
Laws of logic do not change and cannot change, Wolf. That's why I said, because they're based on his nature, not on just his arbitrary whim.
You're not proving
Well, then
he
you
is
just-
omnipotent. You're giving us excuses as to why he isn't.
You just defer to God's nature. If God can't change his nature, then, well, where's his omnipotence? He's powerless to carry out that particular
Okay.
act.
Let me, I just don't understand how you guys can't see your error. You're saying, can God become not omnipotent in order to prove that he's omnipotent?
Why
Can
aren't
he
you
change it?
Does that not sound stupid to you? Because it sounds stupid to
Yeah,
me.
it does. What I'm saying is it shouldn't matter to him. This stuff wouldn't matter to an omnipotent being.
The Bible also says his ways are higher than your ways, and his ways are past understanding. And if you plumb the depths of his wisdom all your
So
life,
the
you will
discussion is
never
meaningless.
well, you're trying to fit God into your little
So the
tiny.
discussion is meaningless.
He's not going
So the
in.
discussion is meaningless.
God's not going in your little box, humans.
So this means so you're not a human then? Well, what you're basically saying is that the discussion is completely useless and what? Not only that, but you imply that you weren't a human by calling us humans in a derogatory manner.
Yeah, God doesn't fit in my box either. I'm fully willing to admit that. The problem is you guys aren't. You think you're smarter than God. You think you're going to outsmart him.
No, we're not. We are the ones who actually expect things of him. We are the ones who are expecting him to go outside the laws of logic. And you keep saying, well, God can't do that.
I don't think it's there to expect anything of it. I don't know where you guys are coming from, but anyway.
Yeah, it's not that I think that I'm smarter than this deity. It's just that with these problems, I don't see a justification to accept the belief. That's the way I see it.
Okay, like another way, can God make a circle that is a square? Oh, he can't do it. Oh, he's not God. He's not God. He can't make a circle that's a square.
Do you know he can't do it?
Yeah.
Because you just said that you don't understand God's nature, and none of us can.
So let's just talk about something else then.
Yeah.
You can't be wrong.
Yeah, and of course, just to recap a little bit, the dilemma that either acting outside its nature, change its nature, or whatever is there, or if it's circumscribed by its nature, then we all actually fit the description of omnipotence too. So. You have that bit of large trouble to address. Okay, next.
This conversation has been completely devoid of any direction.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much, but that's how they all go. It was devoted to interviewing two Satanists about Satanism. So.
Two Satanists who didn't even believe in Satan, is that right?
They explained why the term Satanism is used, and it's not related to a belief in any being called Satan.
Satan, you owe me.
Because when Jeff was in there too, so you had two Satanists that didn't believe in Satan and a Christian that didn't believe in Christ. I thought that was pretty funny.
I missed the Christian who didn't believe in Christ.
Oh yeah.
Hey, was that Clayton?
His nephew.
Wait, not him. That was Jeff. Never mind, I take that back.
I shouldn't make fun of him. He probably is some fucking weird bloodline or whatever, but yeah. Anyway.
Well,
So, who's okay, let's see, who do we got in here? Axel, are you an atheist?
I am.
Okay, why?
Because I haven't seen any evidence or sufficient evidence that would support the idea that there is a deity.
What if I could show you a couple prophecies that were made thousands of years before Jesus came on the earth that he perfectly fulfilled?
Well, you'd have to prove that they were from before Jesus, and you'd have to prove that Jesus had existed. And like, this would all be very much easier if it wasn't part of the same big book.
Well, I could do all that. You know, there's thousands of prophecies in the Bible. Jesus fulfilled 300 prophecies from the Old Testament, and the Gospels are considered in the Bible eyewitness accounts or interviews of eyewitnesses. So I see no reason to doubt them.
Do you regard it as crucial that Jesus Christ be the Messiah?
What's that?
Do you regard it as crucial that Jesus Christ be the Messiah?
No, of course he is.
And there are other opinions about this coming from Jews.
The Jews haven't accepted Jesus yet, but the Bible says that they will. And actually, there's a lot of evidence to support that they are coming to him. There was that famous rabbi or whatever that he said on his deathbed that Jesus was the Christ. You know that guy?
No.
He was like a major Jewish rabbi guy. I'm going to look him up.
Okay, so there was one deathbed conversion, and that means that it's likely that the Jews are going to all convert to Christianity.
Well, he was. Oh, it's Yitzhak Kaduri, Rabbi Yitzhak Kaduri. He's one of their like high rabbis or whatever. But the Bible actually predicted that they would all come to Christ eventually. That he would draw them.
I mean,
again.
you know, they regard him as like, you know, as a decent preacher, but they don't think that, you know, for them, they don't believe he necessarily fit the criteria for fulfilling those prophecies. You know, it's essentially why we call them like Jews, because, you know, that he happened to be descended from that tribe, you know. But, you know, not necessarily like that, but demigod, you know. I mean, not to say, and I'll grant you this. I'll even grant you that there's some, you know, Messianic Christians, although that's more of an amalgamation between the ancestral and the one that kind of that carried after it, but still.
Okay, so let's see. Prophecies Jesus fulfilled. Born in Bethlehem from the tribe of Judah.
You have to prove that he existed first.
Pardon?
Yeah, like this is coming from an old book that could have just been written in to fit the prophecies.
Let's just do that for the sake of argument. Let's just assume that there was a guy that these stories are based on. Let's just assume that for the sake of argument. Now, Fritz, go on. Like, tell us about the prophecies that you think.
There are still problems with this though, because you'd still have to prove that those stories that he is about to talk about are inherent, like that they actually happen, that they actually are connected to this potential character.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, I really can't say I give to. I just want. I'll assume it for the sake of argument that.
Yeah, let's just ignore the textual criticism and just go with the argument or whatever for just the sake of interest.
Yeah, because I mean, I throw a bone at like the possibility that there was a guy that the stories were based on, but I just don't
Right.
think it was supernatural in nature.
Right, but like the prophecies that he would describe now, we have no way of verifying that they have any connection to this hypothetical character that it might have been based on.
Yeah, because Jesus actually fulfilled the prophecies, and then eyewitnesses wrote it down in books.
According to the Bible, no.
Well, do you have any evidence to refute that?
Do I need it? No, I don't. It's not evidence. What is?
So should we consider historical works false until proven correct, or should we consider them correct until proven false?
Can you show me what we should consider them false until proven correct?
Okay, well, you don't do this with any other historical texts.
Yes, I do. I compare them to other historical texts, and the ones that, firstly, the ones that conform to what we now know about science, and then also, it would find like massive amounts of sources from different people of different persuasions and all that stuff.
Well, these books were all written while many people were still alive who had witnessed these things, so they were already written and distributed in that period. So, I mean, I don't think anyone's really trying to argue that they are, made up or mythological or anything like that. Like, I think they're pretty well attested to.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the case about like after Jesus was resurrected, apparently 500 people saw him at once, right? Right.
Sorry, can you repeat, Wolf? I just had to turn something down.
Okay. It was said that after Jesus was crucified and he was resurrected, 500 people saw that at once.
Yeah, at one time there was 500. Yeah.
Yeah, like where is any like personal writings from them outside of the Bible?
Extra biblical texts that document Jesus.
And stuff like that. If you looked into like Jewish records.
I'm not sure that's extra biblical.
I mean, but that's like after the fact, like decades after he like lived and did his stuff, right?
Yeah, I think it would be wise of us to just stick with the eyewitness accounts and the accounts like Luke, who interviewed lots of eyewitnesses and stuff like that. I think that those are the most reliable, and that's what we should go with.
I think those are probably quite biased.
Well, there's. So you're trying to just. I'm not sure quite what you're trying to say. Like that, you think the Gospels are just made up, or what?
I'm questioning the legitimacy of the Gospels.
Okay. In what way?
Like, I don't see any reason to believe that everything that is said in the Gospels are necessarily true.
Okay, for the sake of argument, I would say, and so we can move forward, why don't we just assume that for now?
But if I can see what
evidence presented against the Gospels,
but seriously, if we're just going to like accept every single point of the way for the sake of argument, then it's just going to go to the point where we've accepted the existence of a God for the sake of the argument. That's
okay. How about like historical verifications, like archaeological, historical things, like they found, inscription with Pilate's name, or like a certain tomb, like they have the tomb where Jesus was buried. The crucifixion site has been found by Ron Wyatt. The covenant has been found. Like there's all kinds of archaeological supporting evidence. Lots of. I've got a couple books full of archaeological evidence that supports the New Testament stories.
So how do you go from a guy got crucified and buried to he was the Son of God?
Well, the Son of God is a title. He's actually God. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is God.
Right. Yeah, and how do you get that from he was buried and crucified?
How do you get that? Because that's what he claimed. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He said, in John it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Is God, and it says Jesus Christ was the Word. He's known as the Word. And when one of the Pharisees adjured him by the name of the living God to say whether or not he was the Christ, and he said, "You have said I am," because they invoked the name of God and made him say it. But he's basically said it in the most humble way possible, that he said, "I am God, I am the Lord," you know.
And this
So,
is.
I mean, like you do consider him like Jesus to be like a demigod, right?
No, Jesus is God. See, God, the Christian God, is a Trinity. It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the three are one. It's three persons in one being. It's he has a triune nature, like space-time matter, you know, or solid, liquid, gas, or whatever. It's like a triune nature.
But he is a son. But he is son of Yahweh, right?
Yeah, Son of God is a title. He is God. He's part of the Trinity. He's known as the Son of God, but that's because that's the part of God, so to speak, that you're referring to. You know, you could refer to the Holy Spirit or to the Son of God or to the Father, but you're still talking about one God.
Incarnation is right. Okay.
Sort of like, I think of it as the sun. You know, like the sun would be like the Father, and then the rays from the sun that come all the way down here and touch us, that would be like Jesus. But it's one thing that we're talking about.
Poetic.
So anyway, to get back to the prophecies, Jesus was born in Bethlehem from the tribe of Judah. He would be preceded by a messenger. He fulfilled that. And I have the Old Testament prediction and the New Testament fulfillment for each of these. If you want to hear any, just ask me.
No, just continue.
He would enter Jerusalem on a colt. He would be betrayed by a friend. His hand and his feet would be pierced. His betrayal for 30 pieces of silver. He will be spit upon and beaten. His betrayal money would be thrown in the temple and then given to buy a potter's field. He would be silent before his accusers. People would gamble for his garments. So all of these prophecies were predicted in the Old Testament and fulfilled in the New Testament. And somebody actually just calculated the combined probability against just these 10 predictions occurring, and it's one chance in 480 billion times 1 billion times 1 trillion. So it's like 480 with like...
I think this kind of points towards the possibility that these fulfillments of these prophecies may have been manufactured.
Yeah, but see, the problem
like,
with that, hundreds of people witnessed them.
Yeah, but they're all documented. Like, all these documentations are in the Bible.
And in Josephus and in Tacitus.
Yeah, but...
Well, I mean, while they have mentioned them, they're not exactly contemporary within his life. They start writing only decades after his like death and supposed resurrection.
Well, actually, all the Gospels were written within 80 years.
Like, there's a...
Matthew goes way back to 5 years after.
Just for an example for how I would say that the New Testament is kind of unreliable, the whole... I'm Swedish, I don't know what these things are in English. The whole taxation thing when Jesus was supposed to be having been born. There is no documentation of that outside the Bible, to my knowledge. And there should be masses of documentations of this, because this must have been like a massive event.
Yeah, actually, I do believe there is evidence of that census now. I'm trying to bring it up right now.
Like, there should be loads of documentation of this, because it's such a huge thing. Yet the only place it's mentioned is the Bible.
Yeah, I think they do. I'm pretty sure they do have evidence of that census now. I'm just trying to look it up.
I'd like to ask a question after we finish with this.
Sure.
Right.
What is it?
No, just get this out of the way first, then I'll ask you.
Yeah, I'm not really finding too much right here, but I think I got it in a book somewhere. I'll have to look through it, and then I'll
Take your time, bro.
maybe I can look it up next time.
Okay, so we're... Okay.
Let's see here. An inscribed stone is found that refers to Pontius Pilate. A decree of Claudius found at Delphi describes Gallio as proconsul of Achaia in 51, which gives correlation with the ministry of Paul in Corinth, Acts 18:12. Because he says, but while Gallio was proconsular of Achaia, the Jews with one accord rose up against Paul and brought him before the judgment seat. So that has been verified. Excavations have revealed the text naming a benefactor, Erastus, which may be a reference to the relating to the city treasurer of Rome, city treasurer in Romans 16:23, where it says, Gaius, host to me and the whole church greets you. Erastus, the city treasurer, greets you, and Quartus, the brother. So that's been verified. At Ephesus, parts of the Temple of Artemis have been uncovered, as mentioned in Acts 19:28. When they heard this and were filled with rage, they began crying out, saying, Great is Artemis of the Ephesians. It's known that Quirinius was made governor of Syria by Augustus in 86. So it just goes on and on here. I just got like 30, things, all the archaeological, things that have verified this. I can't really find that census right now, but I've got 30 other ones. So, what was your question, Team Punk?
You accept that some things in the Bible are false?
No. The Bible is true and accurate.
On everything?
Yeah.
Well, and how can that be true? Because it's contradictory.
There are no contradictions in the Bible.
Bullshit.
Give me one.
In one book, God says, I am merciful and will not hold anger forever, and in the exact same book, he says, Ye have kindled a fire in thy anger, which shall burn forever.
Can you give me the passages, please?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I kind of need to look at the passages if you're going to bring something up. So I don't even know if you're, even quoting that accurately or whatever.
Okay.
The god is referred to as a man of war, and he was also referred to as a god of peace. What else? Here's something. And Jacob begat Joseph, blah 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 blah. And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years ago, blah blah, son of Joseph, which was the son of Helen. So the father of Joseph is different in different passages.
Well, no, because he's also called son of David. Jesus is, son of David.
Well, think about Jesus was not Joseph.
Yeah, but they can skip generations when they're talking about someone as a son of someone. Son of Abraham. Stuff like that. Like in Jewish context, they can do that.
Okay, Genesis 1:25. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:26. And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the file, blah blah blah. So that implies animals were made first, or non-human animals. Genesis 2:18, and the Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should have to be blah 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 blah." Genesis 2:19, and out of the ground the Lord formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam. So that implies that.
When you read your Bible, when you find something you think is a contradiction, it's actually not, and it's actually requiring you to read the text more carefully. Genesis 1 is an overview of creation. Genesis 2 zooms in on day 6 when man is created and Adam and certain trees in the garden are created and the animals are created in front of Adam for Adam to name. So Genesis 1 is an overall creation account. Genesis 2 zooms in on day 6.
That's still a contradiction in like the.
No, there's no contradiction in there. The animals that he makes in Genesis 2 is he's making certain animals, certain land-dwelling animals in the garden in front of Adam for him to name. And I believe that part of the reason God did this was to show Adam that he's the one that made the animals, because he made some right in front of him. And Adam named them all. You can just read it more carefully with this in view.
Okay, here's a quote from Jesus. I and my Father are one. Here's another quote for Jesus. For my Father is greater than I.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying that he is both equal and lesser to his Father.
Well, it would be in the context of what the verse is.
He can't be both equal to himself and not equal to himself.
You know, Fritz, if you saw a film where two people said one thing to each other and then the next minute they turned around and said something totally different, would you not be like, this film's a piece of shit? Writers don't even know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But why is it different? Because it's in the Bible.
No, I think
you've got to look at the context.
Well, you're looking at something that's being said in two different ways. Like when Jesus says that he's equal with God, it's because he is God. But when he says, my Father is greater than I, he's talking and he's anthropomorphizing as a man, saying, look to God. Or, you know what I mean? Because he is both God and man. So there's certain paradoxes in there that are very hard to understand, but with proper study, you understand them.
Yeah, paradox is by definition a contradictory.
Well, apparent paradoxes, but I assure you they are all resolved with a diligent study. There's nothing in there that someone hasn't brought up to me before, which I've studied and found a resolution to it.
Yeah, you can do that with anything, mate. You can write down a complete load of bollocks that contradicts itself left, right, and centre, and you could still resolve it if it was fantastical.
Yeah, there's no contradictions. There's only apparent contradictions. There's no real contradictions. If you something that looks like a contradiction, read it more carefully. Read it over a couple times, and you'll see the.
How would you possibly know that?
Because God does not contradict himself.
Okay, that's an assumption. That's an assumption. No, that's an assumption.
No, that comes from the book that contradicts itself.
Yeah, this is begging the question. This is a circular argument.
Well, and name out an example, and let's look at it. We're talking in very broad terms. Name out an example that you think is a contradiction. Let's see if we can figure it out right here.
Didn't you just have two examples, Axel?
Yeah, I lost them. I haven't.
Yeah, I wasn't here for
that.
Let's look at one example and let's do an examination of the example. One example, so we can get.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, "Go number Israel and Judah." And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. So that's the Bible saying God doing one thing, and then it says that Satan did it.
Maybe he allowed Satan. Maybe he allowed Satan to do part of the work.
But then he's not doing.
So he would be a part of allowing Satan to do it, and Satan would be a part of doing it himself.
Okay, I'm just gonna take over here.
And he cast down. This is how.
That's
This
the
is how
obvious
Judas
idea. But
died.
if two people are responsible for something, then one allowed, one did it.
Here's accounts of Judas's death. And he cast down the piece of silver into the temple and departed, and went out and hanged himself. And then there says, and falling headlong, he burst asunder in the midst, and all of his bowels gushed out.
There's been examples of people hanging themselves and their gut bust open.
Yeah, and that area has a lot of 20, 30-foot cliffs with trees on them, so he probably hung himself on one of those trees, and the branch broke, or his body rotted, or whatever, and he fell down onto the rocks, splashing his guts all over.
And burst asunder.
I mean, you can. Hey, here's the thing: you can if you want to see a contradiction, you can dispute every
no,
single.
there is a contradiction. You want to see a solution to that contradiction.
Well, where's the contradiction at? Show me how what I just said was wrong.
I'm pretty sure if I actually read that words, it wouldn't be like on some fucking tree and lighting clip.
Well, I just gave you two. Both of us just gave you two possible ways to resolve what you perceive as a contradiction.
And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven, and then it says later or somewhere, no man hath ascended up to heaven.
And in the Bible, stars can be virtually any object in the sky. Heaven can also be considered the atmosphere. You want to go back and you want to look at when you start looking at heaven, then you want to start referring back to the original word, the original Hebrew word, and find out what it meant. Sometimes it means that. I ain't looked it up, but that would be my apparent idea behind it, is sometimes heaven could be simply the atmosphere.
Let's move to something a little bit more simple. So, guys, what was the color of Jesus' robe that he wore during his trial?
Purple? Was that a mistake? Was it purple?
I think they said purple.
That's one of the things it says.
Where does it say that at?
John 19, purple. Matthew 27, scarlet.
Yeah, so it was purple on the outside, scarlet on the inside.
All right. And what did they give him to drink?
Vinegar.
Matthew 27, it was vinegar. Hang on.
Did we go silent? I'm having bad connection, so I like to hear a voice every once in a while. Did we go silent?
Yeah, there's no contradiction there I haven't heard 20 times already and found really good answers to.
Sorry, did I break up there?
The point is you can literally. I mean, I've heard both of those too. I feel the same way, and like 9 times out of 10, I mean, we just pointed out all the, a possible way where all of them do that were really simple to explain, very simple.
Yeah,
those are
you can do
what
that.
you're all bringing up. There are some actual ones that I probably couldn't answer, but if you did a little bit of searching, you could find the answer yourself.
Yeah, Axel, those 2 verses you put in the sidebar there. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou should be like unto him. And then it says, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit. So what this is saying is, like, if you say naturalism is true, well, I will answer not a fool according to his folly, so I'll say, actually, I don't agree with you that naturalism is true. But then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to answer a fool according to his folly. I'll say, but even if it was true, it would be self-refuting. So you see, it's teaching you how to talk to skeptics and atheists right there. It's saying to push them to the logical conclusion of their own worldview to show them how ridiculous it is. It's a great form of argumentation. It's the form that Jesus used.
What argument did Jesus use?
It's the answer, don't answer, or the don't answer strategy. It's when if you ask a foolish question or you make a foolish statement like naturalism is true, you answer not a fool. So it's saying It's saying don't subscribe to his foolish worldview and take it on, otherwise you become a fool like instantly. So you say, I don't agree with your proposition, and then you answer the fool according to his folly, and you say, but even if it was true, then it would be self-refuting, or whatever the logical conclusion is of that false worldview. So it's all it's saying is don't adapt a fool's false worldview, but show him the logical conclusion of that worldview if you push it to its ultimate extreme. It's a great form of argumentation, and it's the one that Jesus used.
But here's the thing: if naturalism has valid points, like for example the history and achievement of scientific progress with reflective scientific method, wouldn't it logically follow that that's an objective means that would validate it in some way with regard to reality?
Well, Wolf, if naturalism was true and the mind was created by blind chance, naturalistic forces, then there would be no reason to trust the reason, you know. So
it's either it was designed by supernatural deity or it's random chance. Is that what you're saying?
You have to throw the idea of supernatural in there. You could just throw in there it was designed by intelligence. Period.
Yeah, but I'm asking like it either it was designed or it's random chance. I just want to be clear for the sake of clarity.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is the random. If it's designed by a random process, there's no reason to trust anything that you live by. But if it's designed by an intelligent being, then you have reason to trust what you believe.
Okay, here's the problem with that statement. That's a false dichotomy. It's not a matter of it being random chance. It's a matter of it's a matter of the brain being a result of neurology and chemical reactions, you know, firing next to each other and stuff like that. And with regard to like natural selection, which typically tends to improve cognitive faculties, not reduce them. I mean, it's a matter of how we could actually apply Mount's predictive power and you know, generating abstractions to test the structure and consistency of our world, and the fact that we have produced behavioral tools and various other things that have objective properties that are outside of us and objective to reality. I think that more or less substantiates this worldview as valid.
Well, if you just stated that in the case of natural selection, that the laws of thermodynamics don't apply.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
Yes, that's exactly what you said. You said natural selection doesn't apply.
No, I never did.
When laws of thermodynamics doesn't apply, you actually claim that when natural selection happens,
you're talking about. So let me get this straight. You're referring to the second law of thermodynamics.
And become more disorderly.
Are you referring? So you're referring to the second law of thermodynamics, correct?
I'm talking about thermodynamics. Period. Things tend toward disorder.
Things tend towards entropy in a closed system.
Yeah, and the Earth is not closed; it's an open system. It gets energy from the sun, and with regard to natural selection, it's merely stating that
having a God conversation. We're talking about the universe. We're not just talking about Earth.
Right, but like what happens on the Earth? What happened? The order that we achieve on the Earth, like it's being compensated by stars exploding. Like the universe overall is tending towards entropy, but that doesn't mean that every single part of it tends towards entropy.
So you're going to say now that things tend toward a better position, or they tend toward a worse position?
What we're talking about.
In what situation do things tend toward a better position?
No,
give me one example of things tend toward a better position.
No, hold on. That's irrelevant. What I'm saying is that in the universe, in the universe overall, things tend toward entropy. That doesn't mean that things necessarily have to tend toward entropy right here.
Example.
Well, we have the biosphere, for example. I mean, things tend to try either get in homeostasis, and that's a matter of energy coming into this environment. And with regard to natural selection, it's merely that the genes that best help organisms reproduce will be passed down. I mean, that's that's actually all it is.
You're saying genes make things better?
But
I'm saying if they correspond with the environment.
What you're saying.
Well, I'm just explaining to you why that thermodynamic thing, why it's incorrect with regard to this this particular topic.
What is this?
Well, okay,
What are you talking about? You said some situation.
I'm responding to the earlier statement that you made because it was incorrect.
What was that statement?
Can I explain like this
Go ahead.
thing here? Like at least my understanding of it. Like it is correct to say that a certain amount of order is produced through natural selection, but it is also important to remember that like this order is being compensated by massive amounts of disorder on like in other places of the universe, other parts of the universe.
So what did you just say? I'm not sure how this even has any relevance to anything at all, what we're talking about.
No, that means that your appeal to the second law of thermodynamics doesn't make any sense. The second law of thermodynamics is not being broken because entropy is still increasing. The universe is still tending towards entropy.
Disorder is the word you want to say, right?
No, entropy is the word I want to say.
So what does entropy mean to you?
Well, I guess we can use it interchangeably with disorder. Sure.
I just want to be clear on terms. Sometimes terms get really confused.
Let's use the word disorder then. Disorder is like overall increasing in the universe, even though there is some order establishing itself here.
Okay. So what situation does things tend to get better? Name an example of something that gets better.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Whatever you were talking about, Wolf. You said at some point things tend to get better.
No, I said things tend to get more orderly, and that.
Well,
like,
okay, yeah. When you add raw energy to something,
Okay,
it
instead of
doesn't
saying
organize.
better, I'll say orderly. Okay?
It doesn't. Raw energy doesn't organize anything like an explosion. Okay, like an atomic bomb doesn't organize anything. You have to have some sort of mechanism, information mechanism to harness the energy and to turn it into something orderly. So, for instance, we have DNA, right? That can take energy and turn it into something orderly. Now, the question that I would ask you is that the enzymes that are used to make the DNA are created by DNA. So you couldn't have got those original highly complex enzymes from an explosion. See, that's not really logical. You have to have an intelligent mechanism to turn the energy into order. So unless the DNA was created first, you couldn't have got the enzymes that are used to create the DNA.
Well, I think that's possible if you're talking about being within an emergent universe, and we see that all around. Have you ever heard of the Game of Life?
Yeah, I have, Wolf, but you're don't gloss over what I said. You can't get the order just from energy, Wolf, randomly. Like explosions don't create any order.
Well,
you have to have a mechanism in place.
Did I say that? Did I say that though? Did I say random? I didn't. I said emergence. And with regard to these artificial life simulations, you start off with simple interactions, and given time and variation and simple regularities, they can have a growth to complexity to where these things tend to have order, but on a spontaneous level. So I mean, it's not a matter of randomness; it's a matter of recognizing how these things actually come about.
You're saying that they're emergent from just raw energy or chaos or whatever, whereas we're saying those things.
No. I'm saying it's from simple interactions, simple regularities.
I'll grant you emergence, Wolf, but I'll just argue with you about what it's emerging from. I would say it's emerging from a mind.
Need an explanation for this.
Well, no, because that's not a definition for. That's not what emergence is. Emergence, like I said, it is the appearance of complexity.
Instead of using these words emergences, let's talk about causes. First cause, A cause, B cause.
Let's not
be a better word. That way we can narrow down the definitions. So do you subscribe to an A cause or a B cause?
What do you mean A cause or B cause? What do you mean?
Well, A cause would be the easiest one to understand. A cause means X happens, then it causes Y to happen. It causes, so that's the easiest one to understand. But B cause would be things that A and B can happen at the same time. It's not about necessarily order in the way we understand it. It's saying that all things can happen all at once. So A cause would be the easiest one to understand, and probably what you're talking about when you say emergent. The first cause, basically.
I wouldn't even say that necessarily, but
Do you believe in a first cause?
First cause of what? First cause of what?
Everything.
First cause of everyone.
Everything. Period.
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, if you're talking about like the time around the singularity or before the singularity, that's a mystery to me. I wouldn't say that that I know or anyone would know something like that as of yet.
Like the thing is, we don't need explanations here. Like, we simply need to deny your explanations.
I mean, if you just want to go around denying things, you could do that. I mean,
No,
guess
but I
you could
mean,
do that.
because we have no way of knowing, there is no point in just.
I mean, you could literally
trying to
deny
make
everything if you wanted to. I mean, literally, you could deny every single.
No, but
I think actually, I think you chose the wrong word there. It's not necessarily denial. It's like rejecting.
Well, no, we don't need to have.
So you
reject, not deny.
We can disregard your explanations.
Why my explanations?
We disregard all explanations until we can prove a certain explanation, or at least until we have substantial evidence for a certain explanation.
What will be proof to you?
I don't know. I don't know.
So see what I mean? You might be in a position where the proof might come across you, and you don't have enough information to find out whether it was good information or not.
Right, but then I should
have to have faith on some things, no matter what.
No.
If you expect to take anything for certain, then you have to have faith in certain things.
No, I'll just what? Wait, what?
I'm saying, if you expect to hold anything to any amount of credibility, you have to first have faith. Otherwise, everything can literally have a certain amount of uncertainty to it. So basically, you can live a life of uncertainty, or you can live a life of certainty in some things.
Well, you can live a life of conceived certainty, like it's not actual certainty, it's just certainty based on an assumption.
Or faith. Those both be good words. I agree with that.
Like, you're not actually certain, you don't actually know. You just think that you know.
But you could still live a life assuming that certain things are true, right? We tend to do that anyway, right?
You have to, yeah.
You pretty much have to.
Why?
You have to assume your brakes in your car are going to work when you drive to work in the morning.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's not a faith-based assumption. Like
What's faith? Yeah, you have to have faith in them. You have to trust them. You don't know they're going to work, but you do have to have faith in them.
No, but they have worked in the past, and I know how they work. I know how they're going to do it. I know.
Well, that's not necessarily faith. There are things that you evidence. Probably not a great example there.
What?
Well, I mean, all right. Get a better example than something that you had previous experience with, that you had faith that was going to happen.
You could have faith that that you're going to pursue a certain girl, and you have faith that maybe you one day you might marry her or whatever. Like, if that's your objective or whatever, you don't know, but you still have to act on it, on your faith.
It's not a faith. It's It's an ambition.
That's not faith. That's exploring a possibility.
It's not a
faith
fact.
that you'll succeed.
Yeah, I would just say, okay, it could be called exploring a possibility, and then over time it becomes faithful. Like in the same way that, say, some people might explore the possibility that God exists, and then over time you might, develop faith in that God based on who He is and how He's revealing Himself.
Just to be clear, are we using faith to mean the same thing? Belief without evidence we're talking about, yeah?
That's definitely not how I use the word faith. I would say the word faith.
Alright, well that's what faith means.
That your reason has
A better
has
definition
once
would be
accepted.
the definition if you're going to actually search after it. Was it Hebrews 11:9?
Okay.
Is that correct? The
What is
biblical
the definition of
of
faith?
what? According to Scripture, let me get it real quick. I'm trying to dig it up. I believe it's Hebrews 11.
Yeah.
Faith is the substance of things. Hold a second, let me call it out to you. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence not seen. So it's
The evidence of things not seen.
in other words, if you hope to if you hope to find out the truth about God, then you have to accept certain things before you actually see the evidence. In other words, you have to believe in some things, and then the evidence will come after the fact.
So it's only faith if there actually is evidence.
No. It can be if you hope to get the final conclusion on God, then you're gonna have to believe and do certain things before physical, tangible, or credible evidence is going to come your way.
But evidence is going to come, that's what you're saying. Like there is some
Right.
If we are to call
I'm-
faith, there have to be some evidence that we're not seeing.
Well, I'm a young Earth creationist, and I've got no doubt in my mind that there is a God. I mean, I'm positive, but I can't transfer that information over to you.
Mm-hmm.
That information has to be self-derived. You have to do what
Mm-hmm.
you have to go through the same process that other people do.
Yeah, you get to know God. The more you read your Bible and the more you talk to Him, and you pray to Him and listen for His guidance, you develop a relationship with Him. And you develop faith in Him. Your faith grows over time. And Jesus can take the faith of a tiny little mustard seed if you have that, and He'll grow that into a great big mighty tree. So I would say if you have even a tiny little bit of faith that God might be real and seeking out that you should give your life to Him and just go with that and let Him grow that.
This argument can be done for any religion.
Well, I mean, you could go down that path. You're right that you can do it for every religion, but then you do it. Then you go through the process of doing a comparative study. I mean, you're not going to find out all the secrets to the universe, or even all the secrets of the differences between Christianity and Islam by the end of the week, or even tonight, to say the least. It's going to take some time. It's going to probably take you the rest of your life to find out, any amount of things. It's not a...
Yeah. And I'm sure, like most Christians, I challenge other worldviews, against my worldview. I came to Christianity last. I believed in Buddhism. I believed in, Hinduism. I read the Bhagavad Gita before I ever read the Bible. I believed in all those things, The Secret, New Age philosophy, everything, and until every single one of those failed one by one, logically incoherent, false.
Have you thought about all the different
I finally came to the truth.
Documented? Have you thought about all the different
no contradictory statements?
Have you thought about like all the possibilities that aren't documented by people? Like there are literally an infinity of.
Yeah. The thing is that Muhammad didn't save me or die for my sins. Neither did Buddha. Neither did Allah. Neither did Krishna, and on and on. Jesus did, and Jesus is the one who saved.
But there are an unimaginably large number of deities that could have done that just aren't documented in any text.
Do you want to search out all the possibilities that might be true instead of starting at a starting point?
No, I don't.
And rule those out. Yeah, there's other possibilities, I guess.
I want to disregard all the possibilities until evidence is presented to me. That's what you do. That's the scientific method.
Yeah.
So, is there any things that you hold true?
Yeah, sure. Well, the only thing that I am entirely certain about is that I am having an experience. I believe certain other things, but I believe in them based on some evidence.
Okay, well, here's the thing, Axel. Jesus Christ claimed to be the Lord, so you have to decide what to do with that. Are you going to say that he's telling the truth, or he was, as C.S. Lewis put, is he crazy or is he a liar? Now you make your choice of which one of those you think is true and try to play that out.
I don't have to do that, though.
Well, I mean, if you want to find out, you do.
No, if I want to find out, I don't. I wait until there is some evidence to support either possibility.
Well,
Yeah,
hey,
I think what
people think there's plenty of evidence. Why are you doing?
I don't think there is.
2.8 million people on the planet think there's plenty of evidence. Why are you
no,
different?
that's argumentum ad populum. I mean, like they're also like they're also like a ton of like religious people.
It's not even.
Vast majority.
I mean, yeah, but
so
there
right.
are multiple
Everybody else
religious
is wrong.
groups. There are multiple religious groups that contradict Christianity. I mean, it's not a matter of like the number of people that believe. It's just ideas have no worth with regard to numbers. It's a matter of how they can be applied with reality that matters.
There are more non-Christians on the planet than there are
So,
Christians.
Wolf, so what you're saying is that we shouldn't believe evolution just because it's so popular, right, Wolf?
I'm saying that I'm saying essentially you can ideas have no worth with regard to numbers. It's a matter of how they apply to reality. To try and make that case would be like it would be invoking a logical fallacy.
I agree, Wolf, and I just want you to keep that in mind when you're thinking about evolution, okay?
That's not on the same basis.
Oh God.
Well, just be aware, Wolf. You realize how millions of people can be wrong about something.
Yeah, and I just said ideas are not they're not based with regard to like how many people believe. It's a matter of like how they make a case with regard to reality. That's what I said.
Yeah, and I think a strong case for Christianity is made. If you've never read Lee Strobel's book, Case for Christ, I would encourage you to read that. He came to Christ as an atheist investigative journalist and went around interviewing all the top scholars and biblical scholars and all this, and he became a Christian in the end. He's got a book, Case for Christ. He has another one, Case for Faith, and he makes really good cases for these things based on just empirical evidence. And
the more I talk to atheists, the more I realize that Romans 1:20 is perfectly true. I mean, it's amazingly true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, so if you want to be wise, the first thing you can do is recognize God exists.
It's not about trying to prove God to him. I mean, it's obvious what an atheist is doing. He's going through this process of denying God. He already knows there is an ultimate authority.
Yeah, that's
really already know this, but they're still going to deny it.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So what is the empirical evidence that not only God exists, but the Christian God exists?
Empirical?
Yeah. Evidence.
The Word of God.
What is the evidence in general? Like,
God's
what
word.
reason do I have to...
Evidence based on scientific observation.
2,000 accurately fulfilled prophecies.
That
and counting.
We've already disregarded that because there is no way to confirm that.
Like you said, you can disregard everything you want to disregard if you're not looking for evidence.
If you're pointing to the prophecies, that's a correlation. It's not a causation. So you have to be able to point. And say, all right, well, these prophecies were fulfilled because God.
Hosea 9 predicted Jesus' return 400 years before it happened, down to the very
Can I
day.
finish?
The thing is, we don't know.
Axel, let me finish.
Fucking true.
Let me finish. So what I'm saying is that you can't just say that, oh well, the prophecies were fulfilled, therefore, and they were predicted in the Bible, therefore the Christian God exists. You have to show that the Christian God carried those out. You have to show that so it's like that's what you have to show.
You can't just say, "Oh, well,
Yeah,
the
as I
prophet."
already showed earlier, though, that I have
You would.
I have 10 of them,
You
Old
haven't-
Testament prophets fulfilled in the New
What
Testament.
is right? You
What if
haven't
you
proved
let
that the entirety of the New Testament is true.
Axel, stop talking over them. I need to hear their argument.
No, you don't. It's not worth it.
Well, you know,
Why are y'all searching out Christians to ask them questions about things? If
I'm
none
not
of it's
searching
worth
out
it?
Christians.
Someone sent me-
You came on this hangout, and I wanted to engage in a
I
discussion.
got invited by an atheist. I didn't come in the room. I was invited by somebody.
All right.
I was here to
You
talk
had
about
to accept
Satanism.
the invitation to come in here, did you not? I mean,
Yeah,
I like talking to people.
me.
You need to settle down because I'm just trying to talk to people who have different opinions than me. I'm not trying to persecute you or whatever.
I know. Hey, Damon. I'm not saying you are, but I'm trying to see his name here. He's saying, let me get his name here. Axel is saying that it's not worth hearing. If it's not worth hearing, Axel, then why are you here?
Oh, because he
I
would.
was here to talk about this.
Yeah, originally.
You are the one who
this was-
instigated the discussion on the Christianity thing. We were here to talk about Satanism.
Okay.
Alright, we've stopped talking about that, so if you don't want to talk about this, why are you still here?
I'll be glad to talk about Satanism.
Yeah, the name Satan comes from the Bible, so any other concept of Satan should come from the Bible. Wouldn't you agree?
What?
Well, I mean, Satan as a concept is. I mean, the name might come from the Bible, but Satan as a concept, and I'm pretty sure like all the Abrahamic religions are centered around the Bible. Is that true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
generally.
So, but that means that Satan is a convention of all the Abrahamic religions, right? So that's correct. You would agree with that?
Satan is a historical character. He's an angel who is a created being, created by God, who fell
Well,
from
within the concept of him, whether it be true or not, comes from the Abrahamic religions, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just pointing that out. I think that needs to be pointed out because it's important to some degree.
I mean, what direction are you? I mean, I don't know where to start on it. The only question I ever asked about Satanism is I asked what are the rules behind it? What are the rules of a Satanist? That's a way to start a discussion on it.
What do you mean the rules? Like you have to be more specific.
Are there guidelines, or is there a system of the way you live your life as a Satanist?
Well, I mean, so Satanism is guided by a general opposition to the Abrahamic religions and the kind of belief in maximizing the ability for individual people to develop themselves, or for rather the whole society of individual people to develop themselves.
The Satanist who was just on you would have disagreed with you there.
Yeah, there's different. I've heard
Why
different.
do you guys need to focus on Satan? Anyway? Don't even worry about that crap. Why don't you focus on the true and living God, not Satan? He's just a.
This hangout was created to talk about Satanism.
Yeah, but now you guys are getting saved here, and you're coming to the Lord, and not.
They're not.
I have never been saved.
Man. This is
I'm not saved. I reject.
He doesn't want to be saved. He wants to be lost.
Okay. I don't think I do.
Well,
I mean, the reason I've come to these conclusions, I know that the reason I've come to these conclusions is because this is what I find to be true, and I don't agree with Christianity, and I don't agree with what you're saying.
What part of Christianity do you disagree with?
A lot of it. I believe it's unscientific. I think that it makes a lot of dubious claims that can't really be tested.
Well, as far as how the instructions on how to live life.
Instruction on how to live life. I mean, that's completely. I mean, Christian. Social norms are extremely authoritarian. They they basically, I mean, you basically have to be subservient to this God your entire life. I mean, it sounds like whenever, like within the language, it's you have to give yourself up to God. That doesn't sound very good to me. That sounds like, you're basically, a pawn in some deity's, I don't know what you call it, some deity's plan instead of, living life for the pleasure of it.
Yeah, but we worship God because he's worthy of worship and we love him.
Well,
why would he be worthy of worshiping?
So
first of all, he's the greatest example of a tyrant.
Demon.
Second of all, I mean, he kills, I don't even know how many people in the Bible just because, they're living lifestyles that he doesn't agree with.
Wait, you named one position where Satan was actually doing the killing a moment ago that you didn't like as a contradiction. You remember that one?
What did you say?
You named a contradiction. You considered a contradiction earlier that Satan was the one doing the killing.
Well, I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
I never said.
This is something that I did.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, he's not a Satanist. You're having the conversation with me. Axel is not part of it.
Axel named the situation earlier where Satan was the one that doing the actual killing.
But I'm a different person. I'm not Axel, so you can't really talk, you can't really use what he said to debunk my case.
Hold on, in the situation. Hold on, I need to clarify this. In that situation, Satan was not killing someone, and even if he hadn't, that wouldn't have meant that he killed all people in the Bible. It's still valid to say that God has murdered lots of people in the context of the Bible.
The only reason, and I also should point out that the only reason Satan killed people in the Bible was because he thought that someone was being, he thought that one of God's angels, I believe, I forget the specific one, but he thought that they were, not living up to what God wanted. Actually, they were basically lying and being beside God to further their own pleasure instead of because it was the righteous thing to do, right? So what happened is, in order to prove that, God said to him, all right, if you want to prove that, you're going to have to kill this guy's family, you're going to have to make his life miserable, and see if he's still...
Talking about Job?
What was that?
You're talking about Job?
I'm not sure, I forgot the name.
You're doing a giant interpretation there that you could... I mean, that's a gigantic interpretation basically you're pulling your own personal interpretation of...
That's not an interpretation.
A large body of text.
That's a huge part of the story between Satan and God.
Criticize him for interpreting
It says in Isaiah 14:14, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. And then later it's written, nevertheless, he'll be thrust down to Sheol, to the recess of the pit. So he wants to raise himself up above God. He thinks he's the greatest shit in the universe. Jesus says,
no,
Pharisees, ye are of your father
the devil.
Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. That's the God you worship?
Satan. What? I mean, the original question I put in is simple, and it's really gotten confused in avoiding that question.
Hold on, no, he doesn't worship Satan.
Okay, well, Satan is the father of lies and a murderer and a liar, so...
He doesn't worship Satan.
The Bible says about Satan. Okay, I'm just saying, yeah. We're talking about Satanism.
I mean, what are you talking about, a murderer and a liar? I mean, in the story of God versus Satan, right? The reason he was cast out of heaven was not because he was a murderer and a liar. In fact, the murdering of the angel's family that he murdered was sanctioned by God. He was the one who said, if you're going to prove what you want to prove to me, you're going to have to murder this guy's family and make his life miserable, right? He was cast out of heaven not because he was, he was an evil, selfish murderer. He was in fact, it was actually pretty clear that he was supposed to be a rather...
He cast out because he lied to Eve, and he said
he wasn't. That is terrible interpretation of biblical.
What are you talking about? He said
literally...
doesn't say that the serpent is Satan.
The serpent story came after the devil was cast down.
No, the word for serpent there is nahash, which means shining one, which is an upright walking being who is shining. And Satan is called, even Satan himself can transform as an angel of light. Okay, so it's not like a
thing to do with what I'm talking about.
That's an interpretation. That's a fucking interpretation.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, though. You're saying that the serpent, like, he was cast down because of the actions that he took within the kind of.
He was condemned because he lied to Eve. He said.
No, he wasn't. He was cast down because he accused God of being wrong.
Well, first of all,
the serpent story comes completely after he was cast from heaven. That's like that's basic. That's basic shit about the Bible.
Hey, Demon, can you just show me the passage that you're describing why Satan was kicked out of heaven? Can you show me that passage?
I don't know the specific passage, but I can link you to my.
That would be important, you know.
Yeah, I know that.
Otherwise, we're just sitting around making a bunch of claims.
If you let me actually talk. Instead of talking.
First the passage and back your opinions up.
If you're gonna accuse me of not providing sources, then you have to let me, defend myself. You can't just talk over me, right? So what I was gonna say was, the sources are important. I don't have the exact passage, but I can tell you where I gave. Can you be quiet for 2 seconds?
No, I can't.
Yeah,
your statements with actual facts.
I'm about to say that I don't have the specific.
Then you can't really make an interpretation of what you're talking about.
Christ, dude. Seriously.
Right, even listening to this, it's kind of annoying to not have one person speaking at a time, and I'm about to bounce if it continues this way. But just an observation from the outside of someone who just came in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to let
me. Conversation, Tom.
Shut up for 2 seconds and let me respond to what you said. Okay? How about that? Okay. So I don't have the actual, I don't have the specific quote from the Bible, but I can give you the source where I got that information. Is that okay?
Sure.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? It's Isaiah 14:12. But it doesn't say when that was.
Yeah, but there's a larger like that. You're taking the specific kind of, how do you put this? You're taking that specific part, and then you're taking it out of the context of the larger book of the Bible that did explain when it happened.
I'm still waiting on you to give me that source.
Well, we know that
we're actually in the process of pulling it up.
We know that after he seduced Eve and got her to doubt God's word when he said, "Hath God said?" And then he lied to her when he said, "To eat of the fruit, and ye shall."
Yeah, I mean, what happened? That
was after that when God to crawl on his belly. So that looks like that's when he was condemned right there. After he got Eve to doubt God's word and then lied to her.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear.
After he got Eve and Adam to doubt God's word, and then he lied to them and said, "Ye shall be as gods." And then after that, God cursed him to slither on his belly like a filthy serpent.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, but that's not being that's completely separate from when he was cast down, though. When he was cast down, he was literally cast down to hell. He wasn't just cast to being a serpent.
No one's in hell yet.
I believe that's a vision, though, for a later time when he's actually cast down to hell.
No, that came before the Garden of Eden.
Revelation, right?
That came before the Garden of Eden.
Or no, that was in Isaiah, but.
I wish we could get some moderation in the room.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
If I may ask, what was the stem from which this bit about the nature of Satan's fall? Where did that come from?
It's kind of lost at this point, I'll be honest with you. I don't know.
So, but currently it was just trying to determine why Satan fell? Or Lucifer, or whatever.
I guess that's what the conversation was about, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Isaiah passage. I think there's another one in one of the prophets. I can't remember where. Maybe I can Google it or something. But yeah, other than that, and what was his? As far as I understand, angels can shapeshift. So I don't know what the creature looked like, but
if you do it just for info, this ain't necessarily part of the conversation, but just for info, I'm not sure about shape-shifting, but according to the passage, it seemed more like that that Satan possessed a being of some sort, the serpent.
that could be very well possible.
I thought it was that he took the form of, like, within at least the Garden of Eden story. He took the form of a serpent. I thought that was like he took the form of it, not that he possessed it or whatever.
Basically, the reason
I could be wrong. I'm not that intimately familiar with that part, but
basically the reason I think that, because if that's the case, then all snakes are Satan, because the snake in the garden was condemned to pass all of it down, and that doesn't really make sense to me. That all snakes are Satan.
it doesn't follow that all snakes are Satan from that, though. Just because the devil took the form of a serpent in one particular case does not mean that all snakes are going to be Satan.
Just as if he appears as an angel of light, that therefore all angels of light are Satan. You know, taking on the form of.
Just a bit of logic, my somewhat thought-through process. That's all.
But when we speak of logic, one thing that comes to my mind is the fallacy of guilt by association. Like if you can find characteristics like physical appearance, and then also tie all the character attributes to the same thing, would then therefore be like, okay, I'm going to, say all of them are like this, would not be the good way to go. I don't know if the genetic fallacy is the right one, but it would not be a wise thing to take one thing you see as similar from one group to the next, and therefore assume that everything about the one is also translated to the other.
Yeah, I can see your point. That doesn't necessarily follow, but somewhat thinking it through, that's the way I looked at it. The reason why I tend to think it was more of a possession than a transforming into.
So, yeah, actually, there's a lot of Satanism going on today.
And he dropped.
He had a good point. He was ready.
I've had bad signal all night long. Everybody's having it.
Yeah. So is Nadia not engaging here?
I don't know where she went.
It's just bouncing me out of the room before I could get in.
Well, I got a notification early this morning when I was still at work that she was starting to hang out, and still here, several hours later, going. I don't know if this is the same one, but it's like, I think you have 8 hours limit, but so it's probably a different one. But on this thing
Really?
all day long.
8 hours? Really? 8 hours, really?
I think so. Unless they changed it.
I didn't know how long you could stay in. I didn't realize there was a limit, but even that's okay, I guess.
Like, you guys need to go to bed anyway. At that point,
So where do
can
you
your brain
stand,
really be
Tom?
firing 100% after 8 hours of talking? Probably not. You don't need to be recording it then.
Tom, what is your position?
Um,
Atheist, agnostic, just what is your position in here?
I am a biblical Christian, and hopefully with that labeling, a person will understand that means the specifics that I hold to doctrinally. Not always is that the case, because, as you know, there's a lot of splinteredness within the Christian.
Everybody's got a different logic thing going on.
What's that?
Everybody's got a different thought process. Not everybody. It's not as clear as as people want to think. So, are you young Earth creationist?
Yeah, but I don't know if I would go as far as like what some young Earth creationists hold to of 6,000 or 7,000 years. I believe that there's a possibility of genealogy gaps at current. My view is subject to change, but at current I hold to the possibility of genealogy gaps whereby only more important people were mentioned and others not mentioned in those and therefore giving, as some scholars suggest, a possibility of, like 20,000 years or something like that. But as far as millions, billions, I don't really see evidence for that. But at the same time, I wouldn't. It wouldn't like hurt my theology if the Earth were millions of years old.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a position where I'd had some. I'd have to do a complete restudy, and I'm in that process now, trying to figure out. You argue from two different perspectives. You ever done that before?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're like, well, I'm in the process of trying to do a study of what would be an interpretation of Scripture from a billions of years idea, and I'm studying the gap theory, where there's a long period of time between Genesis 1 and 2. Genesis 1 and 2. There's supposed to be a gap there. So I'm gonna take that one.
You know what I find though, a lot of times is often the people, and again, not always. So disclaimer up. People who are super concerned about these issues usually have other areas in their life that they need to be more concerned about.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's a major issue though. Like to me, the biggest lie on planet Earth, other than the lie that Jesus never died for our sins, is probably the evolution lie. I think it's huge and destroys probably millions of people's faith.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that one, especially since Ben just came in?
It's just like basically what it's saying is the first line of the Bible is wrong. The first book of the Bible is wrong. You know what I mean? So it's trying to cut off the Bible right at the head.
But who is saying that the Bible is wrong based?
That's the evolution lie says that. I also have evidence that
But see, this is where I'd have to stop and say, well, okay, define evolution, define exactly, precisely how a person thinks that definition they just gave would pose a problem with the scriptures that they also say they hold to. You know what I'm saying?
Like, were you created by God, or are you an evolved worm?
But see, that's maybe more a fault of the person coming to that conclusion than it is anything with the ideas themselves and the Bible. Now, I'm not saying I believe in evolution, in the sense that you hear maybe a lot of atheists present, but I still don't want to be sloppy in my thinking and say, oh well, come to this conclusion, and I would rather not be fearful of other people having that sort of sloppy thinking, but would rather, hopefully, if the subject gets brought up, I can bring clarity to how they don't need to fear, those sorts of conclusions that aren't really firmly planted, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like I don't know, maybe I'm not really being clear, but if you're going to teach, millions of children that they just came from worms and dirt, like by blind forces, then you're going to ruin the faith of those. You might as well stand up in front of those children and say there is no God.
But hold on now. See, again, it's not by blind.
Tell them.
It would never be by blind forces. First of all, even if that were the case. Second, it wouldn't have to necessarily be by worms. You could extrapolate backwards, but even then, like I said, there's different ideas of what evolution is.
Well, I think someone said it right when, if you tell children that they're animals, don't be surprised when they act like it.
But again, a nice little thing, and that can be true to a degree, but you don't have to, even if you evolved from a worm long, long, long ago, you don't have to, you could teach kids certain behavior patterns despite the fact that they are animals made in the image of God.
Okay, I used to believe evolution, okay, right up through college.
Did you catch what I just said, though? But about the fact that animals, if those animals are made in the image of God versus ones that are not, there is a distinction.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make a quick statement because I was an evolutionist, right? Right up to like 25 years old. So when I was an evolutionist, to my mind, I was also an atheist. Part and probably because of that, but to my mind, there was absolutely nothing wrong with stealing or lying, because that was just survivability. So if there was like some money, on the table, okay, and the money wasn't mine or whatever, so there would be I would have fear come up, like says, don't steal that money. That's the wrong thing to do, right? That was the moral law coming up. But what I would do is I would say, no, evolution is true. It's just surviving. It's just survivability. It's dog eat dog. And so I would override that moral law because based on my belief, right?
Mhm.
Which is the exact opposite of what I would do now, where now when I would have, say someone's drowning in the water, and then I would have this thing well up inside of me, so the one thing says, okay, go help them, and then the other thing says, no, don't, preserve yourself, survive, or whatever. But now as a Christian, I override that weaker instinct, or I override the more powerful instinct for survivability, and I choose the weaker one based on my worldview. You see, it's the opposite.
Right, but what I see that as reflection of is more of a problem with the way you were at that time than it was with the beliefs you held, per se.
No, because I remember my reasoning and my line of thinking that stealing was merely survivability. It was merely a survival trait. And if I could steal and get away with it, then I was a really good survivor. And I was more evolved than the other men around me because I was showing craftiness and sneakiness that could get me more survivability by taking other people's things. You see, it was all justified by evolution in my mind. I remember my reasoning process.
Right, but you've only given A or B. There's, I think, a C, maybe D options here on the table for someone to have that same belief, but also believe, like I said earlier, a belief that they're made in the image of God. God told them not to. They should listen. And though their natural urge might be to get something for nothing, they're going to say, that's wrong, and I'm not going to do it. And they believe they evolved. I mean, it doesn't really matter. As far as using that as an argument for why one should not believe it, I think really what you have to do is just say, well, the scripture clearly says X, and you're saying Y. That's really the only thing that matters.
I would say that also, yeah. It's clearly against scripture, so.
Which is a debate for another time, perhaps. I don't have really, like I said, strong posts on that subject as much as other people do, just because I see a lot of assumption going on in a lot of passages.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. I guess people like talking about it, but I'm not that interested in it right now.
Jesus said, have you not read that in the beginning he made them male and female? So he said that Adam and Eve were made in the beginning. So I think that pretty much eliminates the whole gap theory right there.
Well, I'd ask you to explain intersex.
You said intersex?
Intersex, yes.
What's that?
That's when I suppose organism shows what would otherwise be considered determining characteristics of both sexes. For instance, ambiguous genitalia, karyotypes that are differ from the primary genital characteristics, or that are not strictly classifiable as either, and so on.
I'm sorry, that just sounded funny. Like, my genitals are a little ambiguous.
Is there really ambiguous genitals, or is there just like mutant male genitals and mutant female genitals? Is there really anything that's ambiguous?
Yes, there are cases that are, well, number one, essentially null, and number two are essentially backed by no genotype or karyotype that matches either sex definitively. So,
I just don't know.
For instance, XO with MRKH or XXY with MRKH again, just kind of leaving out the precise form of intersexing in favor of lack of genitals altogether. In the case of ambiguous genitals, they can have characteristics of both. For instance, essentially a penile formation where the clitoris would be an actual vaginal canal in tandem, or occasionally there are chimeric intersex affairs that actually have both fully developed and so on. So.
Yeah, I've just personally, I've never seen any of this in real life. I've never even seen pictures of it. So when you say like ambiguous genitalia or whatever, I have nothing to go on except for Nadia saying that.
Well, Google will give you plenty to go on, but
actually, yeah, Google.
That's it. I'm gonna do it.
Go for it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think this is here or there with respect to God making them male or female. I mean, there's
it wouldn't have been like that.
Sorts of things that happen.
Yeah.
With genetic defect and the sick situation that we're in, lots of disease and malformation. But would hermaphrodite be a synonym for what you're talking about, Nadia?
Only a very specific case, especially the chimeric hermaphrodites. By and large, it's only kind of one set of proto-genital tissue or whatever. But in the case of a chimera, basically, one embryo absorbs to another. Basically the eventually genital-forming tissue from the absorbed twin can develop differently from the absorbing twin. So, in any event, in the case of male and female, they created them. First of all, that ends up falling apart when you say, okay, well, fallen world, all kinds of things will happen. I mean, at that point, you've essentially granted that, okay, these things do happen innately, and various varieties of intersex can go on, like external vagina with internal testicles, or vice versa. Furthermore, you also have the trouble that if you try to reject that, then in the beginning you have the ambiguity there, and that Bible verse ends up being contradicted. So
I don't understand how that's so, based on what you said, or maybe I just didn't catch what you said.
Basically, either the Bible verse is false, or that these ambiguous or whatever they are intersex affairs render that no longer true after the beginning.
Why? Why is that contradictory necessarily?
Well, what it contradicts is holding that the male and female states are from the creation continuing on to the present day.
Could seem what?
From the beginning continuing on to the present day.
So I've brought this up before, Nadia, and what do you say about this, that like a man has an X and a Y chromosome and girls only have XX?
Well, congratulations. You have quite a variety of karyotypes other than XX or XY to explain.
What are
such as Klinefelter's XXY or
hold
Turner's
on.
XO.
Say it slow. I need to write it down so I can look it up.
Yeah, I was demonstrating that dichotomy was essentially no longer the case, even if so in the beginning.
So,
XXY, XO,
you can have
and
Y?
yeah,
Or
you can have.
O?
Yep, 2 X's and a Y. And you can have more.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 2 X's and a Y. That would be a male, since girls don't have a Y.
That's not necessarily the case. The body that comes out can in fact develop phenotypically female, with a vagina and uterus and so on. In fact, XY without the extra X can come out developed as fully phenotypically female. In fact, cases of XY females giving birth, getting pregnant, giving birth is are documented.
So XO is Turner's syndrome.
Yes, Klinefelter's and Turner's were the two I gave, and there are more that I just don't know the names for.
Chromosomal abnormality, which is the absence of all or part of one X chromosome.
Yeah, the fully ambiguous MRKH case, I think it typically occurs in fully XX karyotypes. XY with phenotypic female, ovaries, eggs, uterus, vagina, I think it's androgen sensitivity syndrome, AIS. So, I mean, intersex conditions abound. AIS, MRKH.
Okay, so this is like the Turner syndrome sounds like it's a pretty bad abnormality, right? Like this isn't just some
the severity varies, as I understand it.
So this is, I'm looking at this like something's definitely wrong here. If you have that, it's not like a normal thing.
Well, to the extent that, I mean, abnormality is essentially a statement regarding prevalence, right? Of course they're less prevalent, so, okay, sure you can call them abnormal, but they do naturally occur. And in fact, in the case of, AIS, I guess fertile XY females, even go around breeding. And I believe Klinefelters are also known to be capable of breeding under some circumstances.
So as far as the Turner's thing, it looks like just causes basically small genitalia in men and maybe some infertility in women, and they're sort of like shorter, stockier. But I mean, I'm seeing, there's still a man, then there's still a woman if they have XO. I'm not seeing any.
Well, okay, where are you defining man and woman? These are the male and female karyotypes. That is, is it X chromosome, Y chromosome, etc. Are applying to it, right? Because it's not XX or XY or whatever. And there are a number of different characteristics that define gender or define sex, right? So maybe it's rather likely you're fixated on, I guess, primary sexual characteristics or
you're just
genitals.
Not which in the
genitals can, in fact, genitals can in fact mismatch the internal sex organs, be they essentially testicles or ovaries.
Okay.
You can go further and mismatch other kinds of characteristics, like the dimorphism in the brain. Most notably is, I guess, broadly witnessed instances something like 3 out of 1,000. So that will often contradict karyotype and primary genitals. And furthermore, secondary sex characteristics rather routinely defy the primary, like things like body hair and breasts and so on will, in the case of, say, most notably like masculized females, whatever, so it will mismatch the primary and so on. So, I mean, there's nothing you can actually latch onto to privilege one above the other, apart from societal convention.
To me, it almost seems like Fritz is determined to show whatever you're saying, Nadia, is not accurate. But as I see it, just sitting here listening, I don't get the here or there-ness of it with respect to the Bible, and that's why I would think that Fritz is like, oh, okay, well, let me counter this.
Strictly speaking, the Bible doesn't say it. Strictly speaking, the Bible says, well, it's that case in the beginning, and then who knows after.
Right.
And the trouble is, what is typically latched onto it for is to claim that, such is the case now, such is the case Fritz is actually trying to make. And, you say it's, well, maybe the state in the beginning, but things fell and, ambiguities happen afterward.
Here's an interesting idea.
Then you're okay. And another case of dealing with it is, essentially you can just latch on to one as definitive and ignore the contradictory characteristics. So, at which point you will have some issues with some intersex condition or other, but
yeah, I mean, I would, as I know, there's like, people will say either one or the other, but what about when it's so ambiguous? You're like, you don't know which they are. Is it possible there's such a person that is both male and female? I don't know.
I'd have to see a couple of cases myself to really see if there is that ambiguity necessarily.
Pretty easy. Combine XO with MRTH, right? You have a karyotype that doesn't tell you anything, and you have genitals that obviously don't tell you anything because they're absent, right?
I mean, it's interesting, but ultimately, it's just an interesting subject. It's not like indicative of anything or weighs heavily on either person's worldview. But
well, for say, from your point of view, it's not so significant. From the point of view of someone who is actually affected by the issue, essentially, dimorphism in my brain doesn't match the dimorphism in my body.
So it's
then,
personal for you, then.
you have trouble when there's someone holding up that verse saying, "Oh well, the state of things now is dictated by this biblical verse, and no ambiguity will be tolerated."
Nadia, have you ever heard of the Monarch program?
I'm aware of the conspiracy theories surrounding it. Yes.
I was gonna say it sounded like something from Resident Evil, some video
Yeah, it's
game.
the Monarch mind control program. But anyway, part of that program,
sexual abuse mind control program.
Used to fracture the personality into multiple personalities. You've heard of that?
The various kinds of assertions made about all that are pretty wild, and I don't really grant them a whole lot of validity. I think I have heard that. It sounds like something plausibly going around in the conspiracy theory websites, but the same things that go on about it with its connections to, say, the Wizard of Oz, and I forget what other fiction are equally implausible. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, just the basic, premise behind it is that in these, let's call them research programs, which is like a euphemism if there ever was one, but they basically use sexual abuse to fracture people's personality into multiple personalities. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with that, or necessarily want to go anywhere with that. I just wondered if you ever had heard about that.
Yeah, I've heard of it, and I can also tell you what I've heard about real research about black budget programs, and that is that, by and large, or to a very large extent, most of it goes to embezzlement or other corruption of sorts.
It sounds like he might have been. It sounds like he might have been using the angle of, if they can tap into the feminine side of you, whatever amount that is, and have that going all the time as your predominant personality, well then you might be mistaken as gay, even if you're not, or something like that. There's definitely some feminine males out there that I know who are completely heterosexual. But then when you get into biology and parts and like you said, the genital ambiguity, that's something a little different.
Well, the general thrust of what I was doing was to use that kind of ambiguity to argue for broader sorts of ambiguity, and especially the conflicts of characteristics such as the internal and external, primary sex characteristics, basically like ovaries on the inside and penis on the outside, or testicles on the inside, vagina on the outside.
Huh.
That kind of thing. That kind of thing does happen, and you can extend that to, okay, well, hey, we see these dimorphic differences in the brain. Yes, there is something that structurally appears to be female, something structurally appears to be male, and try to defend my own sort of case with respect to this from there. And and ultimately, you drove it. Why does it matter to you? Well, to you, it doesn't matter. To you, you're not the one on the wrong end of the stick, right?
No, I just wanted it to be. I just didn't, because it seemed like it was like a point of contention between, and I was just saying like, no, and
Nadia, I think
doesn't need to be. But if it's not, and it's just an interesting subject, then yeah, sure, go ahead. And it's, I find it kind of interesting.
I thought about it for a minute, Nadia, and I think that if the sex was truly ambiguous, and I mean truly, then I think it would be certainly reasonable for the individual to sort of decide, what they feel they are or whatever, and make some sort of, transition or whatever in that direction. I think that would be perfectly fine, if there was true ambiguity. If
can you acknowledge?
lacking, though, then you're in a different sort of scenario.
Can you acknowledge that ambiguity can arise from conflict of, what the sort of male versus female structure is of, say, genitals and the brain?
I'm not going to give you the brain, because I know that the brain can be fractured into multiple personalities. That's well proven, well documented, scientifically accurate. The brain can be fractured into multiple personalities. It's used in programs. So I'm not giving you the brain.
Okay, so first off, those are conspiracy theories and have no basis in reality.
Also,
second off, the reality actually does do studies to demonstrate genuine structural sexual dimorphism of the brain. Absolutely, John. We can do a hangout. Well, basically anytime. If I drop offline, it's probably a disruption of phone service from, being behind in bills. But anyway. Conspiracy theories and mass culture. Absolutely. Yep. Fritz, you may be an expert on what the conspiracy theories are.
Right there.
I don't really want to even tolerate the word conspiracy theories, because it's just a neuro-linguistic programming term, and it's totally misused and misapplied, and it's just bullshit, really.
Well, yeah, and I guess it's
some are, but most are. But I mean, I'm not saying that every, I'm not saying that in history there haven't been conspiracies, but I've always been fascinated by the phenomenon of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, the word is so heavily programmed in North America through the television and the media to people to just you just say the word conspiracy theory and everyone will just discard it right off. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Well, maybe then you should ditch that term and just say, hey, there's some crap going on.
I don't use
it.
And here's my evidence.
I mean, no one who believes in conspiracy theories calls them conspiracy theories for precisely that reason. But
it's a term of dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of it is a sort of a dismissive term, but I think it's interesting to talk about, because I don't know,
but instantly, everybody knows when you say the topic conspiracy theory. Even I said, "Hey, that sounds interesting. Let's talk about it." Why did I say it's interesting? Because I already know it deals with a lot of different things and a lot of possibilities that we might be questioning and just heard different replies to, and what actually is the answer. Can we get to the bottom of these things? I mean, they all touch us personally in our lives. Government.
Yeah, I've also noticed that people who tend to believe in one quote unquote conspiracy theory tend to also believe in a cluster of other ones, and I don't know. Idea banging around in my head, but I don't know what you guys are talking about, and I can't really stay very long anyways.
Yeah, what they've done is they've taken the word, and anybody who's sort of awake to what's going on in the world and the way things kind of really operate, they call them a conspiracy theorist.
But you know, like a person who
Like not one that can
believes
see
in a
her.
cluster, like, huh?
Okay. Well, let's take it down, take it apart, or take it apart, take it down.
But
so you
John.
say
Oh, go ahead.
there's some kind of way to fracture a brain into multiple personalities, essentially to induce multiple personality disorder. Is that right?
What's
Yeah,
that?
then they could select what little bit I know about the project. Then they can select which personality to go to the forefront, so they can use them like slaves. Like, okay, the submissive part of you, that is going to be the one that we.
Yeah, you can create sex slaves and stuff like that.
Okay, and sex slavery is, as I recall, a definite part of this program, right?
You can create Manchurian candidates.
And the manner of creation involves sexual abuse. Possibly a little more than sexual abuse. Things, external sorts of
There's some sex shit.
applications of force, like I don't know, confinement or confinement, beating, sexual abuse, and so on. That's the manner of how multiple personalities are created.
But if I may comment on what John said earlier, how there tends to be, whenever a person believes in a conspiracy theory, it's not just that one, but there's a cluster of them. I mean, but I understand, and that could be possibly, looked at as, oh, this person's kind of kooky, but maybe it could also equally be, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist by that definition, but it might just mean that their antenna's up, and of course they're going to catch multiple things if there's multiple things going on. Or once they figure out one thing, it kind of colors the worldview to lead to another one that the other guy's not going to have the advantage of. And obviously, too, if his antenna's not up, he's not going to catch hardly anything. So, I mean, I don't know if that's really a good,
Yeah.
thing
Here's JFK's speech right here. He said, "We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations." That's from
right, and we challenge you on genuine interpretation of that.
the genuineness
of communism, not any kind of Operation Monarch or whatever.
And to finish up my point is that you have to treat each conspiracy idea on an individual basis, and each side, whether the skeptic or the promoter of, needs to have good enough evidence. And if there's good enough evidence, I mean, loosen your grip and say, well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I've gotten to the point on a lot of these conspiracy theories where I just shoulder shrug.
Yeah, John, I think just using the term is not helpful. Like, if we want to talk about 9/11, let's talk about 9/11. Don't just say, oh, conspiracy theory, or flu vaccines. Don't say, oh, conspiracy theory. Like, let's talk about actual things and not just bring up the term that's been programmed in to shut down the conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, with regard to those explanations of what happened, I mean, it's results of simple things. Like, for example, 9/11 was a result of pissed off Muslims, and vaccines typically make people healthy. Just given the track record, given what we understand from reality, that's the thing that distinguishes reality from conspiracy theories.
Wolf, do you remember how?
Yes.
You remember how they were on television about 10 minutes after the towers fell saying it was Muslims? Do you remember what they said, why they knew that?
I can't recall why.
Well, if they came on television, they said they found their passports in the wreckage. Now, do you think that's believable, Wolf? You think they found the passports of those hijackers in the wreckage 10 minutes after?
10 minutes after the planes hit.
You think they found their passports? Because that's what it was claimed, Wolf, and that's where they said they that's how they knew who did it. They found their passports on the ground.
Personally, I believe Osama bin Laden because he said he did it. I wouldn't know any human being deplorable enough to even claim that they did do it.
Anyway, I don't think we should turn it into a 9/11 forum here. Maybe that might not be a good idea.
Yeah, because we already killed him. I mean, what's the point now?
We could if you guys want to, but I can back down. Building 7.
Hey, Sophie, that your Halloween outfit? Sorry.
Yeah, Operation Monarch, to demonstrate the fluidity of gender identity, is pretty poor evidence where, published open source evidence and so on, that gender identity is crystallized at a relatively young age, if not in the womb, has a pretty pretty good argument for my case, because just the amount and the nature of the evidence that you have to present are just horrifically low.
And we
and
have
actually,
Pepsi Pirate in the room.
and actually, yeah, it gets a little better because, of course, the reason why the age can't be nailed down to even younger is just behavioral, right? So the evidence seems to be that since it correlates to the structural differences in the brain, that and that those are effectively formed in utero, that there are reasons to believe from other kinds of study that the crystallization of gender identity is even earlier than.
Yeah, like I said, Nadia, I'm going to give you true ambiguity. Totally reasonable, whatever. To just go either way, but other than that,
Sure. All you need for true ambiguity is for a conflict between the different kinds of sex characteristics to exist. You can have karyotype in conflict with external genitalia, or internal in conflict with external, and both those are readily demonstrable, as well as the brain dimorphism characteristics having their contrariness to say external genitalia and karyotype. So, I mean, which one do you take as authoritative, right?
Well,
let's say you have fully ambiguous, right? Then and it's fully ambiguous except for the brain, right? Well, how do you base your decision? No external genitalia, some kind of karyotype that's not readily classifiable as male or female, and okay, there you go. The brain's the only thing you have to go on in that situation. How do you decide to resolve this?
Well, then the individual could decide, I guess.
Well, and how do they decide? Is what makes their brain decision to decide one way or the other legitimate? I mean, isn't it based on the overall or isn't the sex you're assigning to them based on something? If it's their belief about themselves, doesn't that belief reside within the brain? If you say their belief, their decision, you're deferring to the brain again, just as much as doing a CAT scan on the brain to figure out which way to go, right? either CAT scan or just ask them a question, you're still consulting their brain. Right? So if you consider consulting their brain legitimate in that case, why not in the other?
Why not in the other case where the genitalia is not ambiguous?
Yeah.
You give them the benefit of the doubt to let the brain override the genitalia.
Right.
Yeah, well, in that case, I would just say that, if the body is clearly physically a male body or whatever, then you can't just override that with your brain,
And why not?
Because the brain is unreliable in that sense. I've seen people who've done a lot of cocaine or ecstasy, and I've seen the effects it has on their brain and how it turns them gay.
What makes anything else reliable? Yeah, every other indicator has its own reliability issues. It's not perfectly reliable. It can be ambiguous in some way. Every indicator is unreliable. The brain is not distinguished by being particularly unreliable, or even less unreliable than those. I mean, for instance, if you've been testing karyotype, chimerism is actually common. I mean, maybe actually more common than transgenderism itself. Yeah, in that case, depending on which tissue you sample, you'll get a different karyotype.
Hmm.
All right, it's not reliable. There goes your DNA as the ultimate authority. And even in case you attempt to resolve it by testing multiple tissue types, those tissue types can disagree, right? So you're not getting out of this quandary so easily.
Well, there is one way to get out of it entirely, and that would be celibacy, right?
What does celibacy matter to the reconfiguration of one's body? It's not about having sex. It's about having one's body repaired and corrected, like a hair lip or a club foot.
Yeah, it's a tough one, I tell you what.
Yeah, I argue rather strenuously you should support trans rights.
Well, Nadia, I do support this ambiguous, the ambiguous right to do it, but I can't support, a full-blown male trying to become a woman. I think in that case, something else.
How is someone with a female brain structure a full-blown male?
Well, I told you I don't buy the female brain structure because the brain is plastic.
Okay, then go back to the fully ambiguous save the brain.
And I'll give you the fully ambiguous has the right. I think morally would have the right to choose. And I would further argue that the process of choice would lie outside of the brain in the mind.
And so, essentially, you're just arbitrarily dismissing the brain as any kind of, legitimately dimorphic entity or organ, subsystem, whatever. And
yeah, I mean, to employ a term that Wolf likes to use, I would say the brain is an emergent property of the mind.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But in the meantime,
actually, I just posted.
Would you mind providing a demonstration of how the bed nuclei, the striae terminalis, are in any way plastic?
The what?
Would you mind providing a demonstration of how the bed nuclei of the striae terminalis are in any way plastic?
Bed nuclei in the brain?
Bed nuclei of the striae terminalis.
I don't even know what that is, Nadia.
BNST. That is one of the primary markers of the sexual dimorphism within the brain.
I don't know that. That's a little bit over my head.
Well, would you defer to authority? Of course not, because you don't like the conclusion.
Save that link I posted, Nadia, and watch that video. It's 13 minutes long. I really want to know what you think about it.
I don't see the video yet. My rendering is actually not showing a currently updated list of participants. In the very last video, oh geez. Well, I'll have to do that in a bit, but the main thing is, I tried out some authorities saying bed nucleus trichomonalis are one of the big markers of sexual dimorphism in the brain, and you'll just deny the authorities, or the legitimacy of the authorities. So, what do you do? In fact, this holds for essentially any conclusion about biology, right? I say, there are fully ambiguous primary sexual characteristic cases, and sure, I came up out any old authority on it, but you'll just deny their legitimacy, right? So at that point in your tactics, you're essentially going to reject anything I posit, right? Yeah.
I think I like this topic nice and gray.
I think the entire reason I'm engaging with Christians at all is to, clarify this topic, and amongst a few others.
I think that where we can draw clear lines of distinction that we should, and where we can't, well, we can't. We have to basically operate with what we have.
Well, but that was the entire problem, right? Within those cases, number one, we need or at least I need the inclusion of the brain as being sexually dimorphic and so on, and number two, that some kind of when voluntary, etc., correction processes should be also legitimized, or at the very least.
Can you agree that sexual dimorphism in the brain would be considered an unnatural characteristic?
No. It's of course entirely natural. It's the way structural development works, or embryonic development works.
Can you define sexually dimorphic for me?
Yes, it's having two forms depending on sex. Essentially, when it corresponds to male, it has one form, and corresponds to female, has another.
And what would the differences entail?
Well, in the case of the bed nucleus trichomonalis, essentially its size. In the case of, say, internal gonads and so on, or gonads, you have a pretty strong distinction between spermatogenetic tissue, I forget what it's called, and generation of sperm are pretty clearly distinct from ovaries and the repository of egg cells that are established essentially during embryonic development itself. So, spermatogenesis is continual, where the eggs are formed before birth, etc.
I think it might be time for us to bring in some experts on this topic and have them hash it out. Although I guess you're an expert on it, but maybe a couple other experts in here would be interesting.
I have limited expertise. I am not a practitioner of any kind of medical, biological, or chemical field. I am, of course, affected by the issues and have been educated by, well, those who are actually students, etc., of the relevant sciences about my own condition, but very broadly, I don't have that kind of knowledge. But I don't think that really detracts from our case here. I think, by and large, one does have to operate on limited information expertise. I think we have to, in some ways, approach subjects that are beyond us, and as necessary, reach out to inform ourselves further. So, okay, let me reload.
Interesting.
So, all right, can I be heard, by the way?
Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. So is there a difference if we're if we're examining the male-female thing here? I think that's what the discussion is. Is there a difference between what the female body produces versus what the male body produces?
There are a lot of different differences, and the trick is, of course, we have, I guess, notions of various kinds of things that can be produced one way or the other, or in a variety of ways, and which of those correspond to what. And essentially, we try to carry out a little bit of statistical correlation as far as, like, well, let's say, like, body and facial hair and such, where in very large respects, people go about trying to artificially match these norms as opposed to demonstrating the actual, sort of prevalent characteristic. So it's fuzzy even then.
But you, Nadia, you understand what I'm asking? If there's a few things that a male body produces that a female body will not produce.
Actually, by and large, you're speaking of the hormones?
Well, no,
or
I'm talking about how. Yeah, I mean the simplest thing I could think of would be sperm.
Right. Yeah.
Because female body produce sperm.
Right. You can, of course, in cases where the internal gonads that are not necessarily internal, mismatch the primary genital characteristics, you're going to end up in a situation I anticipate you don't like. But yeah, generally it's considered to be some kind of, fundamentally male-female characteristic. And there are trickinesses, though. There are things called ovotestes that are actually ambiguous between the two. So gonads can be ambiguous themselves.
Well, upon examination, if you just look at something, with our physical eyes, yeah, lots of things are ambiguous. But if you go and examine sperm, for example, you can definitely tell whether or not it's no longer ambiguous at that point. It's exactly what it is, through a microscope or through chemical, it's not ambiguous necessarily.
No, ovotestes achieve ambiguity by being capable of producing both, I remember.
Say that again?
Ovotestes achieve ambiguity by being capable of producing both. So yeah, I mean, this is a real thing, and well, the brain dimorphism is a real thing too, and
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to trust that. I wouldn't be able to trust the brain because you can't empirically verify what's actually going on in the brain.
actually you can. You can do CAT scans. You can.
So you're saying you can tell whether or not a person's thoughts are true or not?
No, well, fMRIs can do more than
They believe their
than
thoughts. But there's no telling whether the truth.
there's limited scrutability. In the case of sexually dimorphic structure, the limitations don't apply, or limitations are not where those are not where the limitations are. The sexually dimorphic structures, particularly the bed nucleus structure analysis, are perfectly discernible on CAT scans. So. Okay, are you happy now? You can scan a brain and get, answer male or female, or well, ambiguous, somewhere in between. But there is a male or female end of the spectrum of possibilities. Well, are you happy now? You can do a brain scan. You can take it out of, the whole, verbal volitional affair. I mean, by and large, these things were examined with the naked eye upon dissection of dead people, basically, cadavers. Right? So, there you have it. Have I nailed the case here? Well, it's more a question of persuasion than, accurate argumentation. So, are you persuaded? Oh, geez, Gmail's doing true empiricism versus online champ. We have 5 minutes left in our broadcast here. Okay. No verdict at all on persuasion? Is anyone still connected? I think I hear audio coming, so I think you're still here, but I just don't know. All right. Let's try to hold out for a response from one of you, or more. But it looks like it's dying because it's the next 5 minutes. So.
Hey, Nadia.
Yeah, you rang.
How long is there a time limit on how long you can have a hangout?
Well, it's a time limit on how long you can stay on air. As far as anyone's been able to check, Hangouts have been able to stay going for as long as there's someone in them. But on the other hand, on-air Hangouts can only stay on air for 8 hours at a time.
Okay. How long has you been going? Because I got the same invite this morning.
Just about 8 hours.
Okay. Yes.
And I'll start up a new one once this one goes off air.
All right.
Actually, I'll just start it up now. Who cares? Okay. What do they call it? Devil's Night. Devils Night reprobates. Okay, Devils Night reprobates versus elect. And who knows? Okay. Okay, October 30th at, well, 9:45 p.m. Eight hours, and okay, so that started up. Bear with me. Oh, whoops. Disabled showcase. Gotta turn on Q&A. Gotta do this all before it starts. Okay. Q&A on.
Whoa.
Showcase about to be on. What just happened?
Nothing. I'm watching it. Listening to this television.